today on Divorce Court.
I'm unhappy in my marriage because my husband is a cheater.
I had 2 babies by something else because I was just doing me for real.
James accuses me of cheating because the ones that do the most assume the most.
I don't trust my wife because the whole hood know her. She's too friendly.
I would like for the judge to tell James to start respecting me, appreciate me more.
I figure she lies in my face all the time because she's scared of the truth.
I do not see me spending the rest of my life with him unless he changes.
I tell her all the time, like, we ain't even gotta be together. It's her who wanna be together, not me.
I want a man that is faithful, that's committed, and that appreciates me like I appreciate him.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with James Cannon and Aaliyah Cannon. Mr. and Mrs. Cannon, you have been together 5 years, married for 1, and you have no children together, but you have children from other relationships. You are getting a divorce, and in so doing, Mr. Cannon, you want her to pay you $1,325 for things that we will discuss momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Cannon, tell me, how did we end up in divorce court here today?
Well, Your Honor, you know, all women want a good man.
Yeah.
But a lot of women don't know how to keep them. So as far as the simple fact that, I mean, I admitted in the beginning, I was doing what I wanted to do. I done had kids, I done had babies or whatever, but I changed.
You had babies with other women.
I had babies
while
with
you
other
were
women.
with her.
Yeah, but it wasn't. We wasn't like. It wasn't like serious. It was like not serious. I was kind of doing me, but she was kind of
serious, and we was living together.
She was kind of doing her too.
So were you living together while you had these?
No. We wasn't really living together when this happened.
Right.
So we was.
Were you living with any one of the other 2 mothers?
I stayed by myself the whole time.
You were just traveling.
I was traveling. I was doing me, she was doing her too. She wanted to make it seem like, oh, well, it's all me. No, she was doing her too.
She was up to some things.
She was up to some things too. Like, Your Honor, it was for a simple fact. It's been some times where when we was together, like, this is why we was married.
Right.
I was cleaning up the house one day, and as I'm cleaning up, I found her pants. And in her pants pocket she had some pennies in her pocket. This is why we were married, but they're balled up in her pocket.
What happened with the panties in the pocket?
It was just the panties after I had them on, like I had balled them up, just put them in the pants that I had on, and they was in the laundry.
Ms. Cannon, do you think he stopped cheating, or do you think he's still cheating?
Just a few days ago, I found that he was on a dating site. And on the dating site, you know, I found out through his email that he had this dating site, and when I clicked on it, the name of the site popped up, and it was a picture of him. And he wrote things about himself saying that he was on there looking for a queen. When I asked him about it, he said it was a religious account, and that he was on there trying to find other spiritual people that were just like him. But when you read what he wrote, which I have.
Oh, well, let me see it. What do you have? Now, Mr. Cannon, while I'm reading what you wrote, why don't you explain why you wrote it?
Your Honor, I'm on. We all got a regular. No, we all be on sites like whether they're like.
Everybody don't do dating sites.
No, not dating site. I mean, it's just another site that everybody be on. Like, it's like, you know, people got Facebook, or then they got other.
No. Let me read what he said, Joe. I'm fun-loving and free. I'm a provider, and I am the head and not the tail. I've grown a lot over the years from being in the streets to being saved and praising the Lord. I have a great testimony that I will carry with me forever. My story is beautiful. I'm just looking for a queen to share it with.
He put that in his divorce.
That's not really cheating, Your Honor. I mean, everybody it's the same as having a Facebook. That's like everybody got Facebook.
Looking for a queen?
That's exactly what I said.
That's saying I want a woman.
Yes.
And you said I'm free, and you're not free. You're married.
Yeah,
you're hollering God and lying at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You might be right about that.
There you go. I know I'm right.
It just at certain time, but I have plenty of reasons why I feel like I need to be looking for other things, because she's not giving me everything that I need.
What is she not giving you? No. I mean, what is she not giving you?
It's been plenty of times where, like, I done changed, Your Honor. I mean, I changed a lot. Like, I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat a lot. I used to have a lot of different women.
You were just
now
out
he
there.
slowed down.
I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat. I used to smoke a lot of weed. I used to drink. I used to just go out. I used to just do everything. But as I got saved and put the Lord first, and He delivered me, it's like I changed my life because He showed me a different path. Like I could have still been out there in the streets, dead or in jail somewhere, but.
What isn't she giving you, though? I understand about your growth, and I'm proud of it, but...
She's nagging all the time. All she
What
do
am I
is
nagging
nag
about?
and complain about nothing. Like, she nagging and complaining about Facebook stuff when she's on Facebook more than me.
He's
He has-
meeting, I'm sorry, he is
Can I
meeting
finish?
people off.
Hang on, no. But aren't you meeting people on there? You're looking for women?
I just created it. I don't even be on there. You got to pay for that. I don't even. I can't even. I don't even be on there like that, because that's the site that you got to pay for. It didn't even start off as that a meeting.
But the payment
website.
part shouldn't be the part that stops
yeah,
you.
well-
If you are a believer, you got a wife. You got to deal with that situation
Exactly,
first.
exactly. You're right. But the thing is, I was looking. That's not the site that I started on. I was looking for like other Christian sites. But it ended up pulling me to that site.
Then go to church. Go to church.
Now I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm gonna leave it here. You know, it's not the site that you picked. It's the thing that you were doing that is contrary to the beliefs you espouse. That's all I'm trying to say.
I understand.
So, but my understanding is you believe she has been unfaithful as well, and that's what I want to talk about
ma'am.
now.
Well, I'm getting to pick her up. And as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her like she's in the car with another guy. But once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street.
Ms. Cannon, did that occur? So, Mr. Cannon, you say she's been unfaithful to you as well. Explain that to me.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's been times where my kids, they stay in Dayton. That's a whole nother city from where I live, because I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. My kids stay in Dayton. It was one time where I had dropped Aaliyah off at her aunt's house, which is like in Cincinnati, right around the corner, and I had to drive to Dayton to take my kids back.
Right.
So by the time I would have got back to her, it would have been like 2 hours, something like that. So as I'm taking my kids back to Dayton, I came and picked her up a little early. And when I'm getting to pick her up, I'm at the corner of the driveway. And as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up. She was just now pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her like she's in the car with another guy. But once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street. I'm like, oh, so she's trying to run. So guess what? I hopped in my truck and I pulled up on her. I sped down the street.
Now we got a high-speed chase.
Yeah, we on a high-speed chase. Look, we chase. I'm chasing her, and I'm looking dead at her. So they at the light now. We stopped at a red light. I pull up on the side of the car. I'm looking dead at her like, hold on, Aaliyah. I'm honking my horn and everything. She got a hood on, and then she looking the other way. So I guess she thinks she invisible. But I know her. I know how she looks and everything. And I'm like, so the guy ran the red light. So he run through the red light. So I run through the red light. So now I'm chasing her. The guy actually busts a U-turn in the middle of the street, fly back up the street, past the police station. I'm like, you know what? I'm not about to keep on chasing them. I stopped chasing them. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with her. I don't know.
Me and the rest of the driving citizenry appreciate that.
It was a full-blown high-speed chase.
Ms. Cannon, did that occur?
No, it was not even me in the car, and I keep telling him that. I keep telling him that. Like, no, like it really was not me in the car at all. Like I told him,
do you know that there was a high-speed chase that began where you lived?
No, he told me about it, and I was down the street. Like I had walked off. I had went to the store. Like I came back, and like my aunt telling me like, oh, JJ was outside, and he pulled off real quick. And I'm like, okay. So then when I called him on the phone,
that's a lie.
He told me to go back to that you was just with. I'm like, what? I wasn't just with nobody.
5 minutes later, she calling my phone. Baby, where you at? I'm like, what you mean where I'm at? I just chased you up the street.
That
wasn't me, baby. I'm like, man, you know what? Don't come back to my house. I'm like, don't come back. Get your stuff and get out. So I'm at my house.
Your house. That's one of our problems.
So 5 minutes later, she pull up at the house. Oh, baby, what's going on? I'm like, man, what you mean what's going on? Don't play dumb with me. I seen you in the car with the guy. Like, I seen, oh, it wasn't me. I'm like, man, you know what, man? Just leave me alone.
Leave it alone.
Leave me alone. Like, I don't understand, like, why she just want to keep on lying and lying and lying.
It sounds a little suspect, Mrs. Cannon, really.
Man,
I mean,
it really do.
It wasn't
her.
me, you know, come
Why
on.
was the guy leaving? Why was the guy running? Why was the guy speeding up the street?
It sounds suspect, but it really was not
Do
me.
you
Like,
have
he
any
randomly,
idea what random man was at the house where you were supposed
no,
to be?
because he said that he was outside and he was outside the door and a car pulled in and then pulled out and he automatically just started chasing the car.
It was her.
So the car, supposedly,
people.
I'm speeding down the street and the car is he chasing the car and talking about a U-turn.
She actually admitted to me that it was her.
No, I did not. I did not admit that to you.
Told me,
Why would you
was jealous. You had you went on the high-speed chase. It wasn't that I was jealous. It was just the fact that I caught you on your lies because you always want to play the victim. Like, it's always me. No, I seen you in the car, so I wanted to show you that I saw you. Don't try to get away from me. I wanted to let you know that I saw you in the car.
Okay, I got you. It's a hot mess with all the free radicals out there. I got that.
Yeah. I had picked her up from work, Your Honor. We started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other, So did I. I had sex with somebody else too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation? There's another significant issue in your marriage that I think we need to address. Mrs. Cannon, I understand you want to have another baby. Is that accurate?
I would love to.
You would love to?
Yes, ma'am.
But between you already got 12 children?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many are yours?
I have 5.
You have 5, and you have 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I take it you don't want any more.
Nah, I'm cool. I'm glad. I love my 7 that I got, but I don't need no more right now.
Why do you want to have another one, especially as rocky as this situation is?
Well, I would love to have a baby by my husband. Like, it would really be something nice for me to have, but I can't have kids. My tubes is tied. So that's why him having them 2 kids on me bothers me as much.
Do you think that would solidify the marriage somehow, to have kids with them or something?
Well, no, I don't expect for a baby to be able to fix anything, but that was in the beginning when we first got together, you know, that I wanted a baby. Right now, if we would had a child, it probably would be terrible because we probably be battling back and forth about this child. But the problem that I have is the fact that I cannot get over the fact that he had 2 kids on me.
Right.
You know, like, it's very hurtful. Not only did you have one, you turned around and you had 2 of them by the same chick.
You know what, Your Honor? It's like, the thing is, her tools is tied, and I'm a guy, so I mean, my tools ain't tied. So it's like,
what does that have to do?
Yeah, no, hang on. Let him finish.
If she cheat and do what she want to do, won't nothing happen. Like, no matter how many guys that she mess with or sleep with, she won't get pregnant. But if I go out there and have sex, it can only be one time, and it can be like a baby. Like, it's not like something that I planned on happening.
There are 99 million different forms of birth control out there.
Yeah, but that's not my.
Oh, yes, it is your responsibility.
Yes, it is.
It is your responsibility.
Thank you.
If you don't know that woman, if you don't know everything is cool, you cover it up. You don't bring diseases home. You don't leave kids littered out there. You cover that up. You're responsible for that.
I understand.
I'm talking about it's not my job. Please.
No, I mean, I understand that. I mean, but I take care of my kids. I love my kids.
I didn't know.
But it's the fact that you had the 2 kids on me.
That isn't the point. I mean, you should take care and love your children, but you also should be responsible not to create them
and have
if that is not appropriate under the circumstances. That's what I'm telling you.
You're right, Mom.
Mr. Cannon, I understand you finally filed for divorce. What brought that on?
It was one time, Your Honor, it was like, well, I had picked her up from work, Your Honor. As we got to the house, we got into an altercation. Like, so we started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, she admitted, like, well, yeah, since you want to keep on talking, yeah, I actually had sex about what you was, I was accusing her having sex.
What did you say to me before I said that?
I'm gonna get to you.
The first time, look, that's what she told me she had sex first. She told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other. So did I. I had sex with somebody else, too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation?
In the midst of us arguing, you know, we saying things to each other. You know, he's saying bad things.
And then
I'm
all of that
saying bad
came
things.
up.
But when he said it, it crushed me because I know for a fact that he probably more than likely actually really did it.
And you just said it for a fact.
And I just said it, you know, just to make him mad, but don't get me wrong.
She told me she had relations first.
I got it. I got that part.
But don't get me wrong, like, I don't want to make it seem...
Yeah. I see we are completely and utterly off the cliff. I get that. Know why we're in divorce court. Now I want to talk about the money. So, Mr. Cannon, I understand as you're divorcing Mrs. Cannon, you would like her to pay $1,325, $325 for the filing fees, and $1,000 for property damage, including clothes and tires. Explain that to me.
Well, Your Honor, I actually did go down there and file for divorce, and I had to, because I felt like it was her reason that I filed for divorce. I wanted to get it over with, so I went down there and paid $325 for us to get a divorce. And out of anger, she ripped my clothes up. Like, she cut my couches. This is the paper right here that I went to go file for the divorce.
Do you have anything to show me the nature of the damage she did or what she did it to?
I probably have pictures on my phone about with my couches that she ripped up.
What do you have to say about that, Mrs. Cannon?
Well, when he told me that he had relations with that woman, the outfit he had on, I tore it up. Them shoes he wore that day, I tore it up. I mean, I wanted to tear up all the clothes in the closet for real. I wanted to break the TV, the fish tank, the whole nine I was mad. But instead, I just tore up the outfit that he had on for that day. So the shirt, the pants, the shoes, and I did tear the couch, but that's both of our couch. Like, how you gonna try to charge me for something?
That's not both of our couch. I paid for it myself.
Anything that you purchase while we're married is both of ours.
Man,
what are you talking about?
She always trying to claim something
believe it or not, I have a glancing familiarity with the law, so I think I got that part, okay? Anything else you want to say? No. Listen, here's the way it goes. You filed for divorce, you paid for the filing. That's what she's going to have to pay for her side, her attorney, all that kind of stuff. You want to get a divorce, you paid for the filing, that's it. She doesn't owe you the money for the filing because you believe she's the reason that you filed. You did quite enough dirt on your own, by the way. Number two, you can't tear up somebody else's stuff. Can't do it at no point in time. But the outfit that you had on probably has very little, if any, value. But I'm going to just do a little rough justice just because it's wrong to tear up other people's stuff. I'm going to charge you $100 for that, then pay him for his stuff. You don't have to pay for the couch. The couch was jointly owned. She tore up her own stuff. That's fine. But you can't be tearing up other people's stuff. Can I say this? I know you got... I'm so glad y'all getting a divorce. It's so good for you to be done. And I want you to be happy and move forward. Don't think about all the things that he's done for you now because you're putting a period on him. It's over. Women tend to ruminate on it, how it happened, why it happened. Doesn't matter anymore. He's just another dude off the street to you now. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any children together. You're a pretty young lady. You go out there and enjoy your life. Whatever happened between the two of you happened, and it's done, and it's over. Mr. Cannon, I hope that you have grown in the bosom of the church as you so claim. I really do.
Thank you, Jesus.
Part of doing that, there's no point claiming religion if you don't obey the rules that's in them.
Walk how you talk.
And that's what I'm asking you to do. $100 in favor of Mr. Cannon. It is so ordered.
I would have hoped things would have got better between us, but I know as a woman how I'm supposed to be treated, and I need to be treated better.
Today on Divorce Court.
I don't show Hubert any affection anymore since I lost respect for him.
He doesn't say, I love you. We don't sleep in the same bedroom anymore. It breaks my heart and my soul.
Hubert drinks from the time he gets up in the morning until the time he goes to bed at night. He's got 4 DUIs.
I like to drink. One might lead to 2. I'm maybe 30. He can't put up with it and he don't like it.
I took my wedding ring off 9 months ago because Hubert doesn't respect what a wedding ring means.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Hubert Perry and Dennis Forrester. The two of you have been together for 4 years and married for 1. I gotta say this, because everybody's gonna notice. There's a 30-year age difference between the two of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're 30 and you're 61.
61.
And when we first got you, we didn't believe you were really married. So we made you send us your marriage license. And indeed, this is the real deal.
Yeah.
People always think we're faking, but we're not. Mr. Perry and Mr. Forrester, you are in trouble in your marriage, and you came to see me to get this thing over with. But I don't think that's really what you want, but things are very much sideways. So, Mr. Perry, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
Well, I met Dennis about 4 years ago. We met off a chat line, and he was a really, really good man when we first met. We was outbounding, we went places, we always was together, we did stuff together, we went out, ate, and everything. And over the years, he's just got solid where he wants to sit at home and just smoke his cigarettes and be himself.
He boring.
He's boring. He's really, really boring.
Mr. Forrester, what do you have to say about that, sir?
He's right. When we first met, honestly, when we first met, I did run around with him, go out and have a drink,
Sure.
have a good time. But I had prostate cancer, and that affected my health a lot. So that I had to settle down.
Right.
Because I can't do what I used to do.
Right.
And I'm not 30 years old like he is.
Yeah, no, it's different. You passed 50 and... Ooh-wee. Mr. Forrester, why don't you tell me what you believe is the primary problem in this relationship?
Our problem is Hubert's drinking problem.
How much does he drink?
He gets up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He'll start drinking from 7 to the time he goes to bed at night.
Mr. Perry, he says you're drinking all day long. Is that true?
No, Your Honor, that is not true.
Yes, it is.
How much do you drink on any given day?
I drink, when I do drink, I do consume a lot of alcohol, but I don't drink every single day.
You don't drink every single day?
No, ma'am.
How many times a week do you drink?
About 3 times out of a week.
No.
3 to 4
3 times out of a
times.
week.
Well, on the weekend, I drink all weekend.
Tell me how much you drink.
I might drink probably a case to 30 beers a day with gin and liquor.
Are you concerned at all about your drinking?
I am, but I drink because I'm bored.
So you've developed a drinking habit over the years that you've been with him, or were you drinking before you met him?
I was drinking, but not heavily, until he got boring with me. So when he got boring with me, and I got boring with him, I started drinking and hanging out and doing everything else.
Now, we had some trouble getting you here. Can you
We
tell
did.
me what happened?
I decided to take a few more drinks, and I ended up going to jail and getting a DUI.
His 4th one, Your Honor.
He has 4 DUIs.
This will be my 4th one.
And you know what happened when we called and he said, yeah, I'm in jail?
What?
Have some alcohol for me when I get there.
Yes.
And we were like, just get on the plane, man.
Right.
Get out of jail and get on the plane. Mr. Perry, you have a problem. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Forrester, what's the worst thing he's done while intoxicated?
He's wrecked 3 of my vehicles.
That'll do it.
3 of them were, they were all totaled out.
Totaled out.
And he was drinking at the time.
Mr. Perry, you want to talk about Mr. Forrester?
I sure do.
I bet you do.
I sure do.
Why don't
Because
you tell me what your main complaint is with Mr. Forrester?
my main complaint with Mr. Forrester is that the whole time that we've been married, he never told his family. I had to send them a marriage certificate through social media. And he doesn't take me to his family members. They don't know much about me. Since day one, since we've been married, they never even sent an
acknowledgement,
any
a
kind of card or
nothing.
nothing like that. My family has been there for Denny since day one. They
My
love him,
family
they
doesn't
care about
like
him.
his drinking.
Mr. Forrester, what did you say?
My family doesn't like his drinking.
Mr. Forrester, is it just the drinking, or is it...
It's the drinking and the disrespect.
When you say disrespect, tell me what you mean.
No, it's because I'm black.
I was going to ask, but thank you for putting that out there.
He calls me.
Does being black have something to do with
He
it?
calls me a white cracker.
It does. It has a a problem with me being black because whenever I do go with him, I have to get in the back seat of the vehicle and hide because there's rebel flags hanging up.
Is that true, Mr. Forrester?
No.
He would be
Oh,
telling
you
a
said
lie.
that very slowly, Mr. Forrester. You know, you can't help your relatives. I mean, if they're racist or if they're, you know, Confederate enthusiasts, two different things.
Yeah, my family interacts with black people. They're not racist or nothing like that.
Does he have to hide in the back seat of the car, though?
No, ma'am.
He just made that up.
It's because he's drunk.
He just laid out.
No. He's telling a lie there because whenever during his cancer surgery and everything, my auntie and her daughter was there, and his family was there, and I asked his family, hey, can I take y'all out to lunch while he's in recovery? And they was like, no, they wouldn't even accept me to go with them. And then his uncle and dad and them all put newspapers in front of their face so that they wouldn't even talk to us.
But it's my understanding you're the one that uses racial slurs to him because he just told me that.
Oh, he uses them too to me.
No, ma'am.
He uses them too to me. If I get him heated or we get into an argument, he can be really, he got a mouth. Yeah, he can get ugly, yes.
I want to move on from that and talk about the cheating because there has been some cheating and I want to know who's cheating on whom and why.
Yep.
When I was in the hospital in ICU, about dead, Hubert gets on the phone and calls him and tries to hit up on him.
Did you try to hit up on a friend when he was in the hospital recovering? Look at him, he did it! He did it! Mr. Perry, you say that there's been cheating on Mr. Forster's part. Why don't you explain that to me?
Well, I have seen 6 tapes of him doing things with another guy. He has been on the chat line talking to other guys. And also, one day we was at the grocery store. This was just here recently, at the grocery store. And a guy saying, oh, I like your pictures. They're really nice. So I look back in the phone, and there's no pictures there because everything that he sends to another man, he deletes it.
Mr. Forrester, are you running around on your husband?
No, ma'am.
What about these sex tapes?
That was prior to mine and Hubert's meeting.
Okay, so this is old stuff.
This is old stuff.
How about the chat line? You still on the chat line?
No, ma'am. I hadn't been on the chat line in over a year.
That's not.
He doesn't look like he's got the energy.
He has the energy. He has energy. Let me tell you something. On his birthday, on the 21st of August, on his birthday when he turned 61, he wanted to go see his family up in Georgia. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So I was like, you know, here's you a few dollars for gas or whatever. So I said, hold on, let me run to the car real quick and do something. So I went and reset the miles on the car, which there's only like about 60 miles there and 60 back, so that would have made 120. Well, he comes back in about 4 hours, and there's like 300 and something miles on the vehicle.
Why does that have to involve cheating? He might just be going places.
Because he was meeting somebody on the road.
Why do you believe he was meeting somebody on the road? Because I get in the car, I go here, go there.
He's real sneaky. He's real sneaky because on that day he wasn't answering his phone. He usually tells me, hey, I'm here at my family's or something. He didn't do any of that on that day.
Mr. Forrester, do you know what he's talking about?
The guy that we're talking about,
right.
And I've known him for over 10 years. When I was in the hospital in ICU, about dead, Hubert gets on the phone and calls him and tries to hit up on him.
Did you try to hit up on a friend when he was in the hospital recovering? Look at him, he did it! He did it! Look at that smile, you did!
I did, Your Honor, because, you know, he did, because I was trying to cheat on him because of what he did to me. You know, I bring guys home now because of what he's done to me. I mean, he's the one that's been caught cheating all the time.
So you took the time where he was almost dead, recovering in the hospital. This is a great time for a revenge cheat?
I
This is what you're telling me?
I did because he was doing stuff prior to that before he had the surgery or whatever.
Your Honor, the guy that he's seeing now, he brings him into our home and disrespects me. He comes in, goes to their bedroom, has sex or whatever they do back there, come out naked, go in and take a shower together, right there in front of me. That's disrespectful.
Mr. Perry, do you do that?
That would be true because
Look at you.
But listen, he's not making me happy. He's not making me happy. He's not giving me what I want. So I gotta go out there and get it some kind of other way.
I mean, not that I could support that on any level, but do you gotta bring it home and do it right in front of him?
Yes, because it's both of our house, and I mean, if we're both on the lease, I can do what I want to do. He can do what he want to do. I told him, hey, if you want to go meet you somebody, you go meet you somebody.
If I brought somebody home in front of Hubert, I'd be knocked out the front door.
And you know that's true because you laughing at that too.
That would be true, but I mean, I really just wanted to be over with him.
You wanted to be over?
Yes, I'm tired of him because I mean, all he did is lied and he's cheated. He just hides a lot of stuff from me. I mean, over just like $20, I could be like, hey, you got this, you got that. No, I don't. But then when I go check your wallet, it's there.
Yeah. Given all the drinking and the cheating, it's no wonder that there are intimacy issues because you say you guys don't have sex anymore. I want to talk a little bit about that and then ask each one of you, what is it you really want to do? Do you want to, you're 61, your health ain't good.
Right.
You're trying to fix this thing. You're trying to look for a sliver of hope. Let's just try to figure out what's going on here.
We got wedding bands. He won't even wear his wedding band.
No.
And I mean, what kind of band? I mean, even when we was married, he wouldn't even wear. When we was first married, he wouldn't even wear it.
I took my ring off 9 months ago because of what he does.
Mr. Forrester, what do you want to do? He's bringing other guys in the house. Are you ready to leave? Is it just too hard to leave? What's happening?
Well, I don't sleep with Hubert no more because he's bringing these guys into the house. I don't know what kind of diseases they got.
Right. Do you want to end this marriage?
I think it's for the best, yes.
Mr. Perry, do you want to do anything to hang on to Mr. Forrester?
I really love him and I care about him, but the reason we don't sleep together is because he sleeps with the dogs sleep with him, and I don't like dogs. And we sleep in separate beds. We sleep in separate rooms because of that. I mean, I can't sleep in a room where a doggy pees in the bed and all of that and poops in the floor and all of that. I mean, I was never raised with a dog. If you have a dog, it's supposed to stay on the outside in a cage or tied up or whatever it's supposed to be.
That dog is house trained. She wakes me up at 5 in the morning.
That's our biggest.
It's so funny what you got rules about. You got rules about the dog, but you can bring another dude in the house in front of your husband. Yeah. Ain't no problem. I don't understand that. I mean, everybody's raised somebody, I'm proper, except for, Mr. Perry, what are you going to do about your life? You seem dissolute. You seem to have, you're drinking, you're sitting at home, you're disrespecting your husband, DUIs, all of this mess. What are you going to do to make your life turn out as something other than a train wreck?
Leave Denny and be single.
Do you think that will help you?
It sure would, because I mean, I feel like sometimes, or most of the time, he can be the worst enemy in my life, but then he can be the best enemy in my life. I mean, it's just, I don't understand it. Like, I mean, we got wedding bands. He won't even wear his wedding band.
No.
And I mean, what kind of band? I mean, even when we was married, he wouldn't even wear, when we was first married, he wouldn't even wear it.
I took my ring off 9 months ago because of what he does.
Yeah. Huh. Mr. Forrester, what are you going to do if you leave him? I mean, you're not working, you're not well. Is it a problem to leave him?
No. It's not a problem.
You got somebody to look after you? Or you don't need that yet?
I'm a survivor.
You're going to make it?
That would be a lie.
Why is that a lie?
Because his family don't want him around them.
No, Hubert.
His family don't want him around them because he's done so many bad things to them in the past.
What's he done that's so bad?
He's stole from them and everything.
I have never
Yes, he has.
from my family.
And okay, if this how it should be. Okay, why is he gonna pay somebody else's phone bill and not paying mine?
Whose phone bill is he paying?
Ask him whose phone bill he's paying.
You paying somebody else's phone bill?
I pay mine and my father's phone bill.
But let our cable bill get behind.
Okay. I got a very clear picture of what's happening here. And I want to paint it for you and then move on. Mr. Forrester, I wish you nothing but happiness and health.
Thank you.
I hope you are completely finished with this guy. You are too good a person to be putting up with the kind of disrespect that he's showing up with in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Talking about you all ridiculous, doing the most horrendous things. You don't worried about whose phone bill you're paying, and having sex with other men in your house. My goodness, you're worth so much more than that. You shouldn't have to tolerate that. And you are a survivor, and I believe in your ability to move on forward and go on. You don't need no little 30-year-old drunk guy in your house bringing other dudes in there. You'll be fine on your own. Find somebody closer to your age, got some sense, know how to treat somebody. You just awful.
Yes.
You're drunk, riding around, crashing cars. You're using him for his money. You're a wrong dude. You're not working. And I hope you go to jail for these DUIs because you have absolutely no right to put the rest of this community at risk because you don't know how to handle your business. And I want you to feel bad when you leave here, Mr. Perry. Usually I don't say that, but I want you to feel bad because because you feel some sense of righteous indignation about something or another, and I can't even figure out why. But until you feel badly about what you do and who you are and how you behave and how you conduct business, you're never going to get any better. And you need to get better. You really, really do. Mr. Forrester, my best to you. Best of luck. I wish you well. Be a better man. This matter is adjourned.
The reason why I put up with this so long is I've been trying to help Hubert get on the right path. And he doesn't want to listen to me, so I've done all I can do.
I think my marriage failed because of me and him and my drinking, my alcohol.
Today on Divorce Court.
I don't want to be just the other girl. Like, I'm too old now. I've been married, grandkids and everything. It's time for me to sit down.
I want the judge to tell Sheree to grow up and act her age. You can't wear booty shorts at 45 years old. You got grandkids.
No matter what, it's all about sex.
When I first met her, I told her that I like to have sex. She agreed that she liked to have sex too.
He's a good guy. Like, I love him. He rubs my feet.
Sheree makes me happy. It's just certain things that I disagree with.
I don't want him playing with me, and I don't want to play with him.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sheree Johnson and Marshall Meeks. Ms. Johnson, Mr. Meeks, you two have been together for 4 years, living together for a year and a half now. You just sick of one another. And we're going to call it a day. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going on and why we're here in divorce court?
Well, I've been bamboozled, Your Honor. I moved from Dallas to Arkansas with Mr. Meeks, Marshall, and I get there and I find out that he's been having messages on his phone and some cheats and some sexual activity on Facebook and social media. And I'm just like, I don't understand if I'm supposed to be here because I'm still here after it all. You know, after 3 or 4 times of finding stuff. But
give me an example of the types of things that you're running into on social media.
Oh, pictures of big booty girls, you know, bouncing, you know, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, the jiggle thing.
Yeah, and then the sex, yeah. You know, they had that show where, you know, do the boop,
yeah.
So, you know, I see that on his Facebook, and I get people calling me, you know.
Now, do you have a lot of that on your Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am, I do, but it's not people that I know. It's just reposts that I see on Facebook.
Any booty you see jiggling, you repost it.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's not every
It's got to be a
booty.
nice one.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely.
Does he do any messaging or anything directly to other individuals?
Well, yes. For example, like we were in Texas and he get a phone call on the phone, and I was like, well, who's that on the phone? He's like, I don't know who it is. And he doesn't know for 3 or 4 months. And then all of a sudden, the phone call rings at his mom's house phone, and I answer, and it's a woman on the phone. And I'm like, hello? She's like, can I speak to Marshall? I'm like, well, who is this? This is his girl. And I'm saying, Marshall, telephone. He's like, hang up, hang up, hang up. I was like, no. So she calls back again. I was like, hello? Put him on the phone now. He doesn't have a choice. I was like, Marshall, get on the phone now. So I'm just so upset because he didn't know who this woman was 3 months prior. He doesn't know her.
That's what he claimed.
Yeah,
anyway.
He doesn't know her, but she has the house phone, his mom and dad's house phone, not a cell phone. And then another time she calls right in the middle, we're getting home for the New Year's. You know, New Year's, we're about to get naked. The phone rings.
I wasn't ready for that.
The phone rings, and it's the same name. And I'm put my pants back in my legs. I'm going back over here in the dark because upstairs it's totally dark if the lights are out. He's like, what's wrong with you? Oh, that's that girl you don't know. She's calling us on midnight.
Do you know who this girl you don't know is?
Your Honor, I've been knowing who the girl is. The only difference is I answer the phone. She just don't answer the phone when guys call her phone.
So are you seeing this woman?
No.
What
No,
was
ma'am.
she calling you for?
Nothing. She was just calling to say Happy New Year's. I answered the phone in front of her.
Well,
I
she's
didn't-
been calling to say Happy New Year's for months.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Right.
Well, what were the other calls for?
What she's talking about is stuff from Facebook. Like, this person doesn't even stay anywhere close near us. So it's a Facebook conversation, but she have Facebook conversation with guys all the time.
What kind of conversation you having on social media that upsets her? What's going on? Are they sexual in nature?
No, ma'am. It's nothing sexual.
I object. I object. Because
Give me an example. Tell me where he's lying.
On his page, on my phone that I have, it's a picture, and it says, who has the best, stuff, and it's got a picture of this lady.
You have it on your phone?
Yeah, I do. And it's on his page that he says that he doesn't have.
You know, with that being said, though, I don't know who it is.
But it is on your page.
Yes,
See
I
his
got a
name
lot
at
of
the
pictures
top?
on my page.
Ooh, that's what I said. Huh? Slide to that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
think
his
she's
page.
being extra, Your Honor.
Huh?
Extra.
I think she's being extra because I don't even notice
That's
people.
extra. That's a whole lot of extra.
Uh-huh.
Do you talk to women as well on those things, or it's just the posting of the pictures?
It's just the posting of a picture. I don't even know
How
who else
old
going
are
on.
you?
I'm 32.
And that still happens in your 30s.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see anything wrong with posting pictures that I don't even know who they are.
Okay, what do you think the problem is in your relationship?
We have
Because she's leaving you.
because it's
she's
a whole
sick
bunch of
of
different
you.
problems.
Huh?
Yeah, that could probably go both ways, Your Honor, because
Is she doing sexually inappropriate stuff?
yes, ma'am.
Tell me about
All the
it.
time. She go out, stay out all night long. I don't know where she at. She don't answer my phone calls or text message. And then when she come home the next morning, she's drunk.
I'm not all the way drunk.
Not all the way, just
No.
part way drunk.
By the time I drove home, I sobered up.
By the time you sober up, but how do I know what she was doing the whole time she was out at night?
Do
When
you
she don't
believe
answer me?
she was cheating on you?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you cheated on her?
No, not while we was together, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Johnson, would you care to disabuse me of that notion?
Yes, ma'am. He has cheated on me, I believe. For instance, when that phone call came through that night, I left for 2 weeks. And in the 2 weeks that I left, I wasn't answering the phone or whatever. And he comes to get me. Like, that's never happened to me. That was a big deal. Like, you came to get me. That means you must still love me.
Right.
Well, when he walks in, he smells like sex.
He smells like sex.
Yes. And it's midnight at night, and he walks in, and I'm missing him so much, and I'm thinking I'm tripping. Like, I'm tripping. To myself, I think I'm tripping.
I think you're tripping a little bit myself. But Ms. Johnson, hang on. Mr. Meeks, do you know the circumstances about which she speaks?
She left for 2 weeks. The whole 2 weeks that she left, I was calling her family members, trying to find out where she was, trying to plead with her to get her to come back home. And then I get a phone call saying that she left me and went to her ex-boyfriend's house.
No.
So, were you at all dealing with other women while those
No.
2 weeks went by?
No, ma'am. I dealt with one woman, I did, and I told her about
When
it.
was that?
It was probably after that.
March 16th.
It was probably, no.
She knows the date.
No, she doesn't know the date. It was probably about 7 days after she had left, after I kept on calling, and then I got a phone call saying that she was at her ex's house.
But, Your Honor, I left him because of a woman calling the phone. And if he loved me so much, why would you go be with a whole nother woman?
Mr. Meeks, let me ask you this. You be honest with me. Are you running around on her a little bit?
No, I'm not.
You're not having sex with any other woman?
No
So
other
ever
woman.
since you've been with her, those last, how long has it been? 4 years. Never not one cheat in those 4 years.
Never, not once. The only time that she can say that I cheated, or when she say that I cheated, is when she left the house.
So you were on a break, according to you.
Right.
Well, that according to her too. She left and went to her ex-boyfriend's house.
Ex-boyfriend's house. She was on a break too.
Exactly.
I don't believe that.
I'm going to get off the real life cheating, and I'm going to take a look at your electronic porn life to see how that stands.
She have the password to my phone, so she can go in anytime she wants to.
I don't have your fingerprint.
She don't have my fingerprint, but the way I knew that she was going in my phone with my fingerprint, because one night I changed my fingerprint to my toe print. So when she tried to use my finger to get off of my phone, she couldn't, so she wake me up and say, oh, so now you don't change your password to your phone.
Now, Ms. Johnson, I understand he watches a lot of porn. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. It's on
How
his
much?
phone.
Where is it? And why don't you like it?
I mean, I like it. I mean, some people like porn. Like, I'm not really upset about that he watches porn.
Right.
Because I may watch it with him. The part that I'm upset with, that he feels like he hasn't cheated when our nationality he has. Like, I think maybe sex is a problem. He may have, I tell him, I was like, babe, I think you're addicted to sex. He was like, I don't think so, but you want sex in the kitchen. But like after a while, like I'm a little old, I like a rub or a kiss on the neck or something. And if I don't do it, he huffs and puffs.
It's a problem.
Goes in the bathroom.
Mr. Meeks, are you...
True story.
You know, it's difficult for me to ask a dude to defend these actions. Are you always after her for sex?
I like to have sex, Your Honor. I do. I enjoy it a lot.
And you've been exclusive with her or not? Because now's the time to tell. If
right.
not.
I mean, but when we first got together, Your Honor, before we even started talking, I told her I like to have sex. And I like to have sex a lot. She don't have a problem with it, because when we first got together, we had sex a lot.
A lot.
So as time goes by, now you want to start changing stuff up. I mean, don't start something from the beginning and then change it.
That's because you started sharing the product.
Are you cheating on her? Come on.
Your Honor, like I said, I had sex with one person.
One person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the porn thing, is that an issue?
No, I watch porn, Your Honor, but like she said, she watched porn with me.
Oh, okay,
and
so...
It's not something that I wake up in the middle of the night and just go watch porn or anything like that.
Now, I've heard people go bankrupt watching porn. You know what I mean? They've enough paid sites, and they have do you spend a lot of money on it?
No, ma'am, I don't spend any money on
So
porn.
it's all free?
Yes, ma'am.
He hasn't. I just want him to, he tells me, I have to make up a story. Like he sleep, for instance. One night he sleep, and he has a fingerprint on his phone for his code. So I take his fingerprint and push the button with it.
And what's the most incriminating thing? Did he not wake up?
No.
Your Honor,
He did
can I say
not
something
wake
about
up.
that, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor. She have the password to my phone, so she can go in anytime she wants to.
I don't have your
but
fingerprint.
She don't have my fingerprint, but the way I knew that she was going in my phone with my fingerprint, because one night I changed my fingerprint to my toe print. So when she tried to use my finger to get off of my phone, she couldn't, so she wake me up and say, oh, so now you don't change your password to your phone.
Did he change up on you?
He'll tell me, and then he'll say, oh, it's this number, and then I'll go in the bathroom, come back, let me see your phone, it's a different phone. But
Is
he
there stuff
started
on there
that.
she can't see? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, it's just she thinks everything that she do is okay, and she try to justify it, but she have guys calling her phone all the time, Your Honor. She have different guys calling her phone. She have different guys texting her phone.
Do you really think she's cheating on you?
I do, Your Honor. From time to time, I do.
Proof.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to ask for,
Yeah.
Mr. Meeks. I want you to dig deep.
And I'm finna tell you, Your Honor.
And tell me something that's going to make me say, yep, she's doing the wrong thing. Is there a reason you haven't married her yet? Do you feel like she's not the one, you're not the marrying kind? Any of those things are okay answers, but we need to know which one it is.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
She's married.
I'm getting it.
Well, there you go. Now, Mr. Meeks, this is your opportunity to tell the most incriminating story you have with respect to Ms. Johnson and her extracurricular sexual activity. Go.
Okay, Your Honor. I could be at work, she'll go out with her friends and everything, and she'll have a totally different outfit on from when she out with her friends than when I get home. And when I get home, she got this old grandma-looking outfit on, but when she just left out, she had thought shorts on with the bottom of her booty cheeks and stuff hanging out.
Like the ones on your Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am. The one that, some shorts that her daughter should be wearing, she's wearing. And that's the problem that I have.
Ms. Johnson, what are you doing when you're going out in the thought shorts?
First of all, I'm out with my friends, and I'm 40-something, but I think I'm cute. Like, I would wear some stuff. I think I'm cute. And he thinks I'm supposed to dress like a granny. But if he gets off at 11 o'clock at night and I'm out at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, of course I'm going to have something else on. That doesn't mean I'm out cheating because of what I have on.
Yeah, we change clothes all day.
Okay.
I mean, because
Right,
I don't
Your Honor.
understand that.
Right, Your Honor, but do you, when you leave your house and your husband call your phone, don't you answer your phone call when your husband call you, or at least call him back in a
20
decent time?
times?
Not typically. I do not allow questions. But I'll answer that one. And yeah, I answer the phone.
Right.
So what is the point you're trying to make?
Okay, well, the point I'm trying to make is when you go out with your friends, I don't have a problem with you going out with your friends, but if I call you and you know that I'm at work, I feel like you should answer the phone and call me back. She don't respond to my call, message, or text or anything, but then you show up the next morning.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Meeks. Are you calling her about nothing?
No, ma'am. If I'm calling her, I'm calling for a reason.
Is the reason, where are you?
Yes.
Oh, I ask where she is.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. But it's not asking her like to check up on her to keep tabs with her. I'm
Well,
asking
what you
her
asking for?
Cause like when I take breaks and stuff, I have to call her so she can come pick me up off my break at work and
On
stuff.
tabs. Another thing, he goes to work. He works a couple of jobs. And to keep me at home, I have to go pick him up from work for a break for 30 minutes, take him back to break, take him back to work, pick him up for after work. And people that live right next door up the street can just drop him off or something, but he needs me to come. And then like with the cards on E, I was like, well, I need gas and money to eat, or I need this. He'll give me $10 for gas, cigarettes, something to eat, something to drink, and something for the kids for $10. Like he's just trying to, and the gas tank is on E, might I add.
Mr. Meeks, are you cheap?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I'm not cheap at all. It's anything that she needed and want, I take care of it. But the problem that I have with Cherie is that she would take her last and want to give to the world. And I try to tell her we can't take care of the world in our household too. We got to take care of us first, and then you worry about your friends.
What, she's giving money out to friends and
Yes,
whatnot?
ma'am. She'll give her last to anybody. And she want to help the world, but I'm not a help the world person. You know what I'm saying?
She's trying to help yourself. I understand
Exactly.
that. Hey, I'm right with you. Ms. Johnson, is he tight with the dollar because you give the last one away?
I'm a save the world, and he's to save myself. Like, it's just in my heart. If somebody needs something and I got it, I'm going to give it because I'm going to get a blessing back. And I try to tell him, and he doesn't care about that.
Yeah, but you blessing them with his money and not your own.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Well, the difference between me and him is I'm not his wife. First of all, that's what I want to be, but I'm not his wife.
Uh-oh. She said it. Did you hear her?
I heard Your Honor.
What'd she say?
She said that she's not my wife.
And that's why we're here, you know.
Right.
She's gonna bounce if you don't come across with the ring. And I think that's the entirety of this whole matter. The sex, the post, none of that matters. She wants a ring, and I'm gonna see if I can get her one. Mr. Meeks, I don't think you're cheating. I think you love her. I think you're a hard-working dude. I think she's mad because she moved to a whole new state with you and does not have the sense of security of being your wife. Did I get that right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Yes,
Mr. Meeks, you can't make somebody marry somebody, but you can make somebody see how their loved one feels and make some decisions about what you want to do for her. Now, Is there a reason you haven't married her yet? Do you feel like she's not the one, you're not the marrying kind? Any of those things are okay answers, but we need to know which one it is.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
He's married.
I'm getting it.
Well, there you go.
He's married.
Well, Your Honor, if she would have let me talk, Your Honor, I was going to tell you that.
From one state to another with a married dude.
Well, I didn't know at the beginning of our relationship that he was married for about
Your Honor.
4 to 6, about
Your Honor.
4 months, and his aunt tells
Your
me
Honor.
he's
So
married.
is your wife going to be surprised to see you here on divorce
She's not,
court?
Your Honor, because my wife know about her just like she know about my wife. Your Honor, she's lying. She's been knowing that I was married before we even started talking.
No, I didn't know. I
So
didn't know.
why are you still married to this other woman?
I just haven't had the money to get a divorce yet, but we've been separated for 2 years.
It's just totally a paperwork kind of thing.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
get that paperwork cleared up. Will you find a way to marry her, or are you just going to get the paperwork cleared
No,
up?
I'll get the paperwork, but she know that I want to be with her. She know that. I tell her every day that I want to be with her, Your Honor.
Mrs. Johnson, you are the author of your own angst. If I were you and I really wanted this dude, I'd get me a part-time job and then a divorce attorney, send him over his way, and get him loose so you can tie him back up. This matter is adjourned.
I had tons of doubts before today about getting married, but after listening to the judge, maybe I'll let him get a divorce before I decide if we'll be together.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because I'm sick of the mind games with Jeremiah.
She knows she has a smile, she flaunts it.
He's insecure about everything. He's always accusing me of talking to other men.
I want to find out if my girlfriend is cheating or not.
I'm pregnant and I know Jeremiah is the father.
We took a DNA test to find out whether I'm the father or not.
Jeremiah has these mood swings and it can turn on and off.
She does things that piss me off.
If he changes his actions and take responsibility and stop with all the nonsense, then me and Jeremiah can go forward.
If Brandy could change her ways, I could see myself staying with her forever. But if not, I'm leaving, I'm going.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brandy Welch and Jeremiah Johnson. The two of you have been together for 2 years. You are thinking about getting married, but ran into a couple of stumbling blocks, so you've come to me for my opinion as to whether or not you should wed. I had you take my compatibility test. You gave me your license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. Ms. Welch, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why we're here today?
Well, Judge, we're here because we have issues as far as with accusations. Jeremiah accuses me a lot of flirting with other men, of touchy-feely. He gets angry and shuts down and, I mean, completely locks me out. For example, we went to Vegas. We had a good time in Vegas, okay, up until that last day.
Right.
We were going zip lining, and Jeremiah just completely shut down. Well, I'm like, what's going on, babe? What's wrong? Why are you, acting like this? We supposed to be having fun. Not saying nothing. And then he left out, walked out. I'm ready to go. Bye. So when I came down, I actually caught up with him. And, I'm still asking him, what's wrong, Jeremiah? What's wrong, babe? Just let me know, like, what's going on? And he's just totally ignored me, not saying nothing.
Did he ever tell you what the problem was?
When we got to the airport. Oh, and that's a whole nother story. I was staring at men on the strip. Yeah, oh, you're staring at men. I said, we're on a strip and I'm not staring, I'm at eye level with these people.
Right.
Sometimes you have no choice but to look.
Right.
So.
Mr. Johnson, why don't you tell me your version of that event? What do you say
we was kind
happened?
of pressed for time. It was also our money situation wasn't there. And it's just like she was spending X amount of dollars.
It was there.
No. Go ahead.
No, we only had a certain amount of money to spend and she blew through everything today.
That's a lie.
Stop.
That particular day.
So, is that what you were angry about when the zip line thing happened?
No, she was being flirtatious with guys. She was saying, how you doing, to guys walking up and down the strip, which I found to be disrespectful, very disrespectful.
I mean, you were walking side by side.
She was walking side by side. Sometimes I was behind her, but I could tell she was being flirtatious.
And would she initiate conversation, or if somebody said something, would she speak back? How did that work?
Actually, I actually had to catch a cab back to the hotel, and the cab actually went past. She was actually standing on the corner. I actually seen her talking to another guy with her cousin. And I asked her, well, who was that? She was like, oh, that wasn't nobody, this, that, and the third. And hey,
But why do you think it was something flirtatious? I mean, what about that is
She
sexual?
couldn't even tell me what they was talking about. Nothing.
It wasn't my conversation to tell him what they were talking about. It wasn't with me.
Give me your best evidence of flirtatious or inappropriate conduct with the opposite gender.
Flirtatious, text messages.
Give me
social
an example,
media.
'cause I'm trying to get my arms around.
Social media is a whole nother story, let me tell you, okay? He gave me an
I'm gonna give him
ultimatum
a
to
check.
delete my Facebook, to deactivate it. He gave me an ultimatum, said, hey, if we're gonna be together, you gotta get rid of your Facebook. Where does that become an ultimatum in a relationship?
I don't find that to be controlling.
No.
It is. It's very.
Hey. What was she saying on social media that you found disrespectful?
I found it disrespectful as all these different guys, and she don't know none of them, but she's friends with them.
But what does she say to them?
How many kids do you have? Are you in a relationship? What do you do? Different things of that nature.
So, getting to know you, acquaintance kind of conversations.
Yes.
Ones that she could have with a woman or a man, but you just don't like the one she has with men.
That's both. That's both ways because I think she's bisexual.
I didn't see that coming.
Really? No, the problem is men and women hits on me. You know, so he accuses me of being bisexual.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. In his defense, do you entertain any of that on there?
No.
Do you shut him down?
Yes, I do.
That's not true. Anytime you sit up there asking how many kids you got, what do you do for a living, that's not shutting somebody down.
That's them asking me. But
No,
what is
that's
my
you asking
response?
them.
I never
But do you
did.
find that sexual in nature or inappropriate?
I find it to be like a little bit flirtatious because if I do it, she'd ask me, oh, well, who is this? How do you know them? She does the same thing to me.
You know, like, I got a question though. You and I, we over here. You waiting for one thing, I'm waiting for another thing. You sitting there, I'm sitting there, say, hey, how you doing? What are you doing? I say, hey, what do you do for a living?
She doesn't do
this and that. You know what I mean? I would do that.
But it's a different story when you actually touching somebody and laughing.
But you can't be touching them on Facebook.
That's true.
See, Mr. Johnson, let me tell you where you're gonna run into trouble in here. You're a subject switcher. When someone presses you about the validity of your statement, you move to a different subject. Not far from where you are, but just enough so you can get off of where you are and deny the lack of logic in your statement.
This is during our
So you are a
arguments, too.
subject shifter. So you need to know that whenever you're met with undeniable logic, you move. So you move in the direction of not trusting
that's not
her, even
undeniable.
when the logic indicates that you ought to.
But when you're receiving messages 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and she's just saying they friends, that's more like a booty call
I
to
never
me.
told him they were friends. This is social media. Guys look at your picture, oh, she pretty, I'm gonna try her. You know, I'm gonna try to see if she'll go.
She actually got guys that come to her house, ring her doorbell, and it's like
That's
she
a
don't.
lie.
It's the truth.
I want to know where the seed of infidelity was sown. So I'm gonna go at it in a different direction. What's the most suspect thing she's done since you've been together?
It's one particular time she sent out 10 text messages to her ex.
To her ex?
Yeah. He said that they slept together.
And he
back in
was
November.
lying, trying to pee him
and
off.
you believe him over her? You said she's promiscuous. Now, does that mean you've caught her in infidelities? Is that her reputation in the town? Or simply is that a belief as a function of flirtatious and sexy behavior?
I think it's more like a belief. It's when she drinks, right now we're dealing with Brandy.
Right.
But when she drinks, it's Miss Welch.
It's Miss Welch?
Yes.
And what does Miss Welch do?
A freak.
Okay, define her freak nature.
Like to do different things in the bedroom.
Okay, with you?
Yeah.
He should be happy.
But she also talks about her past relationships, how she was offered threesomes and...
I got it. I think I know where you come from. Ms. Welch, have you had a fun, raucous past?
I have.
And he knows about it, either through you or someone else.
When I was single, I mingled, you know,
Right.
But that don't mean I slept with everyone in the town.
Did I
was
say
having
that?
my fun.
I did not say that.
No,
I'm just saying you.
not at all.
But you were free. And you
Yeah.
were happy. And you
Right.
were raucous. And he knows.
Exactly.
So that sowed a seed of insecurity that if you want to be his wife, you've got to deal with that insecurity in a certain way, shape, or form.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
But Jeremiah also has other things going on with him. Like, he doesn't support me.
Tell me about that.
Which way? Please do.
Let me talk. He doesn't support me. For example, my grandmother had passed away. My family was having a balloon release for her over the water.
Right.
He was invited. So, you know, Jeremiah comes along, but he brings his moody attitude with him. So, and this is a special day for my grandmother passing. So I'm like, you know, what's going on? Me trying to cater to his feelings again. What's going on, Jeremiah? How you feeling? You know, what's the problem? Oh, nothing. I'm fine. He's not, you know, he's trying to walk away from me, you know, and remind you my family is around.
Right, right.
We get back, you know, do the balloon release, get back in the car, and he goes into accusations again from what he found from Facebook and social media and emails, trying to connect them to Facebook. Like, I don't know, he's playing Inspector Gadget, you know, trying to figure out this dude, who is this dude? He texts you, hey, good morning. Remind you, I don't know him from a can of paint, okay? These are guys who try their luck on Facebook. You know, I don't respond.
This seems to be a recurring theme. Is
Always.
it something that you argue about constantly?
Yes, because I feel like she erases things out of her phone.
That's not true.
Old text messages, old emails.
That's
like,
not true.
What's the most suspect thing she's done since you've been together?
It's one particular time she sent out 10 text messages. When I asked her about it, she didn't know, she didn't have a clue what I was talking about.
10 text messages to the same person, or 10 text to a group of 10 people?
To her ex.
To her ex?
Yeah.
So now, do we have a specific individual with whom we have a difficulty here?
Yes, and I have no ties to him. I block all ties with him. You know, he knows I'm in a relationship, but he still tries his luck. You know, and I don't initiate no conversation with him. I don't email him, text him,
Have you given him a strong check?
I just recently told him, I said, listen, stop texting me. I'm happy. I moved on. We can't be friends. You don't need to check up on me and try to see how things going.
He actually called one day when we were sitting in the car together, and I actually started talking to him. He said that they slept together.
And he was lying, trying to pee him off.
And you believe him over her?
Yes. Because we was fighting around that time.
See that? Okay. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to ask you a little bit about your past to see if I can find out where all this came from. I understand that you're pregnant, and you have some issues about paternity.
I think it's her ex.
You think it's her ex's baby?
Wow.
Well, I have the results here. And it can determine with certainty whether or not you're the father of the child. Now, are you going to tell him, or am I?
I'm going to tell him.
Tell me what?
Mr. Johnson, have you been cheated on before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a significant relationship and a tough cheat?
Yeah, I did take it pretty hard.
Yeah.
I did.
Do you think at all, just take a moment before you respond to this, it might color your vision with respect to future relationships?
I feel like I do bring that into this relationship. Still, it's just like the messaging, the texting, the flirtatiousness.
You know, if you got on purple glasses, everything you see will be purple. I think you got on purple glasses. I really, really do. And I'm sorry about that, because I think you're a good dude.
He is.
I think you're a good dude with skewed vision. You got a good woman, and you can't get over the possibility that she might hurt you. You know, jealousy is an exercise in making yourself miserable. You're going to be upset and angry and looking every day on the off chance that one day she might hurt you. So you're going to have 364 days of discomfort and anger and angst if, in fact, she might do something on the 365th. Why don't you just enjoy the day? And if one day she ups and, you know, she's doing a mad rumpy bumpy with some other dude, bounce. You don't have to wonder. You don't have to guess. You know what's up.
Judge,
and then you just go.
He never had to wonder, because
You know
I've
what
been with him 100%.
But I can't talk to another female without her jumping down my throat. So it's like it's the same thing.
His emotions is projected on me a lot of the times. Like, because he accuses me so much and plays with my emotions and think they are a joke, I get the feeling that maybe he's the one cheating. You know, why are you always accusing me?
No, she goes through my phone too.
Why are you always accusing me?
I think part of this is a function of this social media obsessed world that allows so much contact. People say sexual things. They send, you wouldn't believe. I have people go through my inbox for me.
Hello?
So I don't have to see what I get sent. You know what I mean? She said it's clear, and then I can go in, because she's taking all that raunch stuff out. You know, from all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Judge.
But let me say this. I understand that you're pregnant. And you have some issues about paternity.
I think it's her ex.
You think it's her ex's baby?
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, there is a new procedure that allows us to determine the paternity of a child in utero. And we have had access to that procedure. And you gave us a sample, did you not?
Yes.
And we took care of that, so I'm going to be able to answer that question for you. I have the results here, and it can determine with certainty whether or not you're the father of the child. Now, are you going to tell him, or am I?
I'm going to tell him.
Well, tell him.
You are not the father.
Tell him why.
Because there is no baby. You know
Now
why?
tell me why. No, now tell me why.
You know
Tell me
what?
why.
Judge, because he plays with my emotions too much. He drags out lies, tell me he's cheated, and I'm the one stuck with the emotions. I'm the one being taken for a joke, and my emotions are being played with. Now he see how it feels to be lied to when it's not true.
Now you see what I gotta go through? This is what I gotta go through.
But this is what I've been dealing with from you. So how does it feel? How does it feel?
We over with.
We over with?
We over with.
I don't understand the reasoning.
Neither do I.
I don't understand. You come here all before your vows. I think you love this man. You want this man to commit to you. You're mad that he's jealous all the time. And you tell a huge, whopping, hulking, ginormous lie. For what purpose?
I just wanted him to see how I feel. For once. I've been going through emotions. I want him to feel how I feel. You know?
So
And I love
play
him,
tit for
but,
tat.
you know, how much can I prove to him that I'm not cheating on him? How much can I prove to him that I'm loyal to him, that I want to be with him? That if things would change, I would marry this man? How much can I prove? He's leaving me no choice but to say, forget it. You know, you go your way, I go my way.
Here's the sad thing about all of this. I think you're two good people, and I don't think either one of you doing anything to the other one. I think you've got...
What she just did wasn't good, though.
Oh, it was horrifying. But you got into the process of, he hurt me with that, so I'm going to hurt him and hurt him with that. Then you became a fool and decided, well, he's hurting me, so let me hurt him. I think it's two good people doing bad stuff to one another, so a good thing can never result. I'm sad for you. I think it's unfortunate. And I ask this for you, Mr. Johnson, because I know you finished, but before you get into a relationship with somebody else, I want you to go see somebody about where your head is, your state of mind. Take a peek inside and see if you're not weak somewhere because of an insecurity. That's all I'm saying. See, that's all. Because I think you're a good dude who could do good things with a good woman, but I don't want it messed up by what one bad woman did to you sometime before. And everybody believes they're over it.
I think I know what the problem is.
What's the problem?
I got another girl pregnant at my other job.
What the hell is going on here?
There you have.
I'm too deep in the gutter to get out. I think you could have made it at one point, but you two got so busy getting at each other. This is where you. And no. I'm all done with you. You know, I got my man at home 30 years. I ain't got to live in the sewer. I wish you the best. I hope things get better. I hope you don't live in this kind of washing machine. Be done, baby.
Yeah.
Be absolutely and utterly done. Clearly.
That's it for me.
This is not happening. This matter is adjourned.
After listening to Judge Lynn, I feel like Jeremiah brought out the worst in me. Through accusations and everything, and to turn around and find out he was doing it, it's just a disaster. And what can I say?
I felt like she was messing around on me, so hey, I started messing around on her. I don't have no regrets on losing or this whole relationship. I'm done.
Today on Divorce Court.
I am here on divorce court today hoping to find some understanding between my fiance and I. Ramel misled me in the past because I thought that I was the only one that he was pursuing, and I wasn't.
The issue between me and Renita is she is controlling and she thinks that it's her way or the highway.
I want Judge Lynn to address in the courtroom with us today on how to communicate better and what expectations of a husband should be.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Renita Mitchell and Ramel Meadows. Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Meadows, you two have been together for 6 years. You have 2 children together, and you're here on a Before the Vows. You want to know whether or not you should marry. You love each other, but there are issues, and we're going to talk about that. You've given me your marriage certificate with permission to tear it up should I believe this union is ill-advised. So, Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the history of your relationship, how you got together, what attracted you to one another, and we'll go from there.
Okay. First of all, yes, we met 6 years ago. I was referred to him from a mutual friend.
You were referred?
Yes.
Sounds like a temporary employment agency.
Well, I needed my son's haircut, and he was a barber.
Oh, okay.
And so
I thought she was referred romantically.
No.
Go ahead.
He was a barber, and so it took me a while to call him, but when I did call him, he was, you know, I'll come after hours if I have to because I worked really late and everything. And so when I saw him checking me out, I started checking him out, and I thought he was an amazing looking man.
Mr. Meadows, what was your initial impression of Ms. Mitchell?
Like she said, I was checking her out when she first came into the barbershop. I admired her beauty, and you know, once I got to cutting her son's hair, I had a few difficulties with him, and then interacting with her and learning her personality, I thought maybe I should try to pursue her.
Pursue her, right. Now, you say in your papers specifically that he had swagger, and you instantly liked his hands.
Yes.
And
something I'd never paid attention to before with any other man.
Does he still have swagger?
I think he always will, but he has a different occupation now, and so he cuts yards now. So that's kind of out the window.
Okay. The swagger is out the window. What changed? How did he lose his swagger in your eyes?
Well, he had to take on another job. I did not approve of him cutting hair anymore because I wasn't the only woman he was pursuing at that time. They would bring their sons in for haircuts, and he liked some of them too. So I did not, once we started to move forward in the relationship and some of the women tried to take ownership of him, I was like, you know, if you're gonna be with me, I'm not comfortable with you doing this job. So now he cuts yards. So he's covered in grass and dirt.
That's pretty deep. I'm gonna talk to you about that in a minute. But you say you felt misled by him.
Yes, I did.
Why did you feel misled?
I felt misled because when I first met him, I just was completely transparent. I told him, you know, I'm broken right now. I am in a marriage, but I'm separated from my husband, and I have trust issues. He made me believe that I could trust him. And so learning later on that there were other women that just really just kind of.
Mr. Meadows, were you clear in the beginning that you were seeing a number of women when you started seeing her? Or did she just assume that?
No, I wasn't. You know,
You weren't what?
I wasn't clear to her that I was through seeing other women. We hadn't got that far, but once I got to know her and, like I said, got to interacting with her, I kind of took it from 5th gear to 2nd gear and gradually slowed down.
Cut that out.
Yeah, the transformation was slow, but.
Yeah. You say that he misled you. And that may or may not be the case, but sometimes what women do is, like if I've dated you 5 times, my son said this to me once. He said, every time I look up, I'm in a relationship, and I don't know how it happens. Because you go out with a woman a certain number of times, and they start making assumptions. Did you make assumptions about exclusivity that he didn't sign off on?
I don't believe that I did. Because I saw him every day. And it's not because I came to see him. He let it be known that he was very into me. And so then, because I feel like I don't date without purpose, I was just very transparent with him. Like, hey, you know.
But did he say the words, "It's just you and me"?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Did you say the words, "It's just you and me"?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't mean them? Not in the beginning.
Not in the beginning, no.
Not in the beginning. I got you. She said something interesting to me in the beginning, which I would thought was trippy. Some chick you're dating tells you to change jobs. Why would you?
Well, because I did like her, and I wanted to pursue a relationship with her, and I felt like that maybe me working at the barbershop with all the influences that I have at the barbershop, that it might be a good thing for me to do that. So.
It didn't scare you at all? You didn't think that was presumptuous, that she would walk into your life? You're not married, none of that, and just tell you, I don't want you doing this job anymore because you come into contact with too many women.
Yeah, it did. It scared me. I mean, but that was a sacrifice that I had to make to prove to her that I wanted to be with her.
Didn't you think that was a little presumptuous?
No. No. I would have only thought that if I didn't see the things I saw. I mean, I would get looks from women, because we used to go to the club all the time, okay? I would get looks from women like they owned him. And I'm like, what's going on? Oh, she's nobody. I just cut her son's hair. And I'm like, okay,
well, you know, anywhere he goes, he's going to run into some women. Right. He's going to mow the lawn, and I'm going to open the door and write him a check. You know.
I get that, but it wasn't like that. I've seen some women that, hey, bro, yeah, he cuts my son's hair. Hi, I'm so-and-so. Now that I understand, but it wasn't always like that. Like, I mean, I thought I was going to have to fight.
But we do stay
scaring me.
We do stay in Oklahoma City. Yeah, we stay in Oklahoma City. It's not very big. I mean, you can circle the whole metro area in 45 minutes. So, I mean.
Well, not only has she asked you to change, you also need her to change. So now I want to talk about the kind of changes you need to see. He used to be a dapper don, good-looking, well-groomed, and now his game is falling off. Is that truly a concern of yours?
Well, with his appearance, he's not an ugly guy. I think he's gonna look good in whatever. He just doesn't.
You're reading light to me over there, Ms. Mitchell. You really are. So, Mr. Meadows, you say now that you've changed jobs for her, she needs to make some changes. What are they?
Well, I just feel like, you know, I made I call them sacrifice. I guess they weren't really sacrifices.
Yes, they were.
Well, I'm an adult now, so a lot of stuff I was doing, I'm 37 years old, I shouldn't have been doing anyway, so I don't mind making those changes. But I just feel like, as far as around the house, there's things that she could be doing, you know, like cleaning more and tidying up the house a little more. You know, I come home from cutting 10, 15 yards a day. I'm sweaty, hot. I come home and she's in the bed eating caramel popcorn, watching Netflix. I mean,
Ms. Mitchell, your response to that?
Only when I was watching a show, but that show's over. I was doing the things that he said. I was getting off work at 3 o'clock. Jumping home and getting everything taken care of, whatever needed to be washed as far as laundry, whatever needed to be cooked was on, because I had to get the children, my 2 little ones, from daycare by 5:30. So he was used to me just being on it, you know.
Right.
But now since school's out, I get off work at 5.
Right.
And so I'm not able to do as much. Now he's watching a TV show and he's in
I got you. I got you. And that's difficult if you're working and doing that. Here's the question that I have for you. You seem to be concerned, or at least you indicated that you were concerned. He used to be a dapper don, good looking, well groomed, and now his game is falling off. Is that truly a concern of yours?
Well, with his appearance, he's not an ugly guy. I think he's gonna look good in whatever. He looks good to me. He just doesn't. Oh, okay, for instance, on date night, I make date nights for us.
Right.
Because I want to see him the way that I saw him. And, you know, that give us both a good, you know, time to clean up. And, you know, I won't look so stressed from the children. And, you know, he won't look so stressed from his job. And, but he's not into date night, really. I mean, you know, he'll do it, but it's like, well, whatever you decide for us to do. And I'm like, can you just romance me a little bit? Can you do it? Can I see that guy that used to take me out all the time? And, you know, because he would come to my job for lunch looking great. I mean, the employees were like, oh my gosh, like who is, and I'm like,
that's because he was leaving the barber shop where he's inside with the air conditioning and he dresses nicely, and so he's able to do that. Now he's out in the backyard, sweating, pushing something like a beast.
Which I totally respect.
And I still come to your job dirty, sweaty, and bring you lunch. My appearance just ain't the same because I have a whole different occupation now.
You're reading light to me over there, Ms. Mitchell. You really are needy and wanty, but not too. Do you feel a little of what I'm feeling here? You look like superficial. You told him he had to change his job, but you liked it, and then he changed his job, but you liked the way he looked on his first job. You know what I mean?
No, I respect his new hustle. I respect what he's doing. I'm cool with that. Just every blue moon, I want a date night. I mean, and so a date night so I can see him looking as good as he's looking right now. I don't need it all the time.
I understand you still have trust issues. So I want to take a moment, talk about what's really going on. Do you think he's cheating on you, and how it is you keep track of him? Do you think he's faithful to you, or do you have concerns in that area?
His phone was on the counter by me, and I saw a text message come through from a lady. When I saw that it was from her, I did look at it, and I questioned him like, you know, okay, you used to talk to her, you know, y'all used to be intimate together.
Right.
Why is she texting you now after all this time?
Do you think he's faithful to you, or do you have concerns in that area?
I do believe that he is faithful to me. I trust him. I just have trust with other people that may be around him.
You don't trust the environment he's in?
Sometimes. Yeah.
What have you seen that has caused you concern?
Well, this is a lot of stuff that we're talking about right now is not an issue at the very, very present moment. But one time, he was getting ready for work, and so was I, and his phone was on the counter by me, and I saw a text message come through from a lady that, you know, when I saw that it was from her, I did look at it, and I questioned him like, you know, okay, you used to talk to her, you know, y'all used to be intimate together.
Right.
Why is she texting you now after all this time? He's like, I don't know. She was calling me all these names in the text message, not expecting me to see it. So I responded to her, and then he called her. And I asked him, so there was a whole big thing from that. And so I asked him, I said, would you have even told me? Or would you have kept that to yourself? He's like, I probably wouldn't have told you. And I guess it's because he wouldn't have wanted to explain.
Start no stuff.
Yeah. And so,
I wouldn't have told you either.
Yeah.
You know, but you have children together. Are you cool on the parenting issues?
I am. She thinks that I am more strict on her oldest son than I am on the rest of the children, which I'm not.
Ms. Mitchell, what is your thoughts on that?
He is his dad now, but it's like he's just not really. He'll cater more to the babies than my 6-year-old.
Well, what are the kind of things that you would like him to do that he's not doing?
I would like for him to embrace my son more, and to, you know, for every time he's doing something with the 2 younger ones, that my son don't have to stand off and watch, you know, in the background.
Bring him into the crowd. Bring him into. You're bringing him into the group.
Yeah.
I do. Yes, I do.
I
don't spank him. I don't do nothing to him. I just, you know, with her feeling the way she feels, it's kind of hard for me to interact with him because she's so judgmental about the way that I am with him. So I just kind of.
How are you with him?
I mean, verbally, I can be.
Are you tough on him?
Yeah, verbally. I don't whoop any of the kids.
I agree with her about the son. It is difficult to be a step parent and come in and do that well and meaningfully. And you're not gonna be as attached to them as you are your own children. So you have to actively engage in the process of learning to love them in that sincere, dear way that you automatically love your own children. That's a job. And it doesn't include yelling, because to him, you're just a dude off the street. That's what, that's what that is. Now I want to turn to the compatibility test and show you what I saw there.
Oh.
The most interesting thing I saw in the compatibility test were your answers to what you wanted from a spouse and what you would give a spouse. Because I've never heard a woman say it quite like this before. You said, I want my spouse to be the leader of our family, a good one, and in return, I will give him submission. Now, which, if that's the way you want to roll, that's cool. But right here, I'm not seeing any of that. It seems that you're awfully in charge and dictatorial about what goes on in the home. And my question to you is, if you're looking for leadership, don't you have to back off the demands a bit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
Yet you see no inconsistency between your behavior and what you desire.
Because I would really like to be able to put down the leadership thing and really let him pick it up. But that's why we're here, because I want to understand him. But I also want him to understand, too, that, I would like to take care of business side first and then, romance each other and, do things like that. But I feel like I have to cue him on, like, hey, this is what's going on. He's like, yep. And I'm like, okay, well, this is what you do.
Well, I usually ask for a profession of love at this point. Just 15 seconds. What do you love about him?
In 15 seconds, what I love about him, I love that he makes me laugh. I love that he comes home every night. I love that he keeps our Sunday traditions of going to church together as a family. I love that about him. Like, that's good. 15 seconds, right?
That was horrifying.
Oh, my God.
I got 15 seconds. I love how my husband cares for me. He's always looking out for me. He worries about me. He does, you talk about he comes home. He does go.
That used to be an issue.
He goes to church. It's like, it's nothing about his person that you love. Like, he's very endearing or entertaining. He's got a good heart. None of that. It's just he meets some of these checklist duties that you have for him. Isn't that what you heard?
Yes.
Well,
I don't have much time. So I'm going to do what's on my heart. If I were your mother, I would tell you to step up and stand up. I would tell you, don't worry about pleasing her. I would tell you, worrying about what you do and what you think is the right thing to do. Because she is running you. And she doesn't even like the fact that she is running you. But she can't seem to stop herself, so you need to stop her. Do you know what I'm saying? Step up, man up. She's just running you and telling you what to do. I don't know how you take it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't disagree with some of the stuff that she says. It's just the consistency of it.
It's the way she says it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Hop to.
Yeah.
If you want love, if you want romance, if you want to be treated softly and well, you got to be a little soft. You got to be a little romantic. You can't be a drill sergeant and wonder why he's not kissing you on the neck. Nobody wants to kiss a drill sergeant on the neck. That would be my recommendation to you. I think you should get married. I'll give you your marriage license. I think you should get married, but you both need to work on yourselves in the manner I so designated. This matter is adjourned.
We got some great advice from the judge, and I think that I'm going to have to slow it down some and allow him to take the lead.
And I will do my best to be a little bit more considerate to her feelings and be a better father towards my stepson and work on my finances.
It's a cringe-worthy culture clash between today's couple. He continues to introduce her as his black girlfriend and can't seem to understand why she's so uncomfortable with this label. On top of this, he's a traveler. Although they're now the mom and dad of 2 children, I'm hoping to understand why she still wants to be his wife.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Monica Hugel and Joshua Weldon. The 2 of you have been together for 6 years, and you have 2 children together. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have some children by a previous relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hugel, tell me a little bit about how you 2 got together.
To be perfectly honest, we met on a dating app with the premise of what a dating app is, just a hookup. So we didn't have any preconceived notions. But when we first met each other, that spark was undeniable. And so when, then that's when we decided to maybe think
extend
about
extend the relationship a bit.
Exactly. And then once you do that, then you start going into your personality and different things, and that's where the differences came in.
Yeah, what differences? I mean, I see one. You're black and he's white,
right.
but list some others.
Actually, even deeper than the main one that you see, the obvious one that you see, was that strong in our situation because I'm from California. I'm from San Diego. I'm used to diversity. So, being with somebody of a different race is not something that is a big deal for me. It's whoever. But by him being from where he's from, the country, small towns, where in actuality, I really believe that I'm the only black person that he's really ever known in his life.
Now, Mr. Weldon, is she the only black person you ever known?
Pretty much.
For real? That can happen. You live in a small town, don't travel much, that can happen. And now, with that as backstory, what were you thinking about on the dating apps? I'm going to see what it's like on the other side.
Yeah, pretty much, I just wanted to experience something different, I guess.
And you end up liking one another. Were you surprised?
Definitely. And she was way different than I expected when I met her. I've never really met too many black people. It was more what I seen on TV.
Right.
And I know you can't believe everything you see on TV, but it's kind of...
But if that's all you know...
Right. So I was expecting, a little more ghetto girl, I guess. And, and I didn't know how to explain it, but when we started talking, I was like, whoa. She used words I had to stop her for a minute. It's like, well, what does that mean?
Right. Educated, intelligent.
Yeah,
and that wasn't in your list of qualifiers for black folk.
Well, I mean...
And I ain't mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying that's not how we are typically portrayed in the media. That's what I'll put it.
Right. Yeah. And so it caught me off guard.
Ms. Hugel, you say after a while, though, when he got comfortable with you, some things started to pop up in this conversation. Can you tell me about those things?
In actuality, surprisingly enough, when we got together in 2012, the N-word, which I didn't know was still used in regular conversation, is. And there were one example. We were watching a show or a movie, and we're sitting on the bed just watching a movie, and he says there was a situation where 2 white guys started chasing a black guy, and he says, "Oh, they're about to get that in." And I whipped my head over to him, and he literally did this. He stood straight. I said, "What did you just say?" He goes, "Huh?" He still didn't look at me. What did you just say?
Right. I feel you.
And then he said, "Oh, I said that guy's gonna get him." I said, "No, that's not really what you said." And
did you know after you said it that you shouldn't have?
Yeah. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I went, "Oh, what did I just say?
What have I just done?"
And I was trying to I could feel the heat. When they're staring at me, I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do now.
Honestly, though, Mr. Weldon, where you come from, do you use that term freely?
It was used pretty often because most of my family, they're kind of not really racist, but they're prejudiced of some sort. And growing up like that, it wasn't any big thing using the N-word, But I've learned over the years, it's pretty hurtful and degrading, and I didn't realize at the time.
What did you expect when you were gonna hook up with a black woman? Did you have any idea?
I was scared to death, to be honest. I was intimidated, and I was nervous as I hadn't dated nobody in like 16 years because my previous relationship, I was with the girl for 15 years and married for almost 10.
So, Ms. Hugo, some other things came up during the course of your relationship. You say he frequently referred to you as my black girlfriend.
Right.
Explain that to me.
You know, I would tell my friend, oh, I met this guy. Or I'd tell my mom, oh, I met this guy. He would say, he would tell his friend, oh, I met this black girl. Or I met this girl, she's black.
You never stood alone. You were always designated as the black girl.
Right, which made me feel different. Right. You know, it was always a distinction. That's what I'm saying. It was always a distinction. He always had to justify that I was black.
Mr. Weldon, what do you have to say about that? Was that true?
Yes, Your Honor, but a lot of my friends are growing up in school and stuff were prejudiced. I mean, I hung out with skinheads for my junior year, and then after I got away from that, because I realized it was stupid, that I shouldn't hate somebody just because of the color of their skin, because I don't know anything about them.
Right.
Why should I hate, you know? And then I introduced her like that because I didn't want my friends to just be shocked all of a sudden. I mean, I took her to meet one of my friends in Gorman. We came into the house, and I kind of warned him that she was black, and we came in the house, and he got Confederate flags all over the walls.
Right.
Some stuff that was kind of, you know...
Yeah. But in his defense, I will say this. He's introducing you into an environment where, you know, they're not around a lot of black people, and he was just up letting them know, this is you, my girlfriend, and she's black, and don't get crazy with it. I'm trying to tell you. You know, just kind of give a heads up, because it was going to be jarring to that community. Not to yours, but to that community. Having said that, I'm going to say this. I understand that you are concerned that he's not really committed to this relationship because of past relationships. So I want you to explain to me why you feel that way. He's just kind of a jerk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
White, black, or otherwise, just unkind. So, Ms. Hugo, what gives you concerns with respect to his commitment to this relationship?
There was always an arm's length distance kept between me and his family, between me and his life. Granted, you know, when I did meet him, he was coming out of a relationship, a marriage, and you know, I actually was okay. Well, I'll be there as a friend for you. And coming out of this marriage, it devastated him.
Ms. Hugo, I'm going to interrupt you. You're talking about a lot of things that are perfectly true and interesting, but I want to tell you what stuck out to me. He's just kind of a jerk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
White, black, or otherwise, just unkind.
Absolutely.
And I want you to tell me some of the things that he's done, because the back of my hair is already up.
Right.
Back of my head. The hair on the back of my head is already up.
When I was pregnant, I needed a lot of help. I was at a risk pregnancy. I'm an older. You know, in the terms of being pregnant, I'm an older pregnant woman.
Yeah, okay. What didn't he do?
He wouldn't come home sometimes. I spent the first 3 months of my pregnancy in bed because I literally couldn't get up. And
didn't you text him one day and say, look, I'm hungry, I can't get up, I can't get any food, I'm bedridden, and he just didn't do it?
One day, that happened very often. Anytime I was hungry, he was the only person that could help me. And in many cases, it was me texting him saying, please come home, you know, or can you bring something to eat? And, you know, maybe 2 days later, you know, that to me, 2 days is a long time.
And wouldn't he leave you alone with a sick baby while go out drinking with his friends?
Yep. My baby ended up having some health issues.
Right. And he was boozing.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you were pregnant with the second baby, wasn't he talking to other women?
That happened the whole relationship. But I didn't find out. I didn't find out the seriousness of it until as time has gone on. So yes.
Your son was so ill that you had to quit your job to care for him. And did he say to you, so what, you just giving up now?
Yes, well, because I had to quit my job, of course, that's causing some financial issues. And so I looked at him, hey, you got to help me with some of these bills. You know, I've done everything I can. I've gone through all of my resources. So when I was kind of angry that he was like, well, why don't you go do this? Why don't you go do this? I'm like, now it's time for you to do this.
Do something, right.
He actually said to me, well, what, are you just going to give up?
I got you. Mr. Weldon, that's a whole lot of incoming. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to defend yourself. What's with all the disregard?
I was a jerk at the time. I didn't understand. I have a hard
Well, have you unjerked yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How did you get de-jerked? Would you consider an interracial relationship if your friends and family disapproved? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question for your judgment call. I just discovered that my fiance is over $75,000 in debt and has terrible credit. I'm crazy about her, but very concerned about her spending habits. Should I still marry her?
Marry her, but you gotta wait until she gets her spending under control. If you just found out about the 75, that means she's hiding it, and she's probably still doing it, so she's got to prove to you that she can stop before you give her a ring. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Weldon, is all the things Ms. Hugel just said about you accurate?
Unfortunately, they are.
Okay. Talk to me about that.
She would tell me I'm still hung up on my ex. I didn't think I was at the time, but, you know, recently I've realized she's been right about it, and I regret some of the things I've done, and I can't change what has happened in the past, but...
What's with all the disregard? I mean, I think all of those things, when you stack them up together, is you actively saying to her, you're really not that important. You're really not that important. And I want to ask you if you have any insight on why you felt the need to keep telling her she's really not that important.
I was a jerk at the time. I didn't understand. I have a hard
Well, have you unjerked yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How did you get de-jerked?
At the time I was doing a lot of stuff, I had a drinking problem, and I was sometimes not in my right mind. And I mean, I can't blame it on that totally, but I went through an old cell phone, and I was reading some of the text messages that had gone back and forth between us, and I sat there and I just couldn't believe the things I did and said to her that she's done nothing but help me, and all I did was treat her terrible. I mean,
he told another woman that he loved her and sent pictures of your children to her. Is that true?
It was on my birthday. He was speaking to another woman, and he had told her, she'd asked, well, do you have any feelings for this person? Because he had just called me his baby's mama kind of thing. That's how he would refer to me. And she asked, so, how do you feel? Or are you ever going to get back with her? And in the message, it said, no, I don't love her anymore. I don't have those feelings for her anymore. It's all about my kids. And then proceeded to send pictures of our kids.
Mr. Weldon, did that happen too?
On my birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
How long ago was that?
Last year.
On my last birthday.
Okay, let me ask you. You got two kids together, so I'm seeing it a little bit. But why didn't you break camp earlier?
I was in denial that somebody could actually be treating me this way. I wanted to believe every time he told me. So it wasn't that he consistently treated me that way.
Oh, he said he was sorry, and he was nice. He's nice on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday he'd pop out with another one. I've been here a long time. I know that story.
And parts of him, like I said, there were situations where we were in a bind, and he did get us out of a bind, and blah blah blah. But mainly, it's because I was in denial. I didn't want to believe that somebody was treating me that way.
Did it change how you felt about yourself?
Absolutely. And once you get used to being treated that way, that's what you expect. That's what you expect. And then now with our children, it became that type of situation because.
What do you want from me?
What I want is for you to give him a perspective on what really has been going on in the situation. I want to be able to communicate better with him.
What do you want from me? Why did you agree to come here? Because you knew I was going to fuss at you, right?
Yes, ma'am. I want another chance I mean, I know I've had to. Actually, I probably don't deserve another chance to try to make this relationship work, but I do love Monica, and I've come to realize that I have made a lot of mistakes, and some of them I probably can't make up for, and I know that she can't trust me because of them, but I love my kids, and I love her, and I want to take care of them, and I just want to do it, what's right.
All right, I'm going to give you my best last lessons. See what happens. Today's question sponsored by... What is the hardest difference to overcome in a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Let me tell you what happens to a woman when you treat her like she's nothing every other Tuesday. She starts to believe that she's nothing. On Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, knowing full well that next Tuesday's gonna come. You destabilize her, you will her away, you make her a less powerful person. You make her less the person you fell in love with every time you do things like that to her. And I hope and pray that you understand that, because you don't have the right to take somebody's esteem from them. You don't have the right to torture somebody with I love you, I love you, I love you. Yeah. We have a baby. When she's vulnerable, when she's feeling safe, you just knock her legs out of her. You can't go any lower than that, especially when you knock her legs out of her, she falls on top of those kids that you gave her. Let me say this, Ms. Hugum. You love him and you're going to stay with him. What I would recommend is you a little bit and make him prove it. Always let him see his kids. If you want to date him, that's fine. But before you open your heart to him again, he's got to prove over the long term he knows how to speak to you. He knows how to love you. He knows how to be frustrated around you. He knows how to put down the bottle when he's with you. He knows how to act if he picks up the bottle and still doesn't call you out your name. Do you understand what I'm saying
Absolutely.
to you? He has to prove it to you. He has to be uncertain of you so that he knows he has to fight to keep you. You with me on that one?
Absolutely.
Never another Tuesday, Mr. Weldon. Never. You with me?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
every Tuesday, when you whittle away the mother, the kiddies go too.
Yes, ma'am.
You gonna be strong?
Absolutely.
Gonna be a strong black woman? You know what I mean? Know how to stand the ground?
Absolutely.
All of that?
Absolutely.
This matter is adjourned.
Why are you willing to forgive him?
In actuality, I don't know if I'm willing to forgive him. I have finally woken up and gotten that confidence within myself that Judge Toler said that I need, and I have decided to put a distance between us and see what will happen.
Judge Lynn got through to you today, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
If I could go back and change a lot of things I've done, I would.
Tell me why you deserve another chance.
Things have changed, I guess, for me. I've realized the bad guy that I've been and the stuff that I've done and how I've hurt her. I just want to do what's right and make her, give her the confidence and security that she deserves.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on Divorce Court today because Jamar's drinking is absolutely running me ragged. I can't do it anymore.
There are some things that I've done in the past. My alcohol abuse has kind of come in between us, but she also has an alcohol issue as well. If you're gonna hold me to a standard, you can't be a hypocrite.
I want the judge to tell Jamar that he's gonna lose something really special if he can't just get it together.
I want the judge to tell Sari that you are an enabler. You do have a problem as well.
Jamar, I want you to stop the drinking. I just want you to be the man that I thought you were when I first met you.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sari Bohm and Jamar Adair. The two of you have been living together for a year and a half, though you've been together for 2 years. You're having difficulty in your relationship, so you've come to see me. Ms. Bohm, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
So I'm here because Jamar has kind of a drinking problem. I feel like it's really taken a toll on our relationship. All the problems that we have stem from the alcohol.
Okay. When did you first discern that Mr. Adair might have a drinking problem?
In the very beginning, I couldn't tell because everybody kind of likes to drink. Like, he likes to drink. I'm like, okay, that's not a problem. But about 6 months into our relationship, I had planned like a birthday dinner for him, made the reservation, I was all cute, I made some little handmade gifts, it was just so thoughtful, and he didn't show up. It was like 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, he did not show up. And didn't hear from him till the next day, found out that he got too drunk with his friends, passed out, and just didn't come out.
Mr. Adair, did you get too drunk to show up at your own birthday party?
Yeah, I intended to come.
Right.
That was the plan. Right. I did do a little bit much that night, and had a few drinks and got a little carried away that night. I have to admit that, yeah.
Is that unusual?
Meaning, is it unusual as in, is that irregular or irregular behavior?
Yeah, is it unusual for you to get so drunk that you don't show up?
It's a rarity for me to get that far, get that drunk.
Okay. Ms. Bohm, why don't you give me other examples of instances that demonstrates that he does, in fact, have a problem with alcohol?
A month after that, I had been texting him, and he told me he was going out with his friends. I'm like, okay, be safe, whatever. Didn't hear from him for the majority of the night. I got really worried. Like, I thought that something really bad happened. Found out that he got, like, a DUI. He lost his car. And then about 2 months after that, he moved in with me. And I kind of started noticing, like, he wasn't getting up on time. He was, like, not showing up to work some days because he was too hungover. And so I realized, like, okay, maybe this is a little more severe than I thought. One night, I came home from work about 5 o'clock, and he was working overnights. He was supposed to work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And he was passed out, like, still in his clothes, from the night before at work. And I had to, like, shake him. I was like, get up. Like, you got to go to work. Come on, get up. And as soon as he woke up, he was still, like, drunk. He was calling me out of my name. He was just sloppy. And it might come as a surprise, but he didn't get to work on time. He got fired, didn't have a job for a month. You know, I had to kind of support everything. So
were you living together at that time?
Yes.
Mr. Adair, did all that happen?
That is partially correct.
Okay, you give it to me correctly.
There's a thing that she's leaving out. She's an enabler as well.
All right.
I do have the drinking problem, which I'll admit, and I didn't realize it until the situation as far as losing jobs and things like that. But if you are getting off work at 3 a.m. as a bartender, and you have to go out after you get off work and have a couple drinks, get home at 8 in the morning, and expect to hold me to the same standard.
But this story, we're talking about stories where I'm at work, so I'm not there. I come home.
Well, how is that enabling you, though? She's just
Right.
going out drinking. She's not bringing it home. So how does that enable you?
Well, that's another aspect of it. There are times when she'll have some friends, just for instance, maybe a month or so ago, had some friends come from out of town. The alcoholic is at home, minding his business, not being an alcoholic. And she brings some alcohol home with some friends. I mean, if that's not enabling.
But what do I tell you, though? I tell you, hey, don't feel obligated to kick it with us. Like, you can go to sleep. We'll be quiet.
Well, now, wait a minute. That's like saying, you got a drug addict in here. Hey, I got some drugs here, but don't feel obligated.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Does it?
No, but...
Do you believe he's an alcoholic?
I do, yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that he has an addiction to alcohol.
And he can't control it.
He's
not in charge of his body.
Yeah.
The booze is. So why would you bring something that dictates to him what he should do into his environment.
That's valid. I mean, I shouldn't do that, but it was only like 1 or 2 times that that happened. The majority of the issue is like when he's on his own time, like when he has full control over his choices. Exactly. Like if he's coming home from work, sometimes he'll pick up like some beers and come home and drink until he passes out. That's not me. That's his own choices that he's making.
Mr. Adair, you do understand that that's between you and your addiction and not a function of what she's doing.
I do understand, and a lot of the reasons why I do drink is because of the stresses. You know, I have a daughter and things like that, and the fact that
How does that drive you to drink?
Well, you know, just a lot of responsibility. It was a situation that was kind of unexpected. I slept with someone early on before Sarah and I started seeing each other, and that whole process, the stress of finding out that there was a child in the picture and all that good stuff just makes you, sometimes you need just a little a reliever. You know, after you get off work, you may want to, you know, unplug, and sometimes I charge up a little bit when I unplug, if you know what I mean.
Now, I get you. Life is full of stress. I mean, everybody in here's got a story to tell. And I'm not saying that you don't have stress, and I'm not saying that you're not an alcoholic, and I'm not saying it's all your fault, but I'm saying that stress is a part of life.
And sometimes I think that, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead,
but
go ahead.
sometimes I think that he causes his own stress. You know,
how's that?
There have been times where, like one time I came home and the front door was not only unlocked, it was open. I come home and I'm like, what's going on? Like, Jamar's been home all night. Why is the front door open? Like, what's happening? I walk into our bedroom, and he's passed out on the bed, and he was, like, gray. Like, I thought he was dead. And it was scary. And I'm, like, shaking him. I'm like, no, this cannot happen. You know, I was freaking out. And once I wake him up, he was angry that I woke him up out of his sleep. And I'm like, but you left the front door open and you're passed out and I thought you were dead. Like, how can you be mad at me right now? And so, like, these things compile on top of each other, and then he drinks because he's stressed about the fact that he drinks. And, like, you know what I mean?
Right,
like,
yeah. No, it's a vicious cycle, and
yeah.
you can't get out of it. Mr. Adair, would you care to correct any of that or
I mean, well,
address it?
That is a true story. I mean, that did happen. But the thing is, like, I'm in a position where I'm going through some procedures, taking some treatment, taking some classes, and I have been more responsible lately. Granted, there are times where we all backslide a little bit, and I've had those instances. But there is a point to where she is also responsible for some of these things. And once we can come to level ground to not have alcohol be as big of a factor in our life, I think it'll be easier for both of us not to have the pressure of dealing with the substances and things like that.
Okay, well, we've talked about the alcohol for a while now. Now I want to turn the page and talk about why you believe Mr. Adair is cheating.
I knew he was texting this girl that he was friends with, but I woke up and he was gone. And I check on my phone, and I just see the little car
going away, yeah.
It's driving up into the boondocks, and I'm like, you're spending my money to take a ride to go see this girl at 1 in the morning.
So, Ms. Bohm, why do you believe Mr. Adair is cheating on you?
Because he has cheated in the past. We were early on in the relationship still. It was like 6 months into it. Probably
6 months
around
in.
the time where he was having a bunch of drinking problems. He was just doing a lot. And so one night I had like this weird dream, and he was in it, and it woke me up, and I was like, I just have a bad feeling. I don't know what's going on. Lo and behold, he texted me. He's like, hey, I have something to tell you. And I'm like, what could that be? Like, I already knew. And he's like, I went over to this girl's house. We didn't have sex, but like we did sexual things. And I'm like, wow, you know, like, I understand that drinking can inebriate your judgment or whatever, but like the fact that he's done that before kind of makes me question stuff. And I'm pretty chill about things. Like, I'm okay with you having friends that are girls, you know, like, I encourage that. Absolutely. Have friends of all kinds.
6 months in.
Yeah. And, like, there was another time that I woke up in the middle of the night. I knew he was texting this girl that he was friends with, and I was cool with it. Like, I didn't have any reason to be, like, weird about it. But I woke up, and he was gone. And I check on my phone, and I just see the little car
going away, yeah.
It's driving up into the boondocks. And I'm like, you're spending my money to take a ride to go see this girl at 1 in the morning. And then he comes back at, like, 6 a.m. saying they didn't do anything. I'm like,
can you tell me about this young lady?
So the situation that she's referring to, when I made a mistake, had an intimate encounter with
a young lady.
Yeah, a young lady that I know. That was something that before Sari and I had some relationships with people that weren't as healthy. So I was in a position to where I was kind of like still not fully invested, but still trying to like show some consistency, and I was being inconsistent. So, and my mind wasn't fully committed. So that
he couldn't decide.
That happened because I was the state of mind I was in. I wasn't really fully invested. That was a mistake. Now the situation with the girl, it was her money that I did spend to get the ride, and I did go over to the young lady's house. Friends, you know, nothing happened. But I'm not cheating. I can guarantee you that I'm not cheating.
Knowingly.
I'm not
when you
cheating.
get inebriated, you're not quite sure what exactly goes down, correct?
I've only had like maybe 2 instances where I've been inebriated beyond like being able to remember. But these particular situations, like, I'm together enough to be able to know what's going on. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to move on to the next subject. You say that, you know, not only is he drinking, not only do I think he's, you know, ride sharing about to see other women, that the sex life at home has slowed to nothing.
I got some lingerie. It was like lacy and, you know, the cheeks was out. And he walks in the door and he's just like, oh, you look good, babe. And then, like, he went and grabbed a beer out of the fridge and plops down on the couch. I'm like, well, have sex with your beer then. See how that goes over for you.
Would you end a relationship if your partner got drunk multiple times a week? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, we have another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife reconnected with an old flame on social media. They haven't made any plans to meet up, but I fear it may happen. What should I do?
My answer to this question is my answer to most questions, which is stop and have a conversation. Don't wonder about it. Don't think what if. Sit her down and say, hey, this is going on. This is how I feel about it, and we need to talk. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. So tell me about your intimacy level. You say it's non-existent.
Yeah, we're just not on the same page at all. I feel like there's no passion there, and I think part of it is like I'm physically attracted to him, but it's hard to be attracted to somebody when they can't even get up for work on time. Like, I'm like, how can I get that passionate emotional feel when, like, it's just sloppy?
He's an ongoing sloppy problem.
Yeah. But I've tried to bring the sexy back a little bit. You know, one time I made like a special trip after work. I got some lingerie. It was like lacy and, you know, the cheeks was out and, you know, like I was ready. So he walks in the door and he's just like, oh, you look good, babe. And I'm like, I look good? That's it? Like, I look good? That's it. And then, like, he went and grabbed a beer out of the fridge and plops down on the couch. I'm like, well, have sex with your beer then. See how that goes over for you.
Mr. Adair, do you recall that circumstance?
I do recall that circumstance, but here's the thing, like, we all have needs, of course. We have a higher appetite sometimes for sex, a higher drive. So
she's not complaining about that.
I know, but see, the thing is with the mistakes that I've made, and sometimes she look at me as like, when I do make passes or I do try to be intimate, she kind of, you know, throws the cold shoulder, treats me like a bum sometimes. So when you decided it's on your time, right, you're ready for me, so now I'm just supposed to give you what you, and it don't work like that, Judge. I'm sorry. So at that particular instance,
because she's refused you in the past, and now on this particular day, she decides she's ready.
When it's.
Do you understand why she's refused you in the past?
I do understand.
It's hard to be romantically involved with a guy who's just sloppy drunk. She's got to treat you like you're 5. You got to close the door for you. She got to wake you up. She finds you in the closet with your blankie. It's hard. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It makes sense.
It's not romantic. It's not an aphrodisiac. It doesn't make you say, not at all.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But I've tried. Like, I've tried. You know what I mean?
So has she refused sex for an extended period of time?
It's always, I'm not in the mood or I'm sleeping. She gives these excuses, and I'm like, okay, you know. And I take it as being, that is what it is.
You still have concerns that he still has feelings for his ex, though, don't you?
Yes.
Why is that?
This was earlier on, too. We had like a little getaway weekend together. It was a great time. We were in the car, and there was just like an R&B station on or something, and I'm just looking out the window. I'm like, that was such a good time. Like, wow, that was so fun. I look over, and he's sobbing. And I'm like, are you crying because you love me so much? Like, that has to be it. No, I asked him what was wrong, and he's like, I miss my best friend, bro. And I'm like, who's your best friend? Did something happen? Did somebody pass away? He's like, I miss my ex, bro. And I'm like...
He called you bro?
Well, like, just the way he was saying it. I don't know if he called me bro or what.
But it was a bro vibe.
It wasn't as dramatic. Because he wanted me to be like, oh, it's going to be okay. She'll come back. Or something like that.
Did you whine to your new woman about missing your old woman?
It wasn't that dramatic. It wasn't that dramatic. You know, we listened to a song, and the song, you know, kind of took me to a place. And a couple tears went down, and she happened to look over when the tear had started.
It came on down.
So
just bad timing.
Yeah, it was just bad timing. I didn't have, you know, it would have been just a done moment. But I wanted to be honest with her. And at that point, you know, I was feeling like I needed to be more invested in the relationship with her.
Okay.
And
I got you.
And it was just, you know.
I get it. I understand completely. And I got something to say. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner cried while reminiscing about their ex? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Hey, I am no expert on alcoholism, but I will say this. I don't think you can dabble yourself into a cure. I think you really have to commit yourself to it. That's number one. Number two, until you have committed yourself to a cure and stop drinking alcohol, you better put down the keys to that car. You have absolutely no right whatsoever to be behind the wheels of a car in a state of inebriation and putting us all at risk. None whatsoever. Ain't no joke, ain't nothing funny. No right. You got that part?
I hear you.
If you were my daughter, they would be pulling me off you right now. I'd be smacking you in the head. Listen, 6 months in, this cat's sloppy drunk, DUI, crying over his ex. Why is it that women don't know when to leave? You didn't have anything invested in him. You don't have kids together. I mean, is the last free guy in your city? I don't know. But I just don't understand. There's nothing to recommend him. You know, you like him. He's cute. I don't know if he's good and bad or not. But you can get that anywhere.
Yeah.
Why commit your life to a person who is so addicted to his substance that he can't get up for work? Why stick it out when you've got nothing invested? I just don't understand that. I get woman after woman after woman coming in here, putting up with all kinds of... You could do bad all by you. I'd rather be alone. He comes in drunk, leaves the door open, somebody comes in and rapes you. What is that? He's not responsible. He's not caring for you. He's pointing at everybody but the cat in the mirror. Oh, there she's telling him she loves him. Now I'm just done. Do what you want to. But when you wake up 5 years from now and this stuff is all jacked up, remember I told you so, because I told you so. This matter is adjourned.
So you want to make this work?
I do. I believe in him, and I just want him to, tap into the potential that I see.
What are you willing to do now in order to prove to her that, you know, you're there for her? She wants you, man. She's in love with you.
Simple as, you know, it's just being sober. That's what I need to do to continue, you know, the future with Sari. And that's hands down, it's done.
Today on Divorce Court.
I am tired of Vontae always lying, always cheating, and his family members always in our business.
Even though she has a problem with my family, she takes it out on me.
They should love me. They don't have to like me, but respect should be a main thing.
When it's good, it's good. But when it's bad, it's toxic.
I grew up with 6 boys. My temper has always, yelling to get my point across.
She's throwing stuff at me. broken stuff of mine.
At the end of the day, how we supposed to get married if we can't be a family? If we all can't sit down and have Sunday dinner together, that's a problem.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Denise Harris and Vontae Lewis. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You have no children between the two of you. You, however, have 2 children from previous relationships. You're here today on a before your vows. You two have been together 5 years. You can't decide whether or not after all this time you should get married, although I do believe you're looking for a ring already, but we'll check that out in a moment. You've given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised, and you also filled out my compatibility test, which has shown me some things that are moderately alarming. Before I get to those things, I'm going to start with you, Ms. Harris. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why, after 5 years, you can't seem to get to a point where you can jump the broom?
Vontae is very hard to trust. Like, for one thing, he just lies all the time. Like, even when we first initially started talking on Fridays, he never answered the phone, never. However, Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, he'll answer the phone like, hey, what's up? We can get together. He used to be like, that was his day to sleep. He used to work like 10 to 12 hours, you know, during the week. So
do you live together?
We did. Not right now, we don't.
Okay, you were living together for a while and he left. Did he tell you not to call on Friday?
No. I'm talking about, like, this is when we initially first met back in 2013.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying, like, he just lies. Like, this started out lying.
Well, what was he lying about on Friday?
Friday wasn't my day. My day was Saturday. Friday was his ex-girlfriend day. So that's why he wouldn't never answer the phone. But he told me on Fridays he be asleep. That's why he don't answer the phone.
Did you have your women scheduled?
Nah, I mean...
Was Friday not her day?
Some days I be asleep.
Now, Mr. Lewis, we can dance around a maypole, we can get this thing done. Well, you're seeing 2 women at the same time. And I'm gonna tell you what, I ain't mad about it. Sometimes it's a rough transition. You meet someone new. Sometimes it takes a little time to, you know, decouple. So were you doing that?
Well, I mean, we had just started in the relationship, so yes,
yeah.
I was mingling. I was mingling with other women.
You understand that? You know, you meet somebody, you like somebody, and all of a sudden he's just gonna drop everybody else. He don't know if you're crazy.
He didn't have to lie.
I ain't mad about that, because that's a new relationship, he don't know what to do. Give me a lie that's gonna upset me.
So one day he called my phone. He was like, we was on the phone for like 30 minutes. So he was like, I'm gonna put some air in my tire and I'll call you back. I was like, okay, cool. So like 30, 40 minutes done went by. I'm like, okay, it don't take that long to put air in no tire. So I kept calling his phone. He never answered the phone. By the 20th time, he didn't answer. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna pull up at his house. So as I'm driving to his house, the whole way I'm calling his phone. Now we done got to the 75th, and this is no lie, 75th phone call. He finally answers the phone, and I was like, where you at? He was like, I'm at home. I'm like, no, you not. I'm sitting in front of your house, so you not here. Oh, but I'm on my way. I'm like down the street. So when he pulls up at the stop sign and he see my car there, the first thing that he do is bust a U-turn, because he already knew that it was gonna be drama. So when he bust that U-turn, I chased behind him, acting like I was gonna ram him with my car. I wasn't gonna ram him for real, but I was making him think I was gonna ram him for real. So finally, I guess he got tired of me chasing him around the neighborhood in our cars, and he finally pulled back up. I pulled back up. I'm like, man, babe, just get in the car. We just gonna talk. I'm not mad. Get in the car. So as soon as he hopped in the car, I'm like, where your phone at? Because I wanted him to know, because he told me his phone was dead, and that's why he didn't answer my phone call. So I wanted to see his phone so he could see, no, you see that I called you 75 times.
How long ago was that?
This was like, probably like 2016.
And you stayed?
I
mean, 75 phone calls, a car chase, in the car, demanding your equipment. You stayed.
When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's toxic.
How often is it good?
Ooh. I say about a good, maybe 80%.
Mr. Lewis, were you running around on her? Was she chasing you for a reason other than her own insecurities, or were you actually doing something wrong?
No, I wasn't doing nothing wrong that time. I was.
No, yes, he lying, because as soon as he got in the car, before he gave me his phone, he was like, I'm gonna let you know, I got some girl number.
But it was work-related.
He was cutting up.
Let me give you a little clue, Mr. Lewis. Trustworthiness is not like a suit. You can't just wear it sometimes. So if you were cheating 5 times, she's yelling at you about the 6th time when you really didn't do it, you can't say, I'm trustworthy, because you're not. It's
Right.
not a suit. If you don't wear it all the time, it's like you're naked.
He makes me crazy.
Okay, nobody makes you crazy. You just are.
A little bit.
You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody make you crazy. Now, I understand that there is a concern about a coworker with whom she believes you are cheating. And I want to take my time to turn my attention to that particular individual because she says she's particularly concerned about that.
I don't think I was giving her the googly eyes. I mean, I conversated with her. She was a coworker.
Never play poker. And when you get on the stand, always tell the truth, because you're going to go to jail for perjury. So, Ms. Harris, I understand there is a particular coworker that Mr. Lewis has that causes you concern. Why don't you tell me who she is and what's going on?
He was working at a part-time job at a gas station, and it initially started where he would come home late. Like, he supposed to get off at 11 o'clock, but he wouldn't come till like maybe 12, 1. And he used to be like, oh, he was waiting on the third shift person to come in. But I let it go. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So not too long
I doubt that, but go ahead.
No, for real.
You don't look like the woman that, okay, it didn't read true to me, but go ahead.
At that time, I was like, oh, okay, cool. So some time went on down the line, and like he just started to act different. And at this point, he had packed up his stuff and went home. He got mad one day, just mad. Packed up his stuff and he left. He liked to be like, oh, we were separated during this time, but he still want to come over every night, spend the night. He still want me.
But he's on a break.
Yeah, but he on a break. But he's still taking me out on dates, and we still hanging out on weekends, going to clubs. We doing all that.
Were you dating her during the breaks?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, he does that.
So you know that's a lie, right? A break is, I still want you, but I want to sleep with other people and not be held accountable for the things I'm doing. Never accept a break. Ain't no such a thing. You tell a man he want to break, you break all the way off. You can't come back, you can't come by, you can't call. If you want to break, you want to be with me or you not with me, ain't no in between. Women take too much.
After that, I really found out about the girl. I just randomly went up to their job one day, walked in. As soon as he seen my face, he was smiling. But I wasn't smiling because I seen how they were looking at each other. I'm like, oh, that's her right there. Like, 'cause they giving each other, like, googly eyes and all this. She all up under him while he trying to check me out. She all up under him.
What kind of job was this?
At a gas station. She young. She don't know no better. She... young. She don't know
Were you googly eyeing with the co-worker? Were you giving each other long, meaningful looks, and did she catch you doing it?
No, I don't think I was giving her the googly eyes. I mean, I conversated with her. She was a coworker.
Never play poker. And when you get on the stand, always tell the truth, because you're going to go to jail for perjury. Because you're not selling it. You're not selling me your innocence. It's just kind of, you're real liquid with it.
Because he's not innocent.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're kind of doing the wrong thing, aren't you?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Sometimes, not all the time.
But that particular incident gets you doing right. And I mean, I know for a fact because after, like I said, he kept pulling up at the house. He would drop her off at home because she ain't had no car, didn't know how to drive. So he would drop her off at home, and then he'll come to my house. And one thing that he always do is he go to sleep. And when he go to sleep, guess what I'm finna do? I'm finna go through your phone. Right. So I went through his phone one night, and I done seen them texting. He talking about they'll put her in a hotel, and he'll help take care of her and her baby, and all this mess. He don't fool with his ex no more because she found out who I was from the day when I walked into the store, and she asked him.
Were you trying to play Superman for another woman?
I mean, we had developed a friendship, but no, I wasn't trying to be her Superman.
I understand that Ms. Harris has quite the temper. Can you give me a story that would demonstrate the extreme nature of her temper, and then we'll talk about it for a moment?
She ended up throwing my tennis shoes in the toilet. And so I ended up throwing my shoe through her mirror.
Right. Now, who has the temper?
Can I tell you about the stupid tax? The stupid tax is this. You tear up somebody's expensive stuff because you're angry, then they have to go and replace it. And the only people that are benefiting from that is the people who make the stuff that you have to buy 5 times because you don't have enough sense to have a conversation as opposed to tearing up their stuff.
We can't have no conversation.
That's the stupid tax.
He won. We can't have a conversation. Like the day,
Well, we gonna talk about it. I do believe that one of the reasons you can't have a conversation is because you don't know how to talk to people. And I also understand the fact that you don't know how to talk to people has made his family not like you. So we need to discuss that and what I saw in your compatibility test. What did you do while you were blacked out?
I mean, I just snapped. Like, I raised my voice. I started cussing that person out. And Tay had to come and get in the middle.
What would make you suspicious about your partner's relationship with a coworker? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Harris, you say that Mr. Lewis's family does not like you. Why don't you give me a couple of examples?
When I first met them, they started talking about, like, girls with weaves and how black women don't feel pretty if they ain't got weave in their head. The next time that I came around, I didn't have no weave in my head. I had my regular hair. And the first thing they gonna say is, oh, you are actually a pretty black girl. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just stuff like that. He said that stuff was a joke, but if I don't know you, I'm not gonna take that as a joke. A couple years on down the line, Christmas, I pull up, I'm in a good mood. Slick was invited. I thought, give out the gifts that I had, and next thing I know is, oh, Vontae, did you give her the money for this? And I'm like, well, he ain't got to give me no money. We do everything together anyway. So, like, his money is my money is his money, so it don't make a difference. Oh, well, I'm just saying, because if it was me, I wouldn't have got you nothing. So I was like, okay, well, that's the difference between me and you. After that...
Have you ever been in a dispute with any of the
that
members?
same day.
Tell me about the dispute.
The next thing she said out of her mouth after that I wouldn't do nothing for you, I wouldn't have gave you nothing, was, I know how you be faking and fronting. And at that point, I just blacked out, because it's been a whole year of just nitpicking. At that point, I blacked.
Now, you know what that means. I got mad and I don't want to take, don't want to take responsibility for what I did.
No,
I blacked out.
No, for real, I blacked out because at the end of the day, the family member that I have the issue with, at the end of the day, it shouldn't be that way. But I blacked out.
Well, what did you do while you were blacked out?
I mean, I just snapped. Like, I raised my voice. I started cussing that person out. And Tay had to come and get in the middle because they slick chest bumped me, and I was really about ready to go on and handle that. But I didn't do that. I said, out of respect for them, because they older than me, you know what I'm saying? Out of respect, I'm finna go get my mama. I went to go get my mama. And, you know, it was really finna be on and popping, because my mama, she about that life, too. So it was really finna be on and popping.
Mr. Lewis, can I hear your version of that event?
I mean, I will say the family member, they was wrong. At the end of the day, I still left with her. You know what I'm saying? I really don't care what my family...
What did you do before you left with her?
Nothing.
Did you get into it? Did you separate people?
I did,
you try to have a conversation?
I got in between them.
Over and over and over again, she says you don't stand up for her with your family. Is there any truth to that? I mean, take a minute.
No. Because at the end of the day, I always end up with her.
No, just because you go sleep with her don't mean you're taking a side. Do you talk to your people about how your people...
I've talked to them several times.
Hey, I'm still talking. How do you talk to your people about how your people talk to her?
Yes, I do.
Do you come to any resolution with your people?
Grown folks are going to do what they want to do regardless.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you think Ms. Harris brings some of this on herself?
Yeah, sometimes.
Not with your family members?
Sometimes.
Does she start stuff?
That particular incident, no, she didn't.
Okay. She is known to be staticky. Does she crackle, snap, crackle, and pop?
Yeah. She does have that.
You do snap, crackle, and pop, right?
Yeah, when I'm disrespected or I'm irritated. Like, don't be rude to me. I'm not rude to nobody, but I'm a big person I respect. You don't respect me.
How often do you get disrespected and irritated in any particular day?
It only comes from people that I love. Like,
I'm looking for a number.
I don't know. It can happen at any moment, really.
How often in a week do you snap, crackle, and pop?
I could be in traffic and road rage.
Yeah. I got you. Now this is, every once, when I do these things, I know you're new, so I'm just letting you know. This is a before your vows. They want to know if they should get married. So right now, all I think is run. So I'm gonna go back and talk to you about. Give me 30 seconds why Mr. Lewis is the man of your dreams.
Well, the first thing is, he is my soulmate. He can make me laugh. He can make me cry. He can make me angry. He bring out all my emotions that I could possibly have.
Anybody can make you angry, but go ahead.
No, they can't. But for real, he is, in tune with me. I really like his personality. We really have a lot of things in common. We born in the same year. I have to do everything. I make all the decisions. I do.
No.
I make all the decisions. Even on his birthday, I made the decisions.
Now, this was your declaration of love.
I love
and you
him,
complaining about the brother. We've been talking bad about him all thing. All I said was 30 seconds of positive. You went it 15 seconds in, it was over. That was sad. That was pitiful. That's an F. Mr. Lewis, you got to be able to do better than that.
Okay.
Positive, love, why she's the woman for you. Go.
Like she said, we do have a lot in common.
And I didn't think he could do worse, but he did.
This is him.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner was in a physical fight with your family member? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I'm going to address what I believe is an overall error that so many people make these days, young people, about what love is. And first of all, they always fall out with that he's my soulmate. That's some stuff you got out of a book. You read it, and it don't mean nothing. I don't know who thought that up. I would like to find out who he was, dig him out of his grave, and smack him. Because it's not true. You could have a wonderful time with anybody for some period of time. You get a little bit of love and a little bit of excitement, and you say, he's my soulmate because I enjoyed him. Ooh, that sex was good. And then once you've decided somebody's your soulmate, you just overlook all of the 75 phone calls. If he's your soulmate, he'd have answered on number 1. But you know what I mean? There is no such thing. Guy don't answer my phone, I don't call him again till he calls me. Because I ain't gonna chase nobody. He don't want to talk to me. Well, I'm gonna make him talk to me. And you want this cat to marry you. If you a lunatic every other day, he ain't gonna sign on for that. And you can't chase anybody into being trustworthy. He messes up, you break up with him. And then when I say break, that doesn't mean throw him out of the house and then have sex with him the next day. I mean, send him away. You both need to work on who you are. Work on your sense of security and work on your sense of how you're going to lead your piece of this community into a better day. And with that, I will adjourn. This matter is adjourned.
When the judge brought up my anger and attitude, for her not to know me, she hit it on the nail. We came on here because he don't communicate, because he don't express his feelings. He did the exact same thing here.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on Divorce Court today because I'm tired of playing house with Delvine.
Jessica, she wants to get married, but I feel like we're not ready yet.
I despise when Delvine calls me BM or baby mama. I feel as if I have earned my stripes.
I used to call her wifey, and then once we fell out, she told me to stop calling her that. So besides Jessica, I would call you baby mama.
I want the judge to let Delvon know it's time to grow up and be the man that he's supposed to be. Go ahead and lead his family and propose to me.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Jessica Bacon and Delvon Thompson. The two of you have been together for 8 years. You have 3 children. And Ms. Bacon, you can't get him to put a ring on it already. So I think you came here to get me to encourage him to do the right thing. Ms. Bacon, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what's going on?
All right, Judge, we've been together for 8 years. 2 we were separated, but we're now back together. We have 3 children together. But I'm basically tired of playing wife and playing house, and I want a real proposal or commitment. I don't want to take another step as far as, like, you know, living together. We were supposed to move to Kentucky. And I feel as if I don't want to make that next step or commitment without being married. And that's just a huge problem for me.
Have you talked to him about what the holdup is?
We speak on it, but it's never more than just, it's gonna happen, babe, you know? So.
Let's see if we can get more than that right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk to him. Mr. Thompson, how you doing?
I'm okay. How you
Been with her 8 years, 3 kids. Do you see marriage in the future?
Yeah, I do. I see marriage in the future, but it's like, I know she's not the only female who has dream weddings or you know, they dream of having a certain type of wedding. It's like, I don't want to just get married or whatever without at least having the funds to try to provide her with at least some type of dream, you know, her dream wedding. So I don't have
what you're telling me is, if you had the money to pull off a dream wedding, then you'd be fine.
It would have been done already.
Do you believe that?
Maybe. I only say this because I feel as if we've been together all this time, and I don't care if we saved $1 a day the whole time. We should have made it a priority to at least have something. So we've had it where we didn't have any money. Now we're making a little bit of money, but it still isn't a priority. So I really don't know if it would be, if you had the funds.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
If he were to take you down to the courthouse and marry you, would that be okay, or do you want to wait for a wedding?
Yes, ma'am, it would be.
Now, see, Mr. Thompson, that's always, to me, that's a convenient excuse. Oh, she wants her dream wedding and I can't afford it. Really? All she wants is the ring. That's all she wants, and it doesn't have to be a good ring. It could be $12.95. But as long as it comes with a marriage license and a ceremony, she's straight. So tell me what the real reason is that you don't want to get married.
Basically, that is the real reason. It's just like...
She just told you she doesn't want a dream wedding.
I done heard conversations that her and, you know, maybe her friends, her family members didn't talk. And it's like, I heard, you know, to talk about at least some parts of the dream wedding, but it's like, if we were to go to a courthouse and go down, you know, and get married, later on down the line, I'll hear about the regrets or certain things that she didn't get in the wedding that she would have wanted. So it's like, I'm just trying to...
That's like dudes talking about a Lamborghini. Man, I'd really like a Lamborghini. Yes, I would. Lamborghinis are nice. I'd like a red one. But that doesn't mean if you need a car, you can't go buy one. You know what I mean? Because you can't get a Lamborghini.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not buying it. You tell me what your biggest issue is with this relationship.
I mean, my biggest issue is, like, she's very controlling and she has a lot of trust issues with me.
Give me some stories that exemplify that.
Well, the trust issue, you know, I drive trucks. So when I first started driving trucks, I was over the road. I had to be over the road during the week, Monday through Friday, and I'm only home on the weekends. And I don't know if she let her family members or her friends get into her ear about me having another family, or, you know, truckers have other women on the road.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like, that's not me. Because if that was the case, whenever I come home, I wouldn't be bringing all the money home to help pay the bills. I would be dividing it up between my so-called...
second family.
Exactly.
And her.
Yeah.
Ms. Bacon, do you really believe he has a second family? And if so, why?
The reason I started believing that, and it was nobody encouraging me anything, I basically was truthful and was like, well, this is how I feel, because when you do come home, you may have a little bit of money, but I always have to hear, well, I don't have this much. I didn't make that much. When I know that I'm giving you full time for you to be out on the road by yourself. You only see us, 8 days out of the
Well, how much does he bring home on average?
You know what? I really don't know, because I always take his word from it. That's one thing that he's kind of private about. So I'll say, I was thinking he was making about 1,000, but I know that
1,000
a week.
A week?
Yes, that's what I assume. You know, once
based upon what conversation?
Yeah, a conversation when he just when he first took the job. But I know.
Are you funny about letting her know how much money you actually have? That's a yes.
Not at all.
That's a yes.
No,
How
not
come
at all.
She doesn't know. I mean, why not?
Because it's my money.
You living in the same household with her?
Yeah.
Do you know how much it costs to live there?
Yeah, I pay.
And how much are you contributing towards that end?
Whatever she needs, whatever she asks me for, I give it to her. If I don't have it, you know, it's
on her.
No, it's not on her.
Yes, it is. If you don't have it, it's on her.
I mean, that's all I have to give. I mean, then, you know, I just like, once I divvy out the money on the bills or whatever, and when I leave out for the week, I still leave her extra money, you know, when I can. I have to spend my money to eat out on the road. I have to eat and, you know, take care of my personal expenses.
When I can. What I got. You got 3 kids. Mm-hmm. Do they eat when you can? You know, are you going to tell me, hey, I ain't got it right now?
No, they eat before I do.
You say that not only do you not know how much he makes, but he's extraordinarily cheap when it comes to you. And I want you to tell me why you say that.
I've never received anything for my birthdays, holidays, anything.
You never buy her any gifts at all? Talking to you. Not only do you claim Mr. Thompson is cheap, you say he's especially cheap when it comes to you. Why don't you explain why you said that?
I've never received anything for my birthdays, holidays, anything.
You never buy her any gifts at all? Talking to you.
Judge, like like when we first started, I wasn't working or anything. I really didn't have any money. So,
but you're working now. You've been together 8 years. You have 3 children together. Have you never bought her a gift? A Mother's Day gift?
Yes, Mother's Day. Last Mother's Day, I cooked for her seafood, and she didn't want it. She brushed me off for Valentine's Day to go to a concert. I had plans for Valentine's Day for us to do something. She goes to a concert. She didn't want that, so it's like, then the last couple of birthdays, we haven't really been together around her birthday. So it's like, why get you something if we're not even together?
Oh, you're on a break, so to speak?
We've been broke up for about 2 years.
No, that was when we're not broke up now. But we had a separation, that 2-year separation that I spoke about.
But you've been together 8 years. That's 6 birthdays.
Right. I wasn't working. I haven't been working for like the majority of our relationship.
Oh, so the truck driving thing is new?
Yeah, I just started driving a couple of years ago. About 2 years.
I just more so want him to think about it on his own to get me something like, cause
do you consider yourself a considerate boyfriend?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Do you do things that I think what her main complaint is that you don't do things that show you care. Is she missing something, or are you missing something?
I mean, from my end, yeah, she's missing something, but I don't know if I'm missing something from her end. I'm not that type. Like I never been very like affectionate.
Or demonstrative.
I'm just like I'm very laid back. I don't really show a lot of emotion, so I don't know if, you know, if she sees that in me, which like she said, I don't do romantic things, but I'm not that. I don't know how, basically. I've never been that type.
Well, I'm not talking about, pretty woman romance. I'm talking about just showing her that you care about her.
I believe I show it, but to her it might not show because.
In what ways do you show it?
I mean, basically, like, whatever she needs, I try to comfort her, and if she got anything going on, I try to help her solve her situations or whatever. But it's just like, I don't know what she expects from me. She expects me to do more than what I know how to do, basically.
Have you ever been explicit with him with respect to the kind of things that you're looking for that you feel you lack?
Yes, I'm really verbal. We like night and day. He's the more nonchalant one, and I'm an open book. I'll always converse or communicate what it is I need or I want, but that's what he will that's what we'll lead up to. Basically, it's like, I don't really know how to give it to you.
Yeah, I got you. And having said that, I would like to go on to my next topic, which is my understanding from Mr. Thompson. Not only are you verbal, you are loud and poppy with it. And that's part of and controlling, and that's part of his problem.
What are you doing with the child support money? You can't dip into that to help pay the bills?
Our child support payments are $300 when I receive them.
Should lack of funds keep you from getting married? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I had you guys take my compatibility test, and one thing that I noted was both of you said the same thing about her. You called yourself both controlling and anxious, and you use the same words, controlling and anxious. Why don't you give me some examples of behavior that demonstrates that?
For example, like if I want to do something like for the family or anything, like for my kids, for example, I bought me some shoes a couple of weeks ago, and I was going to buy the kids some shoes.
Right.
But save your money, keep it on for bills or whatever. And about a week or two later, she comes, my kids ain't got no shoes. My babies need some new shoes. Why didn't you just let me buy the shoes? You know what I'm saying? So like that's basically like you're trying to control me and instead of let me be me. You know, if you would have let me buy my kids the shoes, then you wouldn't be complaining about them not having no shoes.
Give me another example of where she's controlling and. I understood she's like loud and poppy and on you all the time.
Yeah, like if we get into an argument, it's like if it's not her way, or if I'm not saying what she want to hear, or if I'm not agreeing to her terms, there's no way the arguments won't stop. And then I'll try to brush her off and, just leave it alone. She nitpicks, she'll say something here and there, say something here. And it's like, I don't...
Ms. Bacon, why don't you respond to those accusations?
I call myself that because I've noticed in this relationship, I've lost a lot of my femininity. And that's more so because I have to play all these different roles. I'm wearing all these different hats. That scenario was correct. But in my mind, it's like priorities first.
Bills and then shoes.
Yes, I may be saying it out loud, but that doesn't mean that I know we need them, but I'm just, I need to get my kids some shoes. But it's not over the bills, or we're going to be outside walking. You know what I mean?
Bills got paid, though.
You know what? You say that, Mr. Thompson, but let me tell you what she's trying to say to you. You came in here and said, I give what I can, I do what I can. That means she's responsible for it all. She's responsible. If you can't that week, you just say, hey, I'm cool. And she's got to make up the difference between what you can and cannot do. She has to make sure the bills are paid. She has to make sure the kids have shoes. So she feels responsible because you feel casual. That's what she's trying to tell you.
But okay, if I'm trying to help out with the bills and on top of still paying child support while we're living together, what are you doing with the child support money? You can't dip into that to help pay the bills?
Our child support payments are $300 when I receive them. They go right on the bills. I'm so frugal, like I'm one of those people that barely spends money on anything.
His child support.
Yes. And it's into our household.
Right.
But we have plenty of, it's only $300. You have 3 kids. It's only going to go so far.
Do you understand what I'm saying is you're screaming my limitations, my limitations, my limitations. Right. And then you say, once I hit my limits, you're on your own. And that's why she's stressed out, because she feels like she's unable to rely on you to make up the difference when it's tough.
But when I hit my limits are $0. So if I can't give you what I don't have, what do you expect me to do?
I'm very resourceful. That's why I said we're totally different. First, when his back against the wall, there's nothing else. Me, I got to go out and get it.
You get your hustle on.
That's right.
You get your hustle on. You do something over the weekends when you come home. You get your hustle on.
But it's...
But let's say, I hope you live forever.
Okay. Yes.
She gets hit by a bus and dies. You got them 3 kids. And you come home and they say, I got $0, kiddo. No eating today. Would you do that?
No.
What would you do?
Make something happen.
That's what she's asking you to do. Make something happen even when she's there. That's what she's asking for. Because you know, well, I'll tell you later. Because I'm going to get wound up. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner wasn't contributing to the family finances? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. The mistakes that you two make are so common. What you did, you installed yourself in his life as his wife light. Mm-hmm. You had 3 of his children, so you're committed to the proposition. You've stayed so long, the idea of leaving now means, oh, I've wasted all this time that I invested. So you've got no leverage at all. He doesn't have to marry you. He don't have to show you a paycheck because he knows you're not going to go anywhere. He knows that you're stuck where you are and that there's nothing you can do about it. So he can limit his giving. He doesn't have to step up to the plate because you've already locked the door and he knows you're not going anywhere. You don't have the security of knowing that your man is only with you because he's on the road all the time and you can't understand with his money and he can't even do you the courtesy of giving you the calm of showing his paycheck, so you have some comfort with that. So you're just scared, and then when you're scared, you get angry. And then you, over there, get mad because she's angry, but you don't do anything to make her feel safe. And what I'm saying to you is you have an obligation to your children to make sure that their mother is secure. You have an obligation to your children to make sure that their mother is not hooping and hollering in the house because she does not feel safe. You know, if you raise your kids in a house full of chaos, they get little tornadoes in their head, and then when they're 16-year-old running around on the streets doing drugs and whatever, you ain't got nobody to blame but you because you didn't secure your household. How dare you give a woman 3 children and not be the man that's responsible for taking care of things? How dare you? You know, sometimes you have to do better than bare minimum. You can't just be a basic brother. Well, I knocked her up. I'm paying her $300. I knocked her up. She's fine. She's got it. And I'll give you whatever change you got. And I don't worry. I'm not going to make you feel loved and cared for and do anything for you. I'm going to get, you know what I mean? I'm just going to complain about you being loud and poppy. Stop being loud and poppy. It don't help.
I'll stop.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Mm-hmm. You know, don't do what you can get away with. Do what a man would show up with. That's the difference. If I were you, I'd get more education, I'd get more independent, and then I'd get me to stepping when I had the opportunity. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he won't. But it won't matter because you won't care. Always be good to your kids. This matter is adjourned.
You came here looking to, get proposed to.
You know, it's been something that we spoke about, but it needs to be really, really communicated about now. So once we go back home, then we'll see, I believe he will. I believe we will.
How much longer will you wait?
I mean, I waited this long. I still will wait, but, put the pressure on it a little bit.
Judge Lynn had a lot to say to you today.
Yeah.
She called you a basic brother. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Basically, I need to step it up. Obviously, I'm not doing my part, so I need to do better. Mm-hmm.
Today on Divorce Court.
When I first met Derek, he was the sweetest man I ever met in my life. Now it's like he's just not the same man that I fell in love with at all.
I came on Divorce Court because me and my wife's relationship isn't working and we can't really get along.
I feel like Derek has definitely checked out of our relationship.
She just feel like she just automatically come home and just be glued to her and come and cuddle and all that. I I ain't really feeling that.
I felt like I had a glimmer of hope, but he's been showing me a different side of him that I just do not like.
I'm ready for this marriage to be over so I can move on with my life.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tiara Brown and Derek Brown. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, you have been together for 5 years, married for 4 of those 5 years, and you are now here because you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Brown, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
I'm just entirely fed up with my husband. He just, for the past 5 years, and we have 2 kids together in these 5 years and got married in 4, but we got married so young and we fell in love very quickly. And I just feel like he wasn't there for me emotionally.
Okay. I understand in the beginning, while you were dating, you initially got pregnant while you were dating, and you got married because you got pregnant. Is that right?
No. What happened was when we fell in love very quickly, and we found out we were pregnant about like 6 or 7 months into the relationship. And I'm not going to say it wasn't planned because we weren't doing anything to not have a baby.
Is that true?
Yeah. So we got pregnant, and then I was very excited, and I felt like he was mutually excited with me, but I guess it just didn't play out that way. Once I had my miscarriage, it's like he wasn't there emotionally for me. Like, of course, we were in different states because I was in Tennessee and he was in Georgia. We were on the phone a lot, but he just really wasn't there. Like, I would text him every day to tell him about what's the growth of the baby and all of these different things, and he just...
How old were the 2 of you then?
He was 18 and I was 21.
That's why. I'm going to tell you that right there. That's why, because he was 18.
Yeah.
And 18-year-old boys, and I'm going to say that because I've had 6 sons. And that's no hit on them, but they're just not there.
Well, he's still a 23-year-old boy.
We'll talk about that later. Stand up, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, let me ask you this question. 18 or not, didn't it alarm you that you were having unprotected sex and you might get caught having a baby before you were ready?
I was aware of that.
I said, were you alarmed?
Oh, yeah.
It's 2 different things. Someone get him some Kleenex and take the gum out of his mouth.
Thank you.
Were you concerned about that at all? Was there any thought that went into that?
Of course it was. I mean...
No, it wasn't.
I'm not talking to you, Mrs. Brown. I'm talking to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, were you concerned at all about the possibility of conceiving a child when you were just dating somebody for a few months?
Well, now that I think about it, I wasn't mentally prepared for a child. And she said that I wasn't there for her. I took her to the emergency room when the miscarriage began, so I don't see how I wasn't there for her.
Mm-hmm. Did you take her and drop her off, or did you stay?
We sat there and we talked the whole time.
Yeah, the thing is, no, he was not there.
I know you're hurt. I know this is hard, but I got to talk to you one at a time. Were you physically there or emotionally there as well?
In the beginning, when she was here visiting me, I was living here and she came from Memphis to visit. She had the miscarriage while she was here visiting me.
Okay.
So when when the miscarriage started, we rushed to the hospital. We was there the whole time. That's when we was told that the miscarriage, she was having a miscarriage.
Right.
So that's when she had a family member come get her and take her back home. Now, I wasn't there for the DNC because I'm just starting a new job. I just moved here. So, but we talked every day about, everything now. I wasn't as emotional as she was because, I mean, I'm not her, so I wasn't.
You weren't actually pregnant.
Going through
the emotional and the physiological changes that happen to a woman while she's miscarrying are dramatic and huge.
I can't say I know how she felt. I know I felt her hurt, but,
I understand. What ways do you feel he wasn't there?
Even when I would literally be crying in his face, and he was like, "What are you crying for? Like, what do you want me to do?"
Were you dismissive?
No.
Yes, he was. He was playing his video game. That's what he was doing.
Oh, my God.
Were you dismissive? Did you ask what you crying for, all that?
Your Honor, we'd be eating. And she just started crying out of nowhere. And I'm like, okay, what's wrong now? Then she's like, this is probably like a year later, and she can be crying about it. You know, I'm not saying she's wrong for expressing her feelings, but I will never just be like, oh, what now? Why, you know? No, that's not true. I was not being like that towards her.
You say he can't talk about how he feels, that you feel that he has no empathy and no emotion. Tell me why you feel that way, and give me some examples.
He doesn't know how to express himself. Like, I feel like I can sit up here and tell him, like, express my whole emotion to him completely. But I know it was a particular time where we were going through something at this time, and his friend wanted to go out to the nightclub. And it was a particular woman that was dancing around trying to get his attention, basically. But I felt like when she would come near him, he would pretend like he didn't see it and, like, allow the woman to, like, brush up against him. So we decided to all leave the nightclub. And I glanced back over, the woman is dancing on him. And when he looks over at me and sees me look at him, then he walks away and tries to give some guy a high five, like, oh,
whoa,
I'll see you later.
Okay. Were you dancing inappropriately with her or no?
I'm the type of guy, you know, if I feel like I'm getting bored, you know, I'm gonna try to bring life to the party. I'm gonna be like, okay, let's go. So I just get up, start dancing to the songs, you know, having the DJ play certain music that can get me turned up to, you know?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't think it was a big incident either. I don't think it's a big incident. I want to turn the tables now to talk about something else. I understand that you no longer share a bed together, and I want to know why.
She decided, well, I'm gonna come back. It was like...
That's not true.
Can I speak?
No, because it's not true.
No, Ms. Brown, don't tell him what he can do in my courtroom. I tell you what to do.
I'm not sitting on the couch. We made that agreement that we...
That was before you decided to come back.
I never said I was leaving, Derek. Tell me when I ever said I was leaving.
I got proof.
Show me when I said I was leaving. Derek, please, like, we really need to talk because you literally... No, because you said, what I do to you?
I don't want to talk to you.
Tell me what I did to you.
Just your presence. I don't want to be around you.
You heard him, right? That hurt me.
What did he say?
He said my presence was bothering him. That hurt me deeply. And the reason why the video ended is because I just walked away, because I just didn't even want to fight anymore. I literally went in our children's room and I just went to sleep.
Had you been fighting before
No, this
that?
was because the thing is, we've been broken up for the past 4 weeks, and I went to Tennessee to visit family just to clear my head because he had been being a very big to me the whole first 2 weeks of us breaking up.
So you just came back after the 4 week
Yeah, and I literally
break?
was only there for 3 days, and he was upset that I left. He was so entirely pissed off that I left.
Why was I upset you left for?
He was mad because I left, because before I left, he was like, oh, we should get back together. But I felt like he was only saying that because he didn't want me to go. Okay. And I was like, don't try to tell me to not go for that, you know.
I got you. Mr. Brown, what is your contention about how that occurred?
That video?
Yeah.
Or
just how you led up to that.
We was arguing before that she started recording, and she wanted me to go on the couch. And since she came back, you know, I gave her an ultimatum. I was like, well, I feel like you shouldn't leave to go to Memphis. And she decided, I'm going to go back to Memphis. I was like, okay, well,
I didn't say that. Stop.
If you leave, you know, she was like an hour out. And I said, well, I feel you shouldn't leave. You know, it's the beginning of the month. We got a lot of bills due. We really can't afford for you to take off work and miss a whole week. She decided she was gonna stay a whole week. She's like, well, I'm gone. I'm like, well, check this out. If you leave, I'm gonna put a 30-day notice in. I'm gonna go live with a family member.
Yeah, just to get back at me.
So she like, well, I'm just gonna stay in Memphis. I'm like, okay. Right. So by that time, I'm pretty much over it. Then she decided, well, I'm gonna come back. It was like,
that's not true.
Can I speak?
No, because it's not true.
No, Ms. Brown, don't tell him what he can do in my courtroom. I tell you what to do. Now, I gave you a full opportunity to speak. He needs his, and if I need to come back to you, I will. But if you keep interrupting him, you come off as the person who can't control themselves, as opposed, you know what I mean? You come off crazy. Don't come off crazy. Tell me about you telling him about the guy at church.
One night I went to Bible study, and there was a particular gentleman there, and I feel like literally our whole 5 years that we've been together, I have never caught an eye for any man. But we was literally broken up, and I was like, wow, once I looked at this man, the thrive that he had, everything about him, the way that he walked, everything, it just made me feel like I could you know, move on away from him, because I just felt like, how can I sit here and still be heartbroken and beaten up over all the things that you keep putting me through? And I just still sit there and cry over it.
Yeah.
And I
But
finally
did you go
found my
home and
peace.
tell him about
No,
the
this
guy?
is what happened. So when I went home, he was on the phone with another woman when I walked in the house, by the way. So I was already, like, even though I came home and kind of giddy or whatever, I was like, wow. So I just sat in the living room and I was just sitting to myself. And I was just like, here he is again, on the phone with another woman, because we say we don't want, that we're trying to, you know, take a break to see what's going on. So he literally came in the room. He was like, something is up with you. I could tell. He was like, I know you like the back of my hand. I was like, nothing is up. And he was like, yes, it is. You talking to somebody, aren't you? And I was like, I'm not talking to anybody. And he was like, yes, you are. You could tell me we're trying to be friends. Just tell me
I got it. I want to go on to, you say he's verbally abusive to you. And I want to talk about that and what he says and why you think he says it.
When he does get very, very upset with me, he will call me the B word.
That's a lie.
And he knows that I dislike that word, and I feel like that's the reason why he uses it.
How long would you stay with a partner who wasn't showing you affection? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I discern from your compatibility test that you feel like you're missing out by being married. You got married too young, and you don't like that state of being. Is that accurate?
When I said that statement, that was 2 years ago. I felt like that.
Right.
And due to immaturity, I felt like that because I felt like, you know, I did get married at 19 years old.
Right.
I felt like I was missing out. And plus, the people I was allowing myself to hang around, you know, they were just telling me things. I'm like, yeah, cool, that sounds like a move. But I don't feel like that, you know.
What do you feel like now?
I take pride in being a family man and being pretty much a father to my kids. It's like, what am I missing out on now? I have the love of my life, supposedly, B. But,
do you still want to remain in this relationship? I got the picture that you want to be friendly co-parents and you're done.
That's it.
That's it.
Now, at a moment, I did feel like I wanted to make it work and get back with her.
But how do you feel right now?
Right now, this moment?
This moment.
I don't want no difference.
You just want to be good co-parent.
I want us, and if it's possible, be good friends. But it's going to be up to her if she's willing to do that.
Now, I want to talk to you momentarily about how he has spoken to you over the years. Do you believe that he is verbally abusive to you? What kind of things does he say to you?
When he does get very, very upset with me, he will call me the B word.
That's a lie.
And he knows that I dislike that word,
That's
and I feel like that's the reason why he uses it against me.
Oh, yeah, we all do. And nobody likes that word.
And the incident just recently happened when I went to Memphis to clear my head. We were on the phone because, like, he says we want to be friends, and I mutually feel the same way. And he was like, what you down there doing, being a little hoe? And I never talked to him like that, even throughout right now when we're trying to be friends. I've never, ever talked to him like that or tried to degrade him any kind of way. It's like that's all he continuously tries to do is degrade me.
Are you tired of it?
I'm definitely tired. He says he's fed up, but it's more of because I said it first.
If you were so tired, why are you currently saying just a few days ago, I want to make it work. I thought we were going to be able to make it work. And
that's not true.
Okay.
This is what happened. The other day, he was on the phone with a woman.
Right.
And we were trying to be cool and things like that. And I'm not going to lie, a little bit of the love came back. And I still was like, okay, I don't know because we do this so much. And I walked into his room and I laid on his bed with him and I was like, what you doing?
No.
He turns his phone around and he's on the phone with another woman on FaceTime. This particular woman that he's on the phone with, he's been on the phone with her since 3 days after we broke up. 3 days after we broke up, he was already on the phone with another woman. And he had her name saved in his phone with a bunch of hard-eyed, kissy face emojis, but says that they're not in a relationship.
Okay. Are you in a relationship with another woman?
No, I'm not. I'm not in a relationship with another woman.
Okay. Everything I say from here on is for your 3-year-old son and your 1-year-old daughter. Today's question sponsored by... Is it healthy for married couples to take breaks from each other? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I want you to be very clear about something, Mrs. Brown, because I think you're caught in a circumstance that a lot of women find themselves in. You know, the marriage is a hoopty on the road broken down. But every once in a while, it looks like it might start up again. So you're hoping that it's going to be drivable. And I know that's how you feel because we always ask you, what do you want from me? And you said, I'm ready to go, but I want to hear what the judge says because if there is a bit of hope, I need to hear it from her. There is no hope. And I want you to understand that y'all got married too young. You had children too young. He was too immature. You're too immature. What you need to do now is to be responsible and civil co-parents. That's where we are, and that's where I want you to be. I don't want you to keep looking for hope. I want you to be practical. Mr. Brown, on your part, don't you float hope. Don't one day, you know, because she's gonna take one day when you're not feeling good about yourself, or one day when you want some sex and you don't feel like working to get it off another woman, you're gonna call her and say, baby, maybe we can work it out. She'll come zipping over your house, go to bed with her. Then you guys get mad and you're gonna break up all over again. Don't float hope when there is none.
Of course not.
It's easy to do, and we can get hope from just about anything. You know, well, I remember and I miss you. Everything should be businesslike and cordial. You should wonder if she's all right, but you should be man enough not to destabilize the mother of your children with false hopes of reunion.
Of course.
You with me?
Clear.
It's a hard thing for a lot of men to do, but that's what I want you to do. Now, Mrs. Brown, did you hear me when I said there's no hope?
Yeah.
You knew there was no hope when you came here. But you just needed a push. Consider yourself shoved. And don't be sad because you're beautiful.
Very.
And you're young and you're intelligent. And the next dude you're going to get, you're going to vet him. You're going to talk to him. You're going to watch him. You're not going to get pregnant by him. You're going to use contraceptions when you have sex until you're way married to somebody and you know they're going to come up correct. You behaved like a little boy up to now. I hope you take on manhood from today forward. This matter is adjourned.
I know I was emotional for you in there. Judge Lynn said there's no hope. What's your reaction?
We're just gonna try to talk only about our children, and that's it.
Is he gonna be okay with that?
Yeah, he should, because if I'm okay with it, he should, because I feel like I'm the one that's more upset about us breaking up. He doesn't really care as much as I do.
I mean, she seems pretty beat up.
I mean, she's hurt.
You're not?
Of course I'm hurt. I mean, I'm losing my family and my kids. They moved to a whole different state. Of course I'm hurt. I'm hurt, but I'm not going to show it in front of everyone.
Judge, today's case is Pour It Up.
He has been partying, drinking, and going to jail for years. But now she says she's had enough. Let's see if that's true.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Leilani Jacobs and Clancy Jacobs. Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs, you have been together for 12 years, married for 3 years, and separated for the last 5 months. Mrs. Jacobs, you want Mr. Jacobs to give you $2,000 for money you laid out at your wedding. We will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Jacobs, why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got to divorce court here today?
Okay, Judge. I'm here today to tell you about this man over here to the left, yes. When he turns up, he do not know how to turn down, as far as liquor and women. And we're gonna start with the liquor first.
Okay, let's start with the liquor.
Okay, so I was staying in Atlanta, and my brother had a party, so I go to his party, and I guess he see a lot of cars out there, so he pops up over there at the party. He trying to talk to one of my cousins. We wasn't even together. We wasn't even married at the time. So he trying to talk to my cousin, and I tell my brother, why is he even here anyway? He's already drunk, so what is he doing here anyway? So I told him to put him out. He puts him out. You know, we partying. While the party's still going on, he pops again. I said, put him back out. Why is he steady coming? So he put him out again. He was like, don't come back up in here. This is my sister, you know, whatever. Don't come back up in here. So the party over with. I go to my car. Guess who I see laying on the steps? Drunk, passed out. Mr. Jacobs. Don't make no sense. So, you know, I just can't deal with it no more. You want to hear about another one?
Oh, please.
Okay. We go to a family member house, and it's a party for one of my family members. We having a good time. Another family member come in. They get into an argument over his drinking again. I turn around. They call me Luscious Bubble, you know, for a nickname. Well. And they like, Luscious, your husband over there fighting. I said, oh, not again. So I'm like, okay, like before, put him out. Okay, they say he gotta go, and the other partner had to go too. So I called back, I'm like, you know what? Why do I gotta go? He was the one that was fighting, why do I gotta go? Can I come back? They say, yeah, you can come back, but he can't.
I'm gonna get to you, We gonna get through this.
Yes, it's my turn. Thank you. So anyway, Judge, his drinking problem is a problem with me.
I got you. Mr. Jacobs, do you have a drinking problem?
I mean, I drank. Is it a problem? No, I mean, ask her how she got her foot broke. Ask her how she got her foot broke.
How did you break your foot, Luscious Bubbles?
Her drinking problem.
First of all, it's not broke. It was broke last year, and I think he might have did that.
No.
I don't know. I was turned up. So, I don't know. I ain't turned down that time, but no, it's not broke. I just had a
But whatever happened to it, did it happen while you were under the influence?
No. Not this time, but yeah.
The last time, yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Jacobs, you say you don't have a drinking problem. So what kind of problems do you have with her? Why does she say you have one?
She live all the time. Like she drank already. She ain't even had a drink today. Don't you see she act like she buzzed now?
That's because this is me. You mad?
Can you imagine dealing with this 24/7?
It's a lot.
A lot.
Do it look like I drink 24/7, Judge? Come on, girl. Look at this.
That's the one and only girl you get, okay? One and only. I'm gonna let it slide because I like it.
Okay.
But that's it.
Okay, Miss Lynn.
You say he has too many female friends for him not to be fooling around. Tell me why you believe that.
Oh, no, it ain't that I believe it, I know it. See, I'm a spy. I'm a spy. But, yeah. So, I listen to him, Judge. Now, listen, for real.
I'm listening.
I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, okay, yep. No, but listen. I listen to it, Judge, and I hate to even put myself out there like this, but I listened to it and I heard the lady say her address. I'm like, you know he married. I'm hearing all these conversations, listen to him. She know he married, whatever. So I write the address down. I go over her house. Blocks away, knock on the door. She ain't come, knock on the door. She ain't come. So I went to my car, wrote a note, put it in the mailbox.
What did the note say?
Watch your back, because I'm coming for you.
Now, Mr. Jacobs, do you know what she's referring to?
Yeah, I know what she
Yeah, I know you do.
Were you out philandering when you got caught?
No.
What was going on?
Wasn't nothing going on. I was lying.
Oh, stop.
I was lying to her, bro, just having conversation.
Why? You married?
You lying to her about what?
I mean, she even heard one of the conversations. I tell her, bro, I'm outside. I'm pulling up.
Don't call them broads. That's part of your problem right there.
She tell
a woman,
yeah, that I'm pulling up. I'm outside all alone. I'm in my living room. I ain't going nowhere.
Why would you tell her?
Why is he talking to him in my house, though? In my living room while I'm in the bed?
We was mad at each other.
What you do? You were mad. So the minute you're mad, you get on the phone.
It's entertainment.
It's entertainment.
Yeah, we was mad with each other.
You still married.
You entertain the wrong woman and you'll have a problem. And some women don't take rejection well.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
8 o'clock in the morning, jumps out the bed to go over to his friend's house to probably take him to the store or something. Oh, yeah, he taking him to the store and himself, too. Because it's not funny. He takes himself to the store, too, because when he come back, he drunk.
Are you going to the store 8 o'clock in the morning and get some liquor?
Tell the truth. She asked you a question.
Listen, I ain't drunk.
Answer the question.
Do I drink in the mornings? Yeah, because I lay down at night.
You drink in the morning?
Because I lay down at night. She want me in the house before it get dark.
Okay,
that's how controlling she is.
What?
Judge. Hold on. Wait, you get drunk in the morning.
So I can lay down.
So you can lay down at night.
Yeah, so I don't have no problem. So I could be in the house.
So you can be in the house. Yeah.
So by 6, 7 o'clock.
Now, by the time that you lay down, are you still drunk? Or have you sobered up?
First of all,
do you stay drunk?
He don't sober up. He turns up.
Supposedly, I mean, I'm your husband. I'm in jail. I can't take care of you. Right. You my wife.
300
for you. Do better or worse. But not with you, huh?
I would have took the worst then.
I drink a little bit. I get buzzed a little bit. Drunk, I don't get. But I do that to deal with that over there.
What's going on over there?
That's a hot mess right there.
He goes over his friend's house, takes him to the store, says he gonna come back. Judge, I done called this man 4 or 5 times. When you come home, I didn't cook lunch, dinner. They both done got cold. I toss it in the garbage like, you know what? No. So you come home drunk.
Listen, she done called me them 4 times in 1 hour.
4 times an hour. I've had women do it. And 4 times an hour, that's not too bad. I've had some people in here. 60, 70 times an hour. Don't understand why they don't pick up on the 67th time. You got all that.
He goes.
You say you took care of him when he was broke.
Oh, Lord.
And you mad about it. Tell me about that.
Judge, I paid the rent, the bills, everything. Let me tell you, this man goes to jail. Matter of fact, we moved in our place September the 27th, 2016.
Right.
This man gets into it with a family member the same night and shoots a gun in the air. I could have got put out the same day I moved in. Boxes wasn't unpacked or anything, all because of his drinking. He got into it.
You drunk with a gun?
You believe that? I mean, the incident happened.
Look it up.
I don't know yet.
The incident happened. The incident did happen.
Did you go to jail?
Yeah, that night. They gave me a $10,000 PR bond the next day. I was out. I went down there 24 hours.
But you had to deal with it later?
Yeah,
yes.
then I got some time behind.
Yeah, right.
Judge,
I know what bond is.
It's not over.
Yeah.
Okay, so he goes to jail, gets out. Guess when, he's fighting the case. Guess when he has to turn himself in?
When?
On Valentine's Day.
Oh.
And 5 days before my birthday.
Well, you can't take that personally.
No, let me tell you. He goes to jail. By us just getting married, they gives him Huber, where he comes home. Let me take... It's not funny. Okay, that gives him Huber. He comes home. Instead of him doing what he's supposed to do, look, go back. Breath. Nope, can't get in. Oh, let me tell you what happened before that. I was letting this man use my truck to take to the jail. leave it on grounds so I wouldn't have to pick him up, bring him back, pick him up, bring him back, pick him up. Okay, so I had put him on my insurance. So he gets on my insurance, the jail approves it, he leaves come pick the car up, go back to the jail, leave it there, come back, doing this every day. Okay. He want to celebrate our 1 month anniversary. Lost his privileges, had to stay in jail. All while he in jail, Judge, I'm giving this man $300 a month, making sure he's calling me. I'm going up there to see him. It ain't nothing but up the street on the south side. He making me come to see him, making me do videos. Who in the house? I'm showing him the whole house. Nobody, just me. You know, I mean, I did everything. Paid for the wedding. I did it all. This man hasn't. What?
Supposed to. I mean, I'm your husband. I'm in jail. I can't take care of you. Right. You're my wife.
$300 a
for you. Do better or worse. But not with you, huh?
I would have took the worst then.
Well, no, but you held it down. That's all right. You held it down.
He did that.
Judge, it's me by myself, struggling, making it happen. He know I don't have it like that. Why you making me do all this, give you money, I'm constantly paying the insurance, the rent, the bills, and all this by myself. You, my husband, I ain't supposed to be taking care of you. You supposed to be taking care of me.
So if he shows up at your door tomorrow, you gonna take him back?
I got a camera on my doorbell. I'm gonna be like, get away from my door.
If you would like your case to be heard on divorce court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Are you working now, Mr. Jacobs?
Yeah, now I am.
Now you working?
But I'm not with her. I don't live with her. We don't live.
I know, you're like separated for 5 months. You ready to call it a day?
Yeah.
What put you out of the house 5 months ago? What separated you two then? Because it's obviously been rocky all the way along.
Well, I was getting put out 3-4 times, maybe 5 times a week. Anytime she got mad, I had to go.
He drank 4-5 times a week.
Calling the police telling me I gotta go. I can tell you the incident. She called the police, lied and said I did something to her. I refused to leave the house.
Because I got tired of the cheating.
They took me to jail.
Tired of the lying.
Did you call the police on him?
Sure.
And lie to the police about what he did?
Yeah, I bet probably put a hickey on my chest to say he did that.
So did.
Because I was tired, and I took a lot.
So if he shows up at your door tomorrow, you gonna take him back?
I got a camera on my doorbell. I'm gonna be like, get away from my door. I'm gonna turn my alarm on. I'm gonna make it go off on my own. Get away. Beware of dog.
So tell me about the $2,000 you want from Mr. Jacobs.
$2,000. Judge, you know what? It's really more than $2,000.
Well, you tell me what we're talking about here.
I paid for the wedding. I paid for a brand new dress from David and Bridal. I paid for his suit.
You ain't paid for my suit.
His shoes. His tie. What other shoe at? Give me the shoes.
Now, tell me what you paid for, Mr. Jacobs.
I paid for the wedding, his shoes, the reception.
Did you pay for the venue? Where?
I paid for everything. I paid for my mom married us the second time in our church. And I couldn't even get this man to go back to the doggone church we was married in.
Mr. Jacobs, did all that occur?
Not all.
Did she pay for everything?
What you pay for?
She paid for everything.
You couldn't even pay for a nail.
She paid for everything. She paid for everything.
Did I pay all the rent and the bills and everything too?
Yeah, you didn't want me to work.
So what you owed me about 10,000 then?
She was trying to limit
you to work. Why didn't she want you to work?
She was trying to limit you where I had to work at.
No.
She didn't want me to work with no women. She wanted me in a factory. I don't do factories.
You can't do nothing. Judge, I got him a job working with my family, one of my family members. Just, you know what? Something he loved doing, driving. He was driving these people to their dialysis class,
right?
You know, and all that.
Right.
Why he dropped one on them off? Guess where he go? Went back. Oh, we smell liquor on
That's
your
a lie.
breath.
That
So
didn't
why
happen.
you get fired?
That's why I got fired.
Okay, so
wait. First of all, that was on my day off. And I literally got fired on my day off.
Friday is one of my favorite movies. I didn't say it.
Now, Judge, it wasn't a day off because his boss called me. Look, where's your husband around? I said, ma'am, ain't he at work?
No,
we looking for Mr. Jacob. He has to pick up his patient.
Right.
I know. I goes over there, one spot.
You knew it in there.
Yep. I'm like, you know what? You not no good. You not no good. You not no good. Because you know this man at work. And y'all got him over here drinking. We ain't got him doing nothing. He grown. He could do what he want to do.
I'm definitely grown.
Them not your friends.
Right.
And you lose your job.
Did you drink?
I don't remember that accident.
Oh, that's because you was...
I got it. Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs, you made my day. You did indeed. I enjoyed every minute of it. Now, Mrs. Jacobs, you can't pay for a wedding and then when the marriage goes bad, ask for the money back. You paid for the wedding because you had the event. He showed up. He came. He said, I do. He did his part. Now, what happens after that is on the two of you. But you certainly can't get the money back just because the marriage went south.
Can I ask you something?
First of all,
she wouldn't wait. She didn't want to wait to have this wedding. See, we got married not even a whole about 2-3 weeks, the wedding, the ceremony, 2-3 weeks after I got out of jail. See, I tried to get her to wait. She didn't want to wait.
Judge,
no, they don't.
He asked my brother to marry me before he asked me to marry him.
Yeah, women don't want to wait. You know what I mean?
Serious?
Ain't that what happened?
Did you ask my brother to marry? Can you marry me?
But you're grown, Mr. Jacobs. You walked down that aisle all by yourself.
We was already married. We was already married.
I got it.
He just wanted the ceremony. That was.
Yes, that's
we was
what women
already
do.
married.
Women want the ceremony.
Exactly.
And you paid for it. You got it. And now we're done. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
How we feeling?
Good. I just wish that she would have understood where I was coming from a little bit more. Just for the simple fact that he cheated and he ruined our marriage.
It's over. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll go have a drink, me and her.
Maybe. You guys think you can stay friends?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I married her. I loved her. I mean, the love always gonna be there.
All right, well, wish you the best. Judge, today's case is petty life.
She says that he says he's the CEO of the She Chefin' business, but she says he's simply a pain in her behind.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Karen Michelle Justice and Jason Wesley. The two of you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. You have 1 child together. Ms. Justice, you want me to require Mr. Wesley to sign over title of a 2006 Chevrolet Tahoe to you, and we will discuss that momentarily. But before we do, I will start with you and ask you to tell me about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today.
Yes, Your Honor. We're here today because I am a private chef, and I've started a preserve business, and I do other things as far as baking cupcakes and cakes and for different clients, and he wants to run the show.
How is he overstepping his bounds?
Well, he comes into the kitchen, and he'll get in my way, and he'll start dictating what I should do to certain things, and I tell him to get out the kitchen, and I turn my back for a second, and he's drizzling caramel on cupcakes that shouldn't have caramel on them. And I'm like, you're sending my product out there like that?
That's your product, yes?
Ladies,
Very, very nice. Are you interfering in her business?
This is our business.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see an I in we. Mm-hmm. I've been looking. This is a team game.
Mm-hmm.
With business, a lot of stuff besides just the business.
The baking.
And the
so
baking.
what is your role in this business?
I think creativity is my role, helping, marketing.
Creativity is your role. What do you create or what do you assist?
She may be struggling in the kitchen with ideas. We all want to be innovative. So she's brainstorming like a business partner should. I come in and try to help, but my help is no longer wanted or needed.
Why do you think she doesn't want you in there with her?
It's a woman thing, Your Honor.
Tell me about this woman thing.
Not all women.
You saw the danger there, didn't you?
I could hear the train coming. Not all women, some. Janet made a song, Control.
But she's the baker in the family, correct?
She does play a part in this role of the business.
Well, what do you do in the kitchen? Let's talk about that.
I help bake also. Maybe she may be doing a phone call, maybe doing an email. Kids, whatever. Moms know about this. A mom's day is 24 hours a day. So she can fit in whatever she may have been doing at that time. I may need to come in and start measuring, wearing some preserves. Just little things. I'm not Ain't Your Mama.
Yeah.
But I'm helping Ain't Your Mama. I just want a little credit.
Let's not call no black woman Ain't Your Mama. Ain't Your Mama. We're not doing that in here today. I'm not doing that. We took too long to live that down. He's saying he's an active and helpful participant in the baking process. Is that accurate?
I would not have to agree with that. Now, he eats everything. Okay, let's just touch on he eats everything. I can finish up about 4 jars of peach preserve. There's gonna be 2 missing. He will literally sit there and eat the preserves out the jar. And I'm like, okay, I'm calculating in my head, like, okay, wait a minute.
How much lost profit is this?
That's lost profit. We're in the negative.
Now, Mr. Wesley, now when you go in the kitchen, do you help yourself to the product as you're going along?
Your Honor, in business, food, drinks, we call it samples. You got a sample, I got a sample. The people have to sample. Me understanding this situation, you always want to taste what you got so you understand the situation before you get feedback from your customers. That's all. And if I got 4 jars, I think we can manage with 2.
No one taste tests 50% of the product, Mr. Wesley. That doesn't make any sense. You know, that doesn't make any sense at all. Mr. Wesley, you say she's controlling. Why don't you, not just in the kitchen, but in general, she always wants to know where you are and what you're doing. Explain that to me.
It's just situation after situation, Your Honor. For one instance, let's just give a situation you have a long day at work and a common call that a lot of, Nick, you understand, of men. We call home, babe, I'm on the way, I'm coming. In her mind, translate that, I should be there in 2 minutes. So it may take 30, 45 minutes to an hour to a situation, and I look at the phone and I miss text messages, I miss phone calls, I got voicemails, and I would think that I would be getting this from mom, not specifically the wife. I'm not missing.
Now, Ms. Justice, are you blowing up the man's phone just because he doesn't immediately materialize once you've called him?
I'm not blowing up his phone like that. And when I ask, are you on the way, I need you to actually be on the way. His on the way is, I need to stop by my friend's house, I need to go do this, that, and the other. And it's like 2-3 hours done went by. And the reason I ask is because I try to balance the business. Not only am I in there cooking and canning and whatnot, I'm trying to juggle the kids at the same time. So I need his help at home so I can be relieved of being a mother.
I understand. I understand you brought a sampling of your product.
Yes,
I would love to sample your product. Oh, there it is. I didn't even look. Let me see. Bring them over here. Now, this is the preserve.
These are my preserves.
She's chefing. This was. Do I get to taste these too?
No, you don't. No. That's the problem. That's the problem we're having.
We got peach, we got banana, we got plum, and we got...
That's mango.
Mango?
Yes.
Hashtag she chefing. This was supposed to be.
Hashtag what?
She chefing. This was supposed to be.
She chefing.
That's why I say it's
was
my business.
This was supposed to be he and them kids chefing. This is our. I wasn't thinking about only he doing this by himself. He chefing. It was he and them kids.
And them kids?
It didn't.
How did kids get involved?
Because I'm not the only person. If Daddy's putting a spoon of preserves, I got 3 of them behind me. They yelling, preserve, I want some too. Let's put some more toast in the oven. Daddy, let me help put some, you need me to open the biscuits. You know, I got some bagels. So I'm not the only person tasting these preserves, Your Honor. Well, I got 3, it's 4 of us sampling in total. And sometime a few jars go missing and get abducted. It happens.
Mrs. Justice, I feel your pain.
Thank you.
I feel your pain.
Thank you.
Like she jumped on me like the big bad wolf. But when I turn around and say, baby, that may not be the way we speak to each other, now I'm turning the scene around and I'm jumping on her and I'm the victim.
They'll be all right. They love each other. They got to preserve. They doing their thing. They family. Just forgive each other, love each other.
What does he have to own up to? You say Mr. Wesley is too sensitive. Can you explain that to me?
Wow, he's very sensitive. On our way here, let's just be honest, on our way here, I thought we were about to break up and turn the car around and go back to the airport because the simple fact, I wanted to listen to music. And he was, I guess, feeling some type of way maybe in the car. And he was like, why do you want music? He's not your personal DJ. And I'm like, wait, why are you jumping on me? And this is all the time. I can't do anything without him jumping and saying something about what I want.
Your Honor.
What was the problem in the car?
Your Honor, this is asinine.
What was the problem in the car?
There's no issues in the car. We get in with our driver, and she wants to turn it like it's a situation where this is maybe a family friend, and I'm about to start touching and DJing and turning the radio to what I want to do. And I'm just saying, hey, babe, this is our driver. It may not be a situation where he's going to cater to
but I asked.
every particular track in your playlist right now. I understand.
Was this like a ride share, like a Lyft or an Uber?
Yes.
And
she asked for a radio.
Not specifically asked, I need you. I wouldn't say it was an ask. I would just...
Well, what did she say?
I guess in her mind, she asked. She was saying, I need you to play Chris Brown. I didn't think that was specifically asking. I think that was kind of telling.
Did you ask him to play?
I asked. I do.
That's awfully specific. How would you know somebody's got Chris Brown? I mean, if you asked me to play Chris Brown, I wouldn't know what to do.
Right, but I wouldn't ask you.
She asked him.
I mean, did you think he had one of his... They don't do CDs anymore. What?
It's YouTube.
Oh, you would stream it.
Streaming, yes. Exactly. I get into these vibes, and he doesn't understand when I get into my vibes, and so it's always us bumping heads when I want something, particularly.
So you wanted him to stream a certain artist?
Yes.
And what was the reply?
He starts yelling and stuff, raising his voice at me, saying, he's not your personal DJ. Why do you want him to turn it on there? This is not what we're in the car for. You need to... And I was like, you know what? You need to be quiet. So as soon as I said, you need to be quiet, that's when everything just blew up.
Your Honor, it's not specifically be quiet. She goes into her rants and her verbal abuse stages.
Right.
Shut up.
What kind of things does she say?
Be quiet, look out the window, enjoy the scenery. Shut up. I said shut up. Don't say nothing else to me. And, I try not to speak like that to my wife. And then I kind of bring up these situations where, baby, I think that may not be the way that you should talk to me. And then she'll turn it around and say, oh, my gosh, sure. Now you're verbally abusing me. And you just got through yelling at me in the car, cussing me out up and down, saying I'm a little girl. I'm crying in the woods like little Red Robin Hood. Like she jumped on me like the big bad wolf. But when I turn around and say, baby, that may not be the way we speak to each other, she doesn't understand it. Now I'm turning the scene around and I'm jumping on her and I'm the victim. So we got two options at this point. We can keep going to work, or we can turn it around like it's a Category 5.
Jason did not go to work. I read through his text messages with his friends. He went to the strip club.
You say that she should be in the FBI. Tell me why you believe she should be in the FBI.
Your Honor, it was a situation where I went to work one day, and fellas can understand. I got on the freeway. This may be 10, 15 down the road, and I'm patting myself. I don't have the cell phone. So we got two options at this point. We can keep going to work, or we can turn it around like it's a Category 5 coming. We need to get the friends and the family and get out of here and make an excuse and bust this door down and rescue this phone and get the kids and the women out safely. So I make a decision. At 30-something, almost 40 years old, I said, I'm gonna go ahead and go to work. I'm gonna leave my phone here. I'm gonna trust my instincts, and I'm gonna trust my past and what I've been doing. And I think I should be clear. I don't remember cheating, but I may have. I don't know. But that phone that phone that the FBI got is gonna have all the information you're looking for. So I come home, open the door. She's standing right there in the kitchen with a big smile on her face. Hey, baby, how you doing? So I need to talk to you. I said, okay, well, let's get the elephant out the room. We all know what's going on. I left my phone. What you want to do? What's up? Show me her name. Show me her text messages. Show me emails to her, because I know what she in that phone for. She ain't looking for something that's missing. She looking for something. What are women for when they pick up the spouse's phone? We only looking for one thing.
Oh, yes. Oh,
What did you
yes.
find?
Oh, yes, I did find something. So one day he told me he was going to work. Jason did not go to work. I read through his text messages with his friends. He went to the strip club.
Would the name of this friend happen to be Kedrick Ford? Mm-hmm. We have Kedrick Ford on Skype, so I would like... Mr. Ford, how are you, sir?
Pimp Juice.
I'm doing great. How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Why don't you tell me what you know about this couple and what you think I ought to know about this couple?
Both sides of the story.
There's nothing worth having that's going to be easy. It's working together and compromising and helping each other to level up and better yourself in a relationship and bond. And he just not stepping up as a man in a relationship. They'll be all right. They love each other. They got to preserve. They doing their thing. They family. Just forgive each other, love each other.
What does he have to own up to?
Woo, baby. You see him, don't you? But if he man up and swallow his pride, be what he's supposed to be, he can change, and they can make it happen.
Mr. Ford, I would hire you as a motivational speaker any day of the week.
I love both of them.
Thank you so much for your conversation and your insight into your friend here. We appreciate it. Mr. Wesley.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you.
Ford.
To what is he referring?
I think when you are in a relationship and your relationship turns from boyfriend to girlfriend and it's coming around a corner to marriage, and if you kind of stay on that track about doing whatever your woman say and jump when she say jump, I think everything will be okay.
Does he ever give a straight answer to anything?
No, just like, no. Just like he couldn't give me a straight answer. I sent him to work with 10 jars of my preserves. He comes back with $20 and hands me $20. I said, oh, no, baby, these are $10 a can. What?
Where's the rest of the money?
Where's my money? You have lost your mind.
Mr. Wesley, what happened in that transaction where you left with 20 jars of preserve and came back with $20? Or 10
probably
jars?
Probably ate 2 of them.
Was it 10 jars or 20?
It was 10 of them.
10 jars, you came back with $20. How'd that happen?
Sometime people can pay you, sometime they can't. We got people waiting on paydays, upcoming paydays. I don't get paid till next Friday.
Gotcha.
You want to know what the real situation is? He spends his money, a lot of our money, on hats. He thinks, oh yeah, hats. He has this
What
big...
a bizarre thing.
Hats. Yeah, there you go, hats.
Who's
and that's
there?
not even half of them. That's not even half of them, and they're just all over the place. And that's what he chooses to spend our money on.
Them
and I'm
old-
like, what are you, a sportscaster? What are you doing?
Them old things.
You're not even on TV. So what do you need that many
Mr. Wesley? Mr. Wesley, are you more of a problem than you are of help? I mean, are you like a little kid running in and out the kitchen, sticking your finger in the food and tasting it, and then you go run out and get a hat, and then you give away the preserves, then you come back back and call yourself. Is that what you're doing? Because that's what it looks like from here.
Your Honor, she talks to me like I'm a nincompoop. Now, there are caps. Some are new, some are old. I could go in the job with 10 preserves. I may come back with 20. You remember we talked about the samples. I got a big job. It's more than 5 people
Mr. Wesley,
in here.
Thank you.
I'm going to save you a fuss and shut you down right now. Let it go. I'm not going to talk about this car because I know you two ain't going to leave one another. I know that for a fact.
I may be done.
You ain't going nowhere. You can't afford yourself. You need your wife. You need your wife. Look, Mr. Wesley, women put up with a lot. I mean, we put up with a lot, and we love you, and it's all right. But just be a little less irritating. Just a little bit. Just take the edge off the irritation. You know, take 1 jar of preserves a day and leave it at that. Come home with the money. Sell the jars. Don't give them away. This woman is trying to make a business, and she's going to let you ride her coattails, but you just can't be an ongoing irritant. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I do, Your Honor.
I'm so glad you do. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, man, can you stay out the kitchen or at least leave the preserves alone?
I'll do my best. I won't make any promises.
I mean, you seem to be running out of patience here.
I am. I'm very short, and I'm done had it up to here with it.
How does that make you feel?
We'll work it out.
Well, I think everyone was excited to try these preserves, man.
Let's get some spoons.
Let's get some spoons.
All right,
and
we'll
some
go find
toast,
some
and
spoons.
let's
We need
go.
some spoons, guys. Thank you very much for everything, guys. Good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
Judge, today's case, everlasting love.
These two have been together for decades, and apparently they have been fussing and fighting the whole time. Let's see if we can't figure out why.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Garfield Wissenot and Carolyn Julius. Nick, they have been together for 22 years. Wow. But they have come to an impasse, so they've come before me. Mr. Wissenot, you say you want her to pay you almost $1,000 for repairs on a car, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Wissenot, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
As you said, we've been in a relationship for 25 years.
Oh,
not
25?
22.
Well, no, you get credit for everyone. 25 years.
So we've been together a long time. I love her immensely, and I want to be able to marry her. But something is keeping us from going that extra step. I can't figure out what it is. I think sometimes because she's mean and nasty, then she's loving and sweet. And I can't figure it out. Which one is it? I gave her a ring 5 years ago. I got on my knees in a jewelry store and asked her to marry me. We're not married yet. Why?
Why?
I don't know why.
You don't know why? You want to get married?
Yes. I love her.
I love her. Is there something keeping you? I mean, you've obviously popped the question. Why can't you go that next step?
I understand the importance and the commitment that marriage is. Right. I've been married twice before. So I don't want to get married again and go that same path. I've been with her a long time, so evidently there's something special about her. But I can't figure out why both of us can't make that decision to walk down the aisle.
Well thought out, Mr. Wissenot. Ms. Julius? Is he accurate about what he said to me, that you both are hesitant to actually marry one another, though you've been together for a quarter of a century?
Yes.
And why do you think you're hesitant to marry him?
I'm not. I told him, let's go down to the courthouse and get married.
Let's do it.
But he want to have a big wedding for what? He been married twice.
Mm-hmm. Is that true, Mr. Wisenat? You're not sure, but she is?
You know why? I wanted to get married in front of witnesses with her.
Mm-hmm.
She's so feisty and so quick to anger sometimes. If I got some of her family out in the audience saying, I see what you're doing and it's serious, you ain't gonna act up so fast. You're gonna behave yourself, you're gonna act like a wife is supposed to act.
So you think that if she has a big wedding in front of other people, it will restrain and contain her so that nasty attitude doesn't
have
pop
to be
out?
big, but I think people should witness it, especially your family. My mom and dad died about 4 years ago, and I wanted to do this way before they died. My father was 93 when he passed.
Which bodes well for you.
Yes, so he wanted to see this, and my mom wanted to see it, but they're not here. So I want her mother to see it. Her mother to say, look at my baby girl.
Let me tell you what I did. I went down to the courthouse, married my man, took some pictures, sent them out, had him for 30 years. People signing off and seeing and flowers and all that stuff don't change a thing. I mean, not a thing at all. My mama wasn't even there. She was, somewhere. Asked me, she called me 3 months later, did you get married? I said, yeah.
Your Honor, my mother said, go to the courthouse.
Right.
That's him wanting a big wedding. I don't need that.
You say she has a feisty attitude. She's come in here all meek and calm. Now, I don't know if it's me, the lights, the audience, or the cameras. What is she like when she's not in front of all of this? Give me some stories.
Man, I don't know if I want to do that. I might not be able to sleep tonight.
Well, you have to sleep with 1 eye open. Give me the worst one.
She's feisty. Lately, on the plane, flying out here, I didn't pay any attention. I just watched her to try to contain her behavior. We're on an economy flight. The flight is tight. People are tight. She ain't never really been on a plane like that before. So she's sitting there, I'm by the window, she's here, and it's a lady sitting beside her. I think the lady might have been invading her space a little bit. She started mean-mugging the lady, and I was like, oh, God, please don't let her say nothing to this lady while we're on this plane. And it scared me because I thought she was going to go off. She didn't, but those are the kind of things I see when people invade her space, or somebody does something to upset her.
He only seen one part of it, and that was this side of it. He couldn't see around her, and she had bumped me. That's why I did that.
Well, he claims that you're feisty. I haven't heard feisty from him or from you. Do you agree that, in fact, you do have a bit of a fiery temper?
No.
Okay, so it's on you now, Mr. Wisenat. Give me a story where she didn't contain it and that fiery attitude came out.
The second apartment we moved in together. I don't know why we were arguing this particular day, but I went to work and I came home. She went to the bank and took all the money out the account. Then she took it all out. And when I went to the bank to try to get some cash, I'm like, where's all my money? I just got paid. Why ain't got no money?
I gave him the money back. I didn't spend a dime. And I took the money because every time he get mad about something, he'd say, get out, and they want me to get out with no money. So,
do you put Miss Julius out when you get angry?
She ain't never went away.
But you
place. Not
you
anywhere.
Invited her to leave, but she never took you up on the invitation.
She ain't going nowhere, please. I might. Out, she gonna be crying, I'm gonna be patting her up, and she ain't going nowhere. But yeah, there have been occasions that I've told her, well, okay, you can leave.
Miss Julius, give me an example of one time where he asked you to leave.
It's always over something stupid, and then we'll get in an argument, and he'll be like, well, you can just leave.
Like, this is my house, not your house, get out?
Yes.
You know what that does to a woman, Mr. Wisenat? It destabilizes them and makes them mildly crazy. We're deep into security. We're deep into the home front and the homestead. So when you throw that out there, she never knows when you're really serious. Mr. Wisenat, you look like such a gentleman. You telling me you threw the F-bomb at your woman over the phone? You say that the two of you don't have sex anymore and it upsets you. Tell me about that.
I don't know. I guess because I gained weight. I don't know.
You're not big. How much weight
I was
did you
smaller
gain?
than this when we got together 25 years ago.
Well, I mean, everybody's heavier 25 years later.
Well,
how much have you gained?
He act like you're supposed to stay the same size.
Now, Mr. Wizenot, I'm not going to inquire as to frequency because I never do that to a dude. I think it's too much pressure. But I'll ask you, do you still find your lady attractive?
See, now that's where she don't know her man. She don't pay attention to the things that I pay attention to. The little things that I love about her that she don't even know I know. When she gets out the shower, and I pay close attention to her, even when she comes to bed at night, those are the things that I see her do, the little ladily things that she does.
That you find
makes me-
sexy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I find sexy. But who feels like having sex when you grumpy and grouchy and fussing all the time? You know? And
Because he always mean, so why should I be in a good mood and you mean all the time?
When you say he's mean, give me an example.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I
Give me an example of his anger.
A couple of weeks ago, when he was late picking me up from work, and because I was mad at him because he was late picking me up, he gonna turn it on me. And he said on the phone and slammed the phone down and...
Mr. Wizenot, you look like such a gentleman.
Oh.
You telling me you threw the F-bomb at
And
your
my
woman
mother
over
heard.
the phone?
I don't, as a rule, I don't.
As a rule.
But you don't. Wait a minute. I don't disrespect her, but what she doesn't understand is we live 40 minutes away from where we work.
Right.
On days when the traffic's heavy, there are going to be times when I'm going to be late.
Right.
But she is extremely impatient. And if that car is not sitting out there when she come out that gate, just slamming and banging doors and a booming.
Because you
gotta deal with-
How late is
at home.
How late is he?
That day, he was an hour late.
Oh, no,
Yes, he
wasn't.
was. He
That's
was
more
an
than
hour-
traffic.
He
No,
was,
I wasn't.
Because he was an hour late, because he swear he was, I don't know what he said, but he was an hour late.
I would have had something
I
to
don't
say to my
remember
husband.
an hour late. I'm
Yes.
telling you, Judge, I don't remember.
He
an
said
hour
he
late.
was at
The
MVA. That's
traffic-
what it was. You said you was at MVA.
What is MVA?
Motor vehicle administration. But we know he wasn't at motor vehicle because it still wouldn't have took him a whole hour to come and get me.
She don't drive that distance every day, so she really can complain about how long it took me this particular day, but she don't drive back and forth to see the traffic and.
Okay, Mr. Wizenot, let me ask you this. You say that she makes poor money choices and does bad things with money. Explain that to me.
Well, she just bought a car most recently. Well, they bought the car a year ago, okay? We bought the car, it ran for a year, and it rode pretty good. But I don't understand why you bought it because you driving my car anyway, most of the time. But the car went down, so I spent almost $1,000 to try to get it running again. After I spent $1,000, it still didn't get running. We brought it home and it still was a problem with it until about a week and a half ago, I took it to another mechanic and I ended up spending another $250, $300 in it. Now it's running, but I
he
think she
drives the
should have
car.
used that money more wisely. I drive it, but I don't have to drive it. I have a car. Why don't you drive your car?
First of all, he mad because I bought the car. Let's just put it out there. Be truthful about it. He mad because I bought me a car with my money.
Were you mad because she bought her car with her money?
No, I'm mad because she driving my car with the money she bought her car with. That's what I'm mad about. Let's keep it real.
I got you. I hear what you're saying. You two sound like, I know it's an old reference, the honeymooners. You know, you just fussing and fighting and getting on each other's nerves and everything, but at the end of the day, ain't nobody going nowhere. You love each other, trying to get, you get on each other's last nerve. Let's sew this sucker up and see if we can keep it together, okay? So if I can give you one thing, what would it be? Ms. Julius, if I could give you one thing, what would it be? From him, or to make this better? Because y'all too late to be starting over. Not talking about your age, but you know what I mean. There's stuff out there. You found each other, you've been together for 25 years. Let's sew this sucker up and see if we can keep it together, okay? So if I can give you one thing that he can change or that you can change, what would it be?
Him to stop telling me to get out every time he get mad about something.
Mr. Wizenot, did you hear what I said about that last time? How devastating that is to women? Even if you don't mean it, it rattles our foundation. We all have, I still have bag lady dreams, you know, like you a bag lady out on the corner, ain't got nowhere to go. And clearly, bag lady is not anywhere near where I am right now, but it still scares me. You can't say that. Can I give that as a gift from you to her? That you won't do that anymore?
From my heart.
You know what I mean? There's some things that you just won't do. You don't hit women. You don't say you're going to throw them out. Let's put that as a rule. If I can give you one gift from her, what would it be?
More love, more affection.
Now, she's the one that wants more sex. What am I missing?
We got to find a way to get it together. We just got to find a way.
Do you still find her sexy and attractive?
Of course I do. Oh, of course I do. Yeah.
Why do you think she says to me that she's not getting enough loving?
Well, it's not an excuse, but we both work. And our schedules are really, I work 10 hours a day, she works 10 hours a day.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so, and not saying, but I am 65. Sometimes I'm just tired when I get in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have to find some personal time. That's what makes a difference with us. We haven't found a time where we can just take for us, personal time just for you and me.
Ms. Julius, would you agree about that? Yes. That you just need some personal time together?
Yes.
And stop being that couple that it focuses on all the little annoying things that the other one does all day long. You have to deal with that and then focus, Pat, to the joy. You've known each other 25 years. You have memories, you have love, you've had experiences. You have all of those things that you've done for each other over the years. Don't get stuck on the late, unless it's an hour late. That's a little much. But you know what I mean, on the little things. You know what I'm saying? She mean mugging a lady in the airport. You know, you on your side in the airport. Offer to switch seats. That middle seat is uncomfortable. Offer to switch seats. Be gallant. You know what I mean? Women love that. You know, reignite that fire that, you know, may have, you know, died down 20 years ago. Give that woman, you know, a little extra love and support. And peel off that attitude. Nobody wants to be with a crispy chick. You know what I'm saying? You know, if everything is met with anger and derision, and you the same way, don't be crispy. You're too old for that. Let it go. You know, be nice. Politeness and courtesy is a thing for a reason. You know what I mean? It greases the wheels of life. It makes it easier to get by if we say please and thank you and pull back off the I want and you didn't. But you know what I could get? It makes everything easy. I know in this day and age, we're looking to y'all for the way to get it done right. You know what I'm saying? So tell me about this car she ruined.
Now,
the catalytic converter, which I don't know what that is. I know what a spark plug is, and I know what a tune-up is.
Yeah, well...
That car?
The Volvo, yeah. It went down.
Did she wreck it?
No, it's not wrecked. As a fact, when we leave here, I'm going to go do a little work. I'm going to clean it up. We haven't been driving it for a while. But now it's back to running. I spent enough money in it, so it's running now. I just think I want her to be responsible. Help me pay for some of the stuff that goes wrong with your car. You know, why do I have to foot the whole bill?
Because I make sure we got gas in the car.
Wow. Okay.
Mr. Wizenot, Ms. Julius, this is what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to, I am not getting anybody any money. I'm going to ask you to go home and for one day, don't pay attention to nothing regular. I want you to kiss her on the neck every time you see her. When you see her get in the bed or out of the shower and you delight in that, make sure you tell her. We want to hear about it every once in a while. Ooh, baby, look at that. You know what I mean? It's so fine. You know, she might be happy with a kiss and a hug and a pat on the back behind, and then you don't have to deliver the entire meal. You know what I mean? Just give her a little love appetizer. She wants that closeness. She wants it to, and be a person that he wants to be close to. If you're crispy, it's no fun to cuddle crisp. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Love each other, start all over again. You're a great couple. I want you to be that great couple all the way through the end. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so worth.
All right, we got a little work to do, so you think you can give a little more love in here?
I'm willing to work.
Yeah? And cut back on the attitude, maybe?
Sure.
Tell us about what happens next.
They gonna get married.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear.
Hey, she want to go to courthouse, we'll go to court.
Judge, today's case, Jeepers Creepers.
He's tracking her, he's trailing her, but he hasn't quite caught her yet. Let's see if I can figure out just what she's doing.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nicole Nobles and Shemansky Smith. The two of you have been together for 11 years, married for 7. You do not, however, want to be married anymore. Ms. Nobles, you are asking $1,500 from Mr. Smith, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Nobles, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, first of all, Judge, we're here today because my husband is just a hot mess. He's constantly investigating me, trying to figure out what's going on, and he's just like a PI. He's like a private investigator.
Well, give me some examples.
Well, first and foremost, I go shopping a lot. So I went shopping one day. I went shopping one day.
See how you feel about that, Mrs. Smith.
I went shopping, and I come out the store. I look across the parking lot. He's supposed to be at work. He's parked across the parking lot, looking and seeing what I'm doing. I guess he was trying to see if I was coming out the store with somebody or something. I don't know what's going on with him, but he is a hot mess.
Were you out in the parking lot trying to see what your wife was doing?
Probably.
Do you believe that you have a reason to mistrust your wife?
Yes, I do.
Tell me why.
Okay, well, say about a month ago.
Yeah.
I get up in the morning about 3:30 in the morning, go to work. So her phone was lighting up on the table, and private eye called me Inspector Gadget. That's
right.
So
that's what you
I look, and because usually she don't leave her phone, you know.
Where you can get to
Where
it.
you can get to, exactly. You know where I'm coming from, see? So I looked at it, and I seen it lit up, and Inspector Gadget, I looked at it, and there was some text message about, oh, this your boyfriend, and, you know, my eyes got bucked, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see. She said it was her gay friend. I took it to her.
It was my gay friend. He just worried about the wrong thing. BF means boyfriend or best friend. It could be gay. It was a gay guy.
Well, I don't.
Do you have any other reasons to believe?
I got a text message right here.
Let me see the text message.
Here you go.
And this is from her phone?
Yes, her phone.
Mm-hmm. Y'all from Ohio?
I'm from Louisiana, a.k.a. Dallas. I don't know nobody in Ohio, Judge.
That was my gay friend, Judge. He's from Ohio. He called me from a strange number.
Oh, okay,
I got you. He was checking on me, and he said BF, and he just went there.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, he called you boo, too. No, you called him boo.
Well, he's a boo. He's my gay friend. He's a boo.
BF
Wow, yeah, thank you. Where I'm from, boo means is boo. Well, not scary boo, but boo.
Then he says at the end, I'm acting like a stranger now. I think you don't want me.
Well, as a friend.
I would be concerned.
As a friend. He is totally gay, so I can't want him. He can't want me.
I didn't know he was gay.
Private
Do you
investigator.
believe it now?
I told him he can meet him. He don't want to meet him.
I don't know.
So one time you went shopping?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't come back till 10:30. What happened there?
I went to look for some clothes for my child, and I couldn't find nothing. I went to several stores. So after I went to all these stores, I stopped by somewhere and got me something to drink. I was tired of shopping.
Right.
So when I came home, I was by Inspector Gadget saying that, what are you doing? You look drunk, you look tipsy, sleepy, and he's always trying to tell me.
Mr. Smith, let me ask you this, Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something that she's done somewhere down the line, or some other woman that has hurt you, that has put this idea in your head that your wife is somehow tipping around on you?
I believe it's her sisters. I do. We could be sitting and, you know, chilling, watching TV, get that phone call. If I say, baby, come on, let's go, you know, I can understand. You know, she don't like to do a lot of men stuff, like go to sports bars, stuff like that.
I don't like that.
And I ain't too keen on the woman stuff, you know, as far as, you know. So, but let one of them sisters call.
I need estrogen in my house. My house is full of men. I'm sick of men. So every day I see...
What, a lot of boys in your house? A lot of
boys.
Yeah.
Sons, brothers, it's a lot of men. It's no women in my house. So when I see my sisters or family members, I'm just excited to be around another woman.
I got you. Let me ask you. You wrote in your paperwork that the romance is dead and he's just boring.
Oh! He is very boring. We don't do
Explain
nothing.
that to me.
Well, we don't do nothing. We don't go anywhere. We don't have date nights. It's just at home watching TV, sports as he likes, and that's about it. I don't do nothing extra. So like he said, when I go with my sisters, I'm excited. I'm ready.
Because there's something interesting happening.
Something to do.
Now, Mr. Smith, are you dry?
What you mean by dry? Come on, Judge, you got to help me with understanding now.
Let me rephrase.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you interesting? Are you boring? Do you have things to say and do?
At first, when it first started, we could have made a porn movie. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on TV or not, but we could make a porn movie. All of a sudden, that wouldn't make me think she cheating, because all of a sudden it just fell off just like boom, and I don't know what it is.
You don't know what happened.
Just like one night, I had been out drinking with, you know, my cousin and stuff. You know, a man come in, he feeling kind of frisky, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you got your wife over there, you go in there, you know, laid up, you know, with that little tush, you know how you women do, the little tush took out. So I'm feeling frisky, I jump in the bed. So I get the rubbing and say, baby, come on, slide over here. She said, you better slide your ass to sleep. So what am I?
Now, Ms. Nobles, is the fact that he's boring, or are you simply unwilling to participate?
He's boring, and then he's just fixed on watching porn. He's so full of sex and ready to do it all the time because he watches porn all the time. I wake up in the middle of the night and catch the phone glowing under the pillow. That's no wonder he want to have sex all the time.
Well, I'm in my prime.
Well, porn shouldn't have nothing to do with it.
See, I ain't gonna lie about the porn. I watch it. I ain't no denying here. I'm not an addict, but it's some pretty interesting stuff, you know.
I'm sure it is.
But when you ain't, when you're on a schedule, you know what I'm saying?
I come home one day with my family members. We walk in the house, cold busted, watching porn in the living room.
I want to see it in HD.
Oh, Lord. That's something else. That is something else.
You threw it up on the TV?
It couldn't take it out fast enough.
I got a 65-inch curve at home. Ain't nothing better to watch it on 4K.
If I could wave my magic gavel and get her to do one thing differently, what would it be?
Turn back to the porn star that she was.
Oh, my.
I'm on a schedule with her, so, just like a welfare check.
You say she...
He pretends to be in the bed. He a mess.
Why is it like a welfare check?
Well, it's like every other Sunday, every other 1st and the 15th, 1st and the 3rd.
Hot mess.
Now, Mr. Smith, you say when you come home, it's like going through an obstacle course because Ms. Nobles can't keep house. Why don't you explain that to me?
I think that's vice versa.
That's the other way, Judge. Now,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When you come home, it's like coming through an obstacle
I'm on
course.
Ninja Warriors. I got to cross over stuff and go through shoes and clothes and chip bags and cans, and it's just he's always.
He's got a 6-year-old now.
Now, what's going on there? Now, what is that?
Those are his size 15 shoes that I have to creep over. They're like slides.
What's the little white thing?
The white thing is a toothpick where I stuck my foot on it, where he just pick his teeth and throw it on the floor. And I almost had to go to the hospital. So that's what I'm talking about. Not right.
That ain't nasty.
That is horrible.
People do the worse than that than me.
Why should I have a piece of wood in my foot because you don't want to throw it in the trash?
Did you step on and get stuck?
I got stuck, and I banned toothpicks from my house.
I got cussed out. She threw every toothpick.
I threw every toothpick that looked like a toothpick.
Did you cuss him out?
I cussed him out.
Why would you cuss him out about a toothpick?
Because it hurt my foot. I didn't want to go to the hospital.
Now, my man's got a 65-inch curved TV.
Right.
Do you have it on stuff that he don't like to watch?
Sometimes I do. Again, it's full of men. It's full of boys. So I want to watch something that deals with women sometimes.
That's what the bedroom for.
No, I don't have to go to the bedroom and watch TV.
Well, she can't watch the curved TV?
Right. Where they do that at?
But, if you got a lot of, if you got the fellas coming over and all that,
I will give you
the space. Can't go in the bedroom.
You can go to the garage to your man cave.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have a man cave in your garage?
Yes, ma'am.
What you complaining about for?
Exactly.
What you complaining about?
Exactly.
Is there a TV in the man cave?
Yes, ma'am.
A big one.
Is it a 65-inch?
No.
Close.
But it's not curved.
But it's not curved.
Yeah.
Is it really a better picture to curve?
Ain't nothing like watching
It's something to see, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, maybe my understanding, Mrs. Nobles, that you want Mr. Smith to pay $1,500 for a 1969 Chevy step-side, I don't even know what that means, truck.
Oh, it was a beauty.
You tell me what happened to it and why you think he owes you $1,500 for what happened.
I sure will, Judge. Well, I took a business trip. I was out of town. I get a call from a family member. Is your truck sitting on the side of the highway? And I'm saying, no, it should be parked in the garage where I left it before I left. Well, they were like, no, your truck is sitting on the side of the highway. So I called him and asked him about my truck. He leaves my truck on the side of the highway ran out of gas. But he wasn't even supposed to be driving it. This is a classic truck that I spent and saved my money
So
for.
it's like refurbished?
It's refurbished.
Is that what you call it?
Restored. There we go. It was restored classic. And he drove it and wasn't supposed to and ran out of gas and someone stole it off the side of the freeway.
Oh. Mr. Smith,
yes.
Tell me your side of that story.
Doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing.
See, there she go.
Now, tell me your side of the story.
I was on my way. I was something had happened to my car, and I got to get to work now. Right or wrong? Now she gonna put me out if I don't go to work. Right. It's gonna be worse than that.
Right.
So I had to go to work, and it ran out of gas. And
was it so old it didn't have a fuel gauge?
It was, it had a fuel gauge. I thought I could make it,
And he did not.
And I didn't, and I was like, she was out of town.
So he snuck and drove it because my rules were you can't drive it.
Maybe 3 blocks away, 4 blocks. I hadn't made it that far. So I went on and went to work. I said, well, maybe when I come back by.
You didn't just get gas and just keep going?
Where I was at, I couldn't. I was on the highway, and I couldn't. I messed up.
Did you call AAA?
He didn't call me.
I was trying to get to work. I was trying to get to work. I was trying to get to work, and.
But you're on the way to work, walking to work. You called AAA.
Yeah.
You just messed up.
I messed up bad, Judge. I don't want to learn nobody else. I'm not trying to figure out nobody else, but I want our marriage to last long as, I want us to be dust together. You know what I'm saying?
Are you leaving Mr. Smith? For real, for real?
I might, if he continue to do what he's doing. I don't got time for it.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Smith, you love Ms. Nobles, don't you?
We've been together for
11
so long.
years.
Yes, ma'am.
Over a decade, and you love Mr. Smith, don't you?
I do.
I can tell.
I do.
Y'all up here, you know, fussing and fizziting, as they used to call it back in the day. Just little, you know, y'all enjoyed needling one another and starting a little trouble because y'all like each other.
Right.
That's the sign of a good marriage when you fuss and fizzite like that.
That's
what my parents. Yeah.
Well, we had a fight, and my mom. Well, I called my mom to vent or whatever, and she called you guys and wanted us to get counseling before, because he did something and left his ring on the dresser. So I called her and told her that I don't know if it's over.
I was at that point.
And she
Why did you leave the ring on the dresser?
It seemed like I push, she pull.
Let me see.
And yeah, sex. That's a big. I feel that.
You just not getting enough. That's what you trying to tell me.
I ain't getting none at all. I'm suffering, Judge. I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be right. I'm trying to,
We have your mother on tape, but the interesting thing is your mother is defending his position. So let's see what she had to say.
When she see it.
Let's see what Ms.
That's old school.
Virginia Eubanks has to say.
Judge Lynn, I'm the Cobra's mom. I initiated them coming on the show because of one particular afternoon that my son-in-law had left his ring at home and gone to work. And to my daughter, that was a message that he was done. I spoke with him later on that day. He told me that he was done. I asked him if they would communicate with one another and make it better. He said that he tries to, but it always ends up with her being right and him being wrong, and that he's not getting his point across. And so I'm concerned about them working it out. It's just that my daughter is pretty bossy most days, most of the time, as far as I can determine. I know what happens when I'm around.
Oh, I like your mother. I really do. I like it. But now, Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to advocate on your behalf.
Yes,
I am right here. Now, Ms. Nobles, you can't open your mouth.
Okay.
You can't say another word. Okay. You can't, not nothing. Now, once you turn around, look at your husband. Now, Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
What have you not been able to tell her or get through to her that you want to tell her right now because she can't say nothing?
It's just, I've been
Talk to her, not me.
I love you, and I've been with you I don't want to learn nobody else. I'm not trying to figure out nobody else, but I want our marriage to last long as, I want us to be dust together. You know what I'm saying?
If I could wave my magic gavel and get her to do one thing differently, what would it be?
Turn back to the porn star that she was.
Oh, my.
She wouldn't have to worry about me. When I get paid, I already transfer my check to her.
You better.
I do. She give me what she want. I have no complaints. I take care of the bills. I do what a man's supposed to do.
Ms. Nobles?
He does.
Give that brother some love. Give that brother some love. He's a good dude.
Okay.
He is handsome. He is funny. He is charming. I know we get sick of him every once in a while. I know you get tired. I know you got stuff going on. But once in a while, even when you don't, you just think about, you know what? I'm going to just throw him a little. Just to make his day. Just out of nowhere. Just lay it on him. It's wonderful. It'll be fun. You might even like it. Okay? Do your part, Mr. Smith. Do your part.
I even told her too. I even got to the point where I told her, "Hey, baby, fake it till you make it."
I got you. Now, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think you leaving one another. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I don't want you to leave one another. I want you to go home and love one another. But just in case you feel the need to go, you're gonna have to pay her $1,500 when you do, because you got her car stolen. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you. Yeah.
So what's your take on all of Judge Lynn's advice today?
I think it might work if I try to give him a little more than what he's
A little more what?
A little more something.
A little something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help you out here. Can you cut back on this private investigate stuff?
Yeah,
cut a little slack.
I gotta start learning to trust her more. I think if I put forth a lot of effort to trust no more, I think we can.
We appreciate you coming in. Good luck to the both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, today's case is Spitfire.
Babies having babies. I don't even have anything new to say other than, here we go again.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Omar Alston and Carolina Bermudez. The two of you have been together for 3 years, engaged for 4 months. You have one child together that's 11 months old. Mr. Alston, you are seeking $800 for a 60-inch TV that she broke, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Alston, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because I'm a military man, okay?
Okay.
And I have this hot-headed Latina right here, and she does not let me do what I like. She controls the relationship, and she doesn't let me feel like myself.
Okay.
So let me give you an example. She has an attitude problem, okay?
Right.
And every time we have a conversation, her attitude is, and gets right off the bat. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna just talk to you. It can't be a normal conversation.
It's not a proportional response.
Correct.
It's always elevated.
Correct. It's always elevated. So I would be like, hey, can you change the diaper? Why do I always have to change the diaper? For our son. It's always a issue with her when I ask her to do something for me, and I just don't get it. And another thing is we have cultural differences. She's, once again, like I said, Latina. And from her culture, the men are never in charge. It's always the woman has a say-so in everything. And, well, that's what it seems like in our relationship.
I heard the opposite. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, just say, oh, all Latinos and Latinos are this, but that's not what I heard. But anyway.
Well, this one right here.
This one is.
This one is, yeah. So it's always, she has to take charge in everything. So we would have a situation where we're out with my family, and we would just sit down, and she would take charge in where we can go or what we do with each other, and it's just not, you know.
Okay. All right, now, Ms. Bermudez, you heard what he said. Can you respond to his concerns?
Well, I am very hot-headed. I'm Cuban, Puerto Rican. I'm very Hispanic, so I did grow up in a family.
I'm very Hispanic.
I'm like, I will come out with my attitude. I am loud, like. Yeah, he's not used to that, and I kind of warned him in the beginning. I was like, just so you know, I am not the typical female you're used to dating. I'm loud, I got attitude, I'm very aggressive, but I am loving at the same time, and it is right. I grew up in a single-family home full of nothing but Cuban women, so we are allowed
So strong, assertive women that were in charge, and you continue on that tradition.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're independent. We paint our own houses. We do everything on our own. So
let me ask you this question: Do you see his point of view about how you respond in a heightened level to any disagreement? Do you see how that could be off-putting to somebody else?
I do. It's just with him, I had to come across aggressive because he will talk my ears off for hours and hours and hours to the point that I can't even get my point across until he's done. And it gets annoying because I can't cut him off. Like, if he says one thing, for example, he talks about my attitude. He didn't like how I was acting this one day. I would try to cut him off. He's like, no, you're going to wait and listen to what I have to say, and then you can tell me what you feel about it. But right now, I'm going to be talking, and you need to hear me out. And that's when I started.
Do you see the irony in what you just told me? When I come to cut him off, he won't let me. Cutting him off is the problem.
Yeah.
Did you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just I feel like I had to, like, say, like, what I feel at the moment. Now I'm gonna forget.
And he feels like he has to say what he has to say at the moment. Do you see the problem there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say is the main problem in your relationship? What's the sticking point for you?
It's just the communication problems that we have. It's mainly communication,
because I get very hot-headed. He gets hot-headed, so we kind of clash when it comes to that because I like to get my point across, and I yell a lot, and he doesn't like that. He likes to get his point across, and he's, like, very low and mellow with it, and he doesn't really like the aggression and how I come across, like, loud and stuff.
I understand she breaks things.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Tell me about that.
So we got into an argument one day about our son, our baby shower. We found out she was pregnant, and we were planning our baby shower, and this is probably a couple of weeks into that. And we got into an argument saying that, you know, she noticed that my mom and I were planning more than her mom was included into it. So she was upset that we didn't really include her or her mother into most of the planning, and my mom's like a party planner. But she got upset, we were going back and forth, and she actually ended up grabbing a bamboo plant and throwing it across the room, and it like magically jumped off of the carpet and hit our TV and shattered our TV.
Okay. Now, I understand we have a tape from your mom about that.
Yes, we do.
So why don't you turn around and we can all take a look at it together.
They fight like, not Ike and Tina Turner, they fight like Ike and Ike. This one time, Omar, they had an argument, whatever it was about, but Omar decided to leave, and he decided to take the baby with him. And she got upset and sprayed bleach on him and threw his things out the window. And he called me while I was at work. So I had to talk him down, like, look, leave out the house. So he leaves out the house, but he has the baby. So now she's threatening to call the police and saying that he kidnapped the baby. You know he's not kidnapping the baby. You know he's not going anywhere. If he just needs the space, let him get away, let him get that space, because it could have got a lot worse. So get out of that situation at that time, let each other calm down. But then I also noticed that she won't let him leave. Even though you guys may not call the police, the neighbors may hear all of this screaming, yelling, the baby crying, the neighbors may call the police. Once the police is called, that's it.
But what caused such a disturbance about a baby shower? It's supposed to be a happy time. How'd y'all get to arguing about that?
Okay, that very first time I had a miscarriage before, like, it was like the first time I found out I was pregnant before I had my son, and I ended up having a miscarriage. So it's just all that anger. Like, in the beginning, it's true, he was planning stuff with his mom. Like, I was only like probably 2 or 3 weeks pregnant. It was like really early. So talking about baby showers and planning all of this and trying to figure out where to have a baby shower, I kind of got annoyed.
Were you planning a baby shower before the woman was ready?
You can say so. My mom really did get excited about it, and like I said, it's her first grandchild, and...
But it's your baby, and that's your woman, and you go to your mother and you tell her she's not comfortable with letting everybody about know the pregnancy. Put it on pause. And if you're not grown enough to handle your parents, you're not grown enough to become a parent. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's your first priority with that baby. She's not. I didn't tell nobody because you're scared in the beginning. You don't want to say la, and then explain to everybody that you lost it. You know, because that first 3 months, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? That's just old folk advice to you.
I'm the woman of the house. I don't believe in, like, the whole man in the house situation because I grew up with nothing but women around.
But when I am dominant, Your Honor, it's an issue.
Oh, you can't win. I'm going to tell you right now, you can't win. Mr. Alston, I'm going to switch gears here a little bit. Ms. Bermudez is bisexual.
Yes, she is.
And before she got with you, she's been with women for a considerable period of time. You think that, in part, is one of the reasons why she's so prone to wearing the man pants herself? Why don't you explain that to me?
I think so because when she told me about her bisexuality, she did say that she was more on the dominant side of that in the relationships that she had previously been in. And I get that she's been the dominant side, but it was 5 years before, you know, she was dating women. And then she comes to me, and I'm a man, obviously. So I don't feel like
So what does that mean? I'm a man, obviously. What does that mean?
Let me say that I'm different in the way that I want to be treated, in the way that I want to be talked to, And she just doesn't understand that. She talks to me and belittles me most of the time. She doesn't...
How is she supposed to talk to a man?
Well,
That's what I want to know.
Let me give you this example.
Well, let's find out.
Like, please.
Let me give you this example, Your Honor. We were moving one time, and I had my friend over, and then I wanted something to be moved a certain way, and she didn't want that. So she just told me, like, you're being like a real female. I didn't sign up to date a female or this and that. I'm like...
Ms. Bermudez, did you take it there? I mean, I was all with you for a minute there, then he told me that, and then now you're on the hot seat.
Like, with him being too soft, like, I don't like it when... Okay, let me see. He's just, like, he's kind of like a nerd in a way, like, kind of... I kind of
Nerds own the world now, I'm just letting you know. They own it.
Okay. I did tell him that he was kind of lame, because I feel like he needs to match my personality more, but not think that he can take control of everything, because I like to stand my ground. I like to be more in control, and he is right with that. But he's just a softie. A little bit too much of a softie for my liking.
So, you want to be the dominant one in the relationship, but you want to dominate a domineering guy as opposed to dominate a guy who's more rational? Is this what you're telling me?
Somewhat, in a way.
And that's why I don't get your...
Didn't what I just say sound ridiculous?
Yeah.
And I'm reflecting what you told me. I just put it in one sentence.
I like
Do you
to be
see where you
dominant.
might be mistaken somewhere in there?
I like to be dominant. Okay, I don't mind him being dominant, but I don't want him to be extremely dominant because I'm used to doing things on my own. Like, he can make certain decisions with stuff, but he needs to understand, like, the way I grew up, I'm the woman of the house. I don't believe in, like, the whole man in the house situation because I grew up with nothing but women around me.
But when I am dominant, Your Honor, it's an issue.
Oh, you can't win. I'm going to tell you right now, you can't win.
You're extreme with it. That's the problem. You're extreme with it. You
She's not
overdo
giving
it.
me any levels of what dominant or aggression or...
Oh, she don't know what she's talking about. She don't know what she wants.
That's why I'm always confused.
There's absolutely no confusion.
That's why I'm always confused.
You should be confused. It's confusing. I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute, try to get you straight. Holy cow. When you exercise the right to be hard-headed and failing to learn, you are taking your child's right to have a calm, rational, mature household in which to grow up. Now, on the sexual front, she says that in the beginning you said that she would be allowed to dabble with other women, but then you withdrew that permission because you weren't allowed to dabble with them. Tell me about it.
Okay, so yes, that did happen. There was a time where I said, like, you know, I will let you be comfortable and do what you used to do, and you said you missed, the woman interaction.
Right.
I do not mind that. But there has to be some rules and stipulations to
I don't like rules.
So I said that, okay, that'll be okay. She only wanted to do it when I was away with the military, and I didn't feel comfortable with that just because, hey, I don't know what's going on.
But why you let me do it in the first place?
Exactly. I would rather be at least in the same area in the household.
He's telling you, but you're not listening. I know why he let you do it in the first place. I've known him 20 minutes. You've been with him for a couple of years, and you don't know because you don't listen.
It's just a simple fact.
That does not require a response.
Okay.
I just gave you a golden piece of information.
Okay, but how are you gonna tell me I can be with women, have fun with women, but I gotta be around, but then switch up, take it back because if he's gone, I can't have that female friend.
He just explained it to you.
But he comes back not that long ago and says, I'm gonna let you have your female friend even when I'm gone. Like, he switches up the story multiple times.
That was months later.
Like, I can, but I cannot at the same time.
$800. You want $800 for that TV she broke?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I get that. You ain't getting it because y'all gonna stay together, and I want you to stay together, and I'm gonna fight for you to stay together, starting right now. Ms. Bermudez. The reason it bothers me when young people, 23, 24, get get together and have babies is because they're not mature enough not to get their way. They're not mature enough to know what it is they want. They not mature enough to know how not to get what you want for a little while so the marriage or the relationship or the child can get what they want, and then they get angry about the fact that they can't get what they want when they want it and how they want it. You need to grow up and become a grown woman. A grown woman, everybody in a relationship has to compromise. You want everything to be just exactly the way you want it all of the time. You have to adjust for the dude that you're with. You picked this brother. Now, you could have got some cat on the corner with his pants slung low, who would have been nasty and rude and had no nerd in him and have been all hard, but you'd have been complaining. You guys would be on the floor punching and popping. What you got was a dude who has some respect for his... Hey, I am talking to you. Listen, I got 32 years worth of marital experience here. I've been married longer than you've been alive. You don't know what you're talking about. Ms. Bermudez, you can stay stupid as long as you want to. It's your right. It's your right not to learn anything. It's your right not to be any happier. It's your right not to have a good relationship with the father of your child. You have all of those rights. But let me tell you what you do when you exercise those rights. When you exercise the right to be hard-headed and failing to learn, you are taking your child's right to have a calm, rational, mature household in which to grow up. That you do not have a right to do. Oh, no. You don't have to talk anymore. Ms. Bermudez,
he's also cheated on me multiple times.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Okay.
Mr. Alston, I'm going to talk to you. First of all, don't have any more children with her. She's not, no, I'm serious. She's not ready. She's childish, and she's not looking to learn. And I think you're a good dude, and I think she's probably a very good woman, but I don't waste my breath with people who are not willing to learn. You're going to have to be uber mature. You're going to have to be mature enough for the both of you in order for your child to have a chance. And you're going to have to be adult. You're going to have to be grown. You're going to have to be solid, and you're going to have to, whether you make it with her or not, you're going to have to be cool. You just have to be very, very, and I think you can manage it. Don't go tit for tat, because it's not going to do your kid any good. I don't see this relationship lasting. I really don't. If I was your mother, I'd be backing up a U-Haul to your house as we speak. But I'm not going to tell you to leave her because you got a kid together. But I'm telling you, you're going to have to be the mature one. You're going to have to be grown. You're going to have to step forward in calmness, in kindness, in maturity, and with as much support as you can from the people that love you in order to love her the way she needs to be loved. But please don't have any more children with her.
Thank you.
Please. You understand me?
I do.
Okay. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
He's not a saint. I know I'm not a saint, but I'm not an evil person either. So the simple fact that he does not want to say what he's also done wrong, just want to speak on me, makes me really look bad, and it pisses me off because I am a good person.
What can you work on?
There were some things left unsaid. She's correct about the cheating situation, and I've been working on it, and I've stopped doing everything. We both made promises, and we both have an understanding, and we just need to become better at that.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Khushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Khushi.
Yeah, sure, sir.
You seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I am counting on you. All the very best.
ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਰੋਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਇਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਚ ਲੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਚ ਅੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ ਦੱਸੀ ਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਗੱਲ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖੀ ਵੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਵੇ ਸੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੁਣ ਲੈ ਯਾਰ ਵੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੜਦਾ ਏ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਸੜਦਾ ਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਲਾੜੇ ਲਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹਿਨਾ ਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਏ ਸਹਿੰਦਾ ਏ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਮਨਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਰੁੱਸਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੂੰ ਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ
तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा
एंड हाँ वीडियो को लाइक करना जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना थैंक यू बाय बाय एवरीवन